Reading every Gen 1 Pokemon and any of their special forms Pokedex entries. Bulbasaur. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Sword, there is a plant seed on its back right from the day this Pokemon is born. The seed slowly grows larger. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Legend ZA, a strange seed was planted on its back at birth. This plant sprouts and grows with this Pokemon. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, it can go for days without eating a single morsel. In the bulb on its back, it stores energy. In Stadium, the bulb-like pouch on its back grows larger as it ages. The pouch is filled with numerous seeds. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, the seed on its back is filled with nutrients. The seed grows steadily larger as its body grows. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it carries a seed on its back right from birth. As it grows older, the seed also grows larger. In Crystal and Shield, while it is young, it uses the nutrients that are stored in the seeds on its back in order to grow. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Bulbasaur can be seen napping in bright sunlight. There is a seed on its back. By soaking up the sun's ray, the seed grows progressively larger. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, for some time after its birth, it grows by gaining nourishment from the seed on its back. In Scarlet, for some time after its birth, it uses the nutrients that are packed into the seed on its back in order to grow. In Violet and Pokopia, it carries a seed on its back right from birth. As its body grows larger, the seed does too. Ivysaur. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Legend ZA, there is a plant bulb on its back. When it absorbs nutrients, the bulb is said to blossom into a large flower. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, when the bulb on its back grows large, it appears to lose the ability to stand on its hind legs. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, the bulb on its back grows by drawing energy. It gives off an aroma when it is ready to bloom. In Stadium, the bud on its back apparently draws energy from its body. The bud is said to open into a large flower when fully grown. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Shield, exposure to sunlight adds to its strength. Sunlight also makes the bud on its back grow larger. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, if the bud on its back starts to smell sweet, it is evidence that the large flower will soon bloom. In Crystal, Violet, and Pokopia, the bulb on its back grows as it absorbs nutrients. The bulb gives off a pleasant aroma when it blooms. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, there is a bud on this Pokemon's back. To support its weight, Ivysaur's legs and trunk grow thick and strong. If it starts spending more time lying in the sunlight, it's a sign that the bud will bloom into a large flower soon. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, when the bud on its back starts swelling, a sweet aroma wafts to indicate the flower's coming bloom. Scarlet. The more sunlight Ivysaur bathes in, the more strength wells up within it, allowing the bud on its back to grow larger. Venusaur. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Shield, a bewitching aroma wafts from its flower. The fragrance becomes those entangled in a battle. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, its plant blooms when it absorbing solar energy. It stays on the move to seek sunlight. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, the flower on its back catches the sun's rays. The sunlight is then absorbed and used for energy. Stadium. Absorbs solar energy as nutrition. When it is catching the sun's rays, it often remains quiet and still. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, X, Violet, and Pokopia, by spreading the broad petals of its flower and catching the sun's rays, it fills its body with power. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, as it warms itself and absorbs the sunlight, its flower petals release a pleasant fragrance. In Crystal, as it warms itself and absorbs the sunlight, its flower petals release a pleasant fragrance. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, there is a large flower on Venusaur's back. The flower is said to take on vivid colors. If it gets plenty of nutrition and sunlight, the flower's aroma soothes the emotions of people. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends EA, after a rainy day, the flower on its back smells stronger. The scent attracts other Pokemon. Mega Venusaur. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, in order to support its flower, which has grown larger due to Mega Evolution, its back and legs have become stronger. Gigantamax Venusaur. In Sword, in battle, this Pokemon swings around 2 thick vines. If these vines slammed into a 10-story building, they could easily topple it. In Shield, huge amounts of pollen burst from it with the force of a volcanic eruption. Breathing in too much of the pollen can cause fainting. Charmander. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Shield, from the time it is born, a flame burns at the tip of its tail. Its life force would end if the flame were to go out. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, it has a preference for hot things. When it rains, steam is said to spout from the tip of its tail. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, the flame at the tip of its tail makes a sound as if it burns. You can only hear it in quiet places. In Stadium, even the newborns have flaming tails. Unfamiliar with fire, babies are said to accidentally burn themselves. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, the flame on its tail shows the strength of its life force. If it is weak, the flame also burns weakly. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, X, and Legends EA, the flame on its tail indicates Charmander's life force. If it is healthy, the flame burns brightly. In Crystal, Violet, and Pokopia, if it is healthy, the flame on the tip of its tail will burn vigorously, even if it gets a bit wet. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, the flame that burns at the tip of the tail is an indication of its emotions. The flame wavers when Charmander is enjoying itself. If the Pokemon becomes enraged, the flame burns fiercely. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the fire on the tip of its tail is a measure of its life. If healthy, its tail burns intensely. Charmeleon. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Legends EA, it lashes about with its tail to knock down its foe. It then tears up the fallen opponent with sharp claws. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Y, and Scarlet, when it swings its burning tail, it elevates the air temperature to unbearably high levels. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, tough fights could excite this Pokemon. When excited, it may blow out bluish-white flames. In Stadium, it appears to be very vicious. It attacks with razor-sharp claws and won't stop until the enemy is defeated. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, Violet, and Pokopia, it is very hot-headed by nature, so it constantly seeks opponents. It calms down only when it wins. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Sword, it has a barbaric nature in battle. It whips its fiery tail around and slashes away with sharp claws. In Crystal and Shield, if it becomes agitated during battle, it spouts intense flames, incinerating its surroundings. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Charmeleon mercilessly destroys its foes using its sharp claws. If it encounters a strong foe, it turns aggressive. In this excited state, the flame at the tip of its tail flares with a bluish-white color. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, in the Rocky Mountains where Charmeleon live, their fiery tails shine at night like stars. Charizard. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, Shield, and Legends EA, its wings can carry this Pokemon close to an altitude of 4,600 feet. It blows out fire at very high temperatures. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, it spits fire that is hot enough to melt boulders. It may cause forest fires by blowing flames. In Pokemon Yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, when expelling a blast of super hot fire, the red flame at the tip of its tail burns more intensely. In Stadium, its fiery breath reaches incredible temperatures. It can quickly melt glaciers weighing 10,000 tons. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal are inserted, and Scarlet, if Charizard becomes furious, the flame at the tip of its tail flares up in a whitish blue color. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow are inserted, breathing intense hot flames, it can melt almost anything. Its breath inflicts terrible pain on enemies. In Crystal and Violet, it uses its wings to fly high. The temperature of its fire increases as it gains experience in battle. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Charizard flies around the sky in search of powerful opponents. It breathes fire of such great heat that it melts anything. However, it never turns its fiery breath on any opponent weaker than itself. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is said that Charizard's fire burns hotter if it has experienced harsh battles. Mega Charizard X. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legend ZA, the overwhelming power that fills its entire body causes it to turn black and creates intense blue flames. Mega Charizard Y. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legend ZA, its bond with its trainer is the source of its power. It boasts speed and maneuverability greater than that of a jet fighter. Gigantamax Charizard. In Sword, this colossal, flame-winged figure of a Charizard was brought about by Gigantamax energy. In Shield, the flame inside its body burns hotter than 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. When Charizard roars, the temperature climbs even higher. Squirtle. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Sword, when it retracts its long neck into its shell, it squirts out water with vigorous force. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, after birth, its back swells and hardens into a shell. It powerfully sprays foam from its mouth. In Yellow, Y, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, shoots water at prey while in the water, withdraws into its shell when in danger. In Stadium, it takes time for the shell to form and harden after hatching. It sprays foam powerfully from its mouth. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, the shell is soft when it is born. It soon becomes so resilient, prodding fingers will bounce off it. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, the shell, which hardens soon after it's born, is resilient. If you poke it, it will bounce back out. In Crystal and Shield, when it feels threatened, it draws its legs inside its shell and sprays water from its mouth. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Squirtle's shell is not merely used for protection. The shell's rounded shape and the grooves on its surface help minimize resistance in water, enabling this Pokemon to swim at high speeds. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legend ZA, it shelters itself in its shell, then strikes back with spouts of water at every opportunity. Wartortle. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, this Pokemon is very popular as a pet. Its fur-covered tail is a symbol of longevity. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Violet, and Pokopia, it often hides in water to stalk unwary prey. For fast swimming, it moves its ears to maintain balance. In Yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legend ZA, when tapped, this Pokemon will pull in its head, but its tail will still stick out a little bit. In Stadium, the tail is covered with a rich fur. It stores air in the fur before taking extended dives underwater. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Sword, it is recognized as a symbol of longevity. If its shell has algae on it, the Wartortle is very old. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Shield, it cleverly controls its furry ears and tail to maintain its balance while swimming. In Crystal and Scarlet, its long, furry tail is a symbol of longevity, making it quite popular among older people. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, its tail is large and covered with a rich, thick fur. The tail becomes increasingly deeper in color as Wartortle ages. The scratches on its shell are evidence of this Pokemon's toughness as a battler. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is said to live 10,000 years. Its furry tail is popular as a symbol of longevity. Blastoise. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Sword, and Legend ZA, it crushes its foe under its heavy body to cause fainting. In a pinch, it will withdraw inside its shell. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, The pressurized water jets on this brutal Pokemon shell are used for high-speed tackles. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, once it takes aim at its enemy, it blasts out water with even more force than a fire hose. In Stadium, it has spouts extending from its shell at the top. They spray water like cannons, hard enough to pierce concrete walls. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal are inserted, and Scarlet, it deliberately makes itself heavy so it can withstand the recoil of the water jets it fires. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow are inserted, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Shield, the rocket cannons on its shell fire jets of water capable of punching holes through thick steel. In Crystal, it firmly plants its feet on the ground before shooting water from the jets on its back. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Blastoise has water spouts that protrude from its shell. The water spouts are very accurate. They could shoot bullets of water with enough accuracy to strike cans from a distance of over 160 feet. In Violet and Pokopia, it has jet nozzles on its shell. The impressive Pokemon uses these jets to charge toward foes with all the force of a rocket. Mega Blastoise. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, the cannon on its back is as powerful as a tank gun. Its tough legs and back enable it to withstand the recoil from firing the cannon. Gigantamax Blastoise. In Sword, it's not very good at precision shooting. When attacking, it just fires its 31 cannons over and over and over. In Shield, water fired from this Pokemon's central main cannon has enough power to blast a hole into a mountain. Caterpie. Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red. It is covered with a green skin. When it grows, it sheds the skin, covers itself with silk, and becomes a cocoon. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Shield, its short feet are tipped with suction pads that enable it to tirelessly climb slopes and walls. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, if you touch the feeler on top of its head, it will release a horrible stink to protect itself. In Stadium, it has large, eye-like patterns on its head as protection. They are used to frighten off enemies. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, X, and Sword, for protection, it releases a horrible stench from the antenna on its head to drive away enemies. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, its feet have suction cups designed to stick to any surface. It tenaciously climbs trees to forage. In Crystal, it crawls into foliage where it camouflages itself among leaves that are the same color as its body. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Caterpie has a voracious appetite. It can devour leaves bigger than its body right before your eyes. From its antenna, this Pokemon releases a terrifically strong odor. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it releases a stench from its red antenna to repel enemies. It grows by molting repeatedly. In Sun, when attacked by bird Pokemon, it resists by releasing a terrifically strong odor from its antenna, but it often becomes their prey. In Moon, it's easy to catch, and it grows quickly, making it one of the top recommendations for novice Pokemon trainers. In Ultra Sun, perhaps because it would like to grow up quickly, it has a voracious appetite, eating 100 leaves a day. In Ultra Moon, its body is soft and weak. In nature, its perpetual fate is to be seen by others as food. Metapod. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Shield, even though it is encased in a sturdy shell, the body inside is tender. It can't withstand a harsh attack. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, this Pokemon is vulnerable to attack while its shell is soft, exposing its weak and tender body. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, hardens its shell to protect itself. However, a large impact may cause it to pop out of its shell. In Stadium, when it hardens, only the external shell is transformed. The inside remains tender. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Sword, inside the shell it is soft and weak as it prepares to evolve. It stays motionless in the shell. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it prepares for evolution by hardening its shell as much as possible to protect its soft body. In Crystal, this is its pre-evolved form. At this stage, it can only harden, so it remains motionless to avoid attack. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, the shell covering this Pokemon's body is as hard as an iron slab. Metapod does not move very much. It stays still because it is preparing its soft innards for evolution inside the hard shell. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a steel hard shell protects its tender body. It quietly endures hardships while awaiting evolution. In Sun, its shell is filled with its soft innards. It doesn't move much because of the risk it might carelessly spill its innards out. In Moon, its shell is hard, but it's still just a bug shell. It's been known to break, so intense battles with it should be avoided. In Ultra Sun, its shell is filled with a thick liquid. All of the cells throughout its body are being rebuilt in preparation for evolution. In Ultra Moon, its hard shell doesn't crack a bit even if Picky Peck pecks at it, but it will tip over, spilling out its insides. Butterfree. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, the wings are protected by rain-repellent dust. As a result, this Pokemon can fly about even in rain. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, in battle it flaps its wings at great speed to release highly toxic dust into the air. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its wings, covered with poisonous powders, repel water. This allows it to fly in the rain. In Stadium, its wings are covered with poisonous dust. If you see one flapping its wings, be careful not to inhale any of the dust. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Shield, it collects honey every day. It rubs honey onto the hairs on its legs to carry it back to its nest. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, water-repellent powder on its wings enables it to collect honey even in the heaviest of rains. In Crystal, it flits from flower to flower, collecting honey. It can even identify distant flowers in bloom. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Butterfree has a superior ability to search for delicious honey from flowers. It can even search out, extract, and carry honey from flowers that are blooming over 6 miles from its nest. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it loves the honey of flowers and can locate flower patches that have even tiny amounts of pollen. In Sun, close examination of its large eyes reveals that each eye is composed of a myriad of tiny eyes. In Moon, when attacked by other Pokemon, it defends itself by scattering its poisonous scales and fluttering its wings. In Ultra Sun, its wings are covered in toxic scales. If it finds bird Pokemon going after Caterpie, Butterfree sprinkles its scales on them to drive them off. In Ultra Moon, nectar from pretty flowers is its favorite food. In Fields of Flowers, it has heated battles with Cutiefly for territory. Gigantamax Butterfree. In Sword, crystallized Gigantamax energy makes up this Pokemon's blindingly bright and highly toxic scales. In Shield, once it has opponents trapped in a tornado that could blow away a 10-ton truck, it finishes them off with its poisonous scales. Weedle. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Legends EA, often found in forests and grasslands. It has a sharp, toxic barb of around 2 inches on top of its head. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, often found in forests eating leaves, it has a sharp stinger on its head that injects poison. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, beware of the sharp stinger on its head. It hides in grass and bushes where it eats leaves. In Stadium, a common sight in forest and grassy areas, has a poison stinger on its head that may be used if you step on it. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, its poison stinger is very powerful. Its bright colored body is intended to warn off its enemies. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it attacks using a 2-inch poison barb on its head. It can usually be found under the leaves it eats. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Weedle has an extremely acute sense of smell. It is capable of distinguishing its favorite kind of leaves from those it dislikes just by sniffing with its big red proboscis. In diamond, pearl, platinum, black, white, black 2, white 2, brilliant diamond, and shining pearl, it eats its weight in leaves every day. It fends off attackers with the needle on its head. Kakuna. In Japanese red, green, and fire red, this Pokemon is in a temporary stage while making its body. It is almost completely unable to move on its own. In English red, blue, leaf green, X, and Legend ZA, almost incapable of moving, this Pokemon can only harden its shell to protect itself when it is in danger. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, able to move only slightly, when endangered it may stick out its stinger and poison its enemy. In Stadium, because it is virtually motionless, it may appear dead. Inside, however, a new body is being made. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, although it is a cocoon, it can move a little. It can extend its poisoned barb if it is attacked. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, from this form, it will grow into an adult. As its body becomes softer, the external shell hardens. In Crystal, nearly incapable of movement, it leans against stout trees while waiting for its evolution. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Kakuna remains virtually immobile as it clings to a tree. However, on the inside, it is extremely busy as it prepares for its coming evolution. This is evident from how hot the shell becomes to the touch. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, while awaiting evolution, it hides from predators under leaves and in nooks of branches. Beedrill, in Japanese red, green, fire red, Y, and Legend ZA, may appear in a swarm, flies at a violent speed, all the while stabbing with its toxic stinger on its rear. In English red, blue, and leaf green, it flies at high speed and attacks using the large venomous stinger on its forelegs and tail. In yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, it has 3 poisonous stingers on its forelegs and its tail. They are used to jab its enemies repeatedly. In Stadium, flies at high speeds and attacks with 3 stingers, 1 on its rear and 1 on each of its 2 forelegs, may appear in swarms. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it can take down any opponent with its powerful poison stingers. It sometimes attacks in swarms. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow are inserted, it has 3 poisoned barbs. The barb on its tail secretes the most powerful poison. In Crystal, it uses sharp, poisonous things to defeat prey, then takes the victim back to its nest for food. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Beedrill is extremely territorial. No one should ever approach its nest. This is for their own safety. If angered, they will attack in a furious swarm. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its best attack involves flying around at high speed, sticking with poison needles, then flying off. Mega Beedrill. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legend ZA, its legs have become poison stingers. It stabs its prey repeatedly with the stingers on its limbs, dealing the final blow with the stinger on its rear. And if you're still watching this video, I would greatly appreciate it if you could like the video. Pidgey, in Japanese red, green, and fire red, does not like to fight. It hides in tall grass and so on, foraging for food such as small bugs. In English red, blue, leaf green, and X, a common sight in forests and woods. It flaps its wings at ground level to kick up blinding sand. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, very docile. If attacked, it will often kick up sand to protect itself rather than fight back. In Stadium, if at all possible, it will try to avoid battles. Smaller weak enemies are blown away by whirlwind. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it usually hides in tall grass because it dislikes fighting. It protects itself by kicking up sand. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, common in grassy areas and forest, it is very docile and will chase off enemies by flapping up sand. In Crystal, it rapidly flaps its wings in the grass, stirring up a dust cloud that drives insect prey out into the open. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Pidgey has an extremely sharp sense of direction. It is capable of unerringly returning home to its nest, however far it may be removed from its familiar surroundings. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legend ZA, it is docile and prefers to avoid conflict. If disturbed, however, it can ferociously strike back. Pidgeotto. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, the claws on its feet are well developed. It can carry prey, such as an Execute, to its nest over 600 miles away. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Y, and Legend ZA, very protective of its sprawling territorial areas, this Pokemon will fiercely peck at any intruder. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, this Pokemon is full of vitality. It constantly flies around its large territory in search of prey. In Stadium, it builds its nest in the center of its large territory. It uses its powerfully developed talons to swiftly snatch prey. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it has an outstanding vision. However high it flies, it is able to distinguish the movements of its prey. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it renders its prey immobile using well-developed claws, then carries the prey more than 60 miles to its nest. In Crystal, it slowly flies in a circular pattern, all the while keeping a sharp lookout for prey. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Pidgeotto claims a large area as its own territory. This Pokemon flies around, patrolling its living space. If its territory is violated, it shows no mercy, in thoroughly punishing the foe with its sharp claws. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it flies over its wide territory in search of prey, downing it with its highly developed claws. Pidgeot. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Pokopia, it spreads its gorgeous wings widely to intimidate enemies. It races through the skies at Mach 2 speed. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Legend ZA, when hunting, it skims the surface of water at high speed to pick off unwary prey such as Magikarp. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, this Pokemon flies at Mach 2 speed, seeking prey. Its large talons are feared as wicked weapons. In Stadium, capable of flying incredibly quickly in full flight, by the time its flapping is heard, it is long gone. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, its well-developed chest muscles make it strong enough to whip up a gusty windstorm with just a few flaps. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Pokopia, it spreads its beautiful wings wide to frighten its enemies. It can fly at Mach 2 speed. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon has a dazzling plumage of beautiful, glossy feathers. Many trainers are captivated by the striking beauty of the feathers on its head, compelling them to choose Pidgeot as their Pokemon. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, by flapping its wings with all its might, Pidgeot can make a gust of wind capable of bending tall trees. Mega Pidgeot. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legend ZA, with its muscular strength now greatly increased, it can fly continuously for 2 weeks without resting. Rattata. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, its fangs are long and very sharp. They grow continuously, so it gnaws on hard things to whittle them down. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, bites anything when it attacks. Small and very quick, it is a common sight in many places. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee will chew on anything with its fangs. If you see one, it is certain that 40 more live in the area. In Stadium, scurries around quickly, searching for hard objects to gnaw. It appears to be jittery and unable to remain still. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it eats anything. Wherever food is available, it will settle down and produce offspring continuously. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, living wherever there is food available, it ceaselessly scavenges for edibles the entire day. In Crystal, this Pokemon's impressive vitality allows it to live anywhere. It also multiplies very quickly. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Rattata is cautious in the extreme. Even while it is asleep, it constantly listens by moving its ears around. It is not picky about where it lives. It will make its nest anywhere. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, cautious in the extreme. Its hard vitality lets it live in any kind of environment. Black 2 and White 2. It searches for food all day. It gnaws on hard objects to wear down its fangs, which grow constantly during its lifetime. In Sun, its incisors continue growing until its death. If its trainer doesn't offer it a file to gnaw on, it will gnaw on door frames, table legs, and so on. In Moon, with their strong capacity of survival, they can live in dirty places without concern. Left unchecked, their numbers multiply rapidly. In Ultra Sun, its incisors grow continuously throughout its life. If its incisors get too long, this Pokemon becomes unable to eat and starves to death. Ultra Moon. This Pokemon is common but hazardous. Its sharp incisors can easily cut right through hard wood. Alolan Rattata. In Sun, with its incisors, it gnaws through doors and infiltrates people's homes. Then, with a twitch of its whiskers, it steals whatever food it finds. In Moon, when the sun goes down, it becomes active. It runs around town on a chase for good food for the boss of its nest, Raticate. In Ultra Sun, it shows no interest in anything that isn't fresh. If you take it shopping with you, it will help you pick out ingredients. In Ultra Moon, night after night, they sneak into people's homes seeking food. A massive outbreak of them has become an issue of public concern. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its whiskers provide it with a keen sense of smell, enabling it to pick up the scent and hidden food and locate it instantly. Raticate. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its rear feet have 3 toes each. They are webbed, enabling it to swim across rivers. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, it uses its whiskers to maintain its balance. It apparently slows down if they are cut off. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its hind feet are webbed. They act as flippers, so it can swim in rivers and hunt for prey. Stadium. If attacked, it stands up on its hind legs, bares its fangs, and shrieks in an intimidating manner at its enemy. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, gnaws on anything with its tough fangs. It can even topple concrete buildings by gnawing on them. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, its whiskers help it to maintain balance. Its fangs never stop growing, so it gnaws to pare them down. In Crystal and Y, the webs on its hind legs enable it to cross rivers. It searches wide areas for food. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Raticate's sturdy fangs grow steadily. To keep them ground down, it gnaws on rocks and logs. It may even chew on the walls of houses. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it whittles its constantly growing fangs by gnawing on hard things. It can chew apart cinder walls. In Black 2 and White 2, with its long fangs, this surprisingly violent Pokemon can gnaw away even thick concrete with ease. In Sun, its hind feet are webbed, so it's a strong swimmer. It can cross rivers and sometimes even oceans. In Moon, its disposition is far more violent than its looks would suggest. Don't let your hand get too close to its face, as it could bite your hand clean off. In Ultra Sun, people say that it fled from its enemies by using its small webbed hind feet to swim from island to island in Alola. In Ultra Moon, its whiskers are essential for maintaining its balance. No matter how friendly you are, it will get angry and bite you if you touch its whiskers. Alolan Raticate. In Sun, it forms a group of Rattata, which it assumes command of. Each group has its own territory, and disputes over food happen often. In Moon, this gourmet Pokemon is particular about the taste and freshness of its food. Restaurants where Raticate live have a good reputation. In Ultra Sun, it has an incredibly greedy personality. Its nest is filled with so much food gathered by Rattata at its direction, it can't possibly eat it all. In Ultra Moon, it commands a nest of Rattata. Different nests don't get along, whipping up severe fights over feeding grounds. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it makes its Rattata underlings gather food for it, dining solely on the most nutritious and delicious fare. Spearow. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it busily flits around here and there. Even if it is frail, it can be a tough foe that uses Mirror Move. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, eats bugs in grassy areas. It has to flap its short wings at high speeds to stay airborne. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, adept at flying high, however it can fly around very fast to protect its territory. In Stadium, its wings are short, so it can't fly a long distance. If it's not eating, it darts around in a hurry. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it flaps its short wings to flush out insects from tall grass. It then plucks them with its stubby beak. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and X, very protective of its territory, it flaps its short wings busily to dart around at high speed. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Spearow has a very loud cry that can be heard over half a mile away. If its high, keening cry is heard echoing all around, it is a sign that they are warning each other of danger. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it flaps its small wings busily to fly. Using its beak, it searches in grass for prey. In Sun, its short wings make it inept at flying. It moves about hurriedly and pecks at bug-type Pokemon in the tall grass. In Moon, farmers whose fields are troubled by bug Pokemon appreciate Spearow for its vigorous appetite and look after it. In Ultra Sun, its reckless nature leads it to stand up to others, even large Pokemon, if it has to protect its territory. In Ultra Moon, due to its short wings, it can fly long distances. It wanders about restlessly and pecks at bug Pokemon. Fearow. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its huge and magnificent wings can keep it aloft in the sky. It can remain flying a whole day without landing. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, with its huge and magnificent wings, can keep aloft without ever having to land for rest. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a Pokemon that dates back many years. If it senses danger, it flies high and away instantly. In Stadium, a Pokemon that enjoys flying. It uses its broad wings to adroitly catch the wind to soar elegantly into the sky. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it shoots itself suddenly high into the sky, then plummets down in one fell swoop to strike its prey. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it cleverly uses its thin, long beak to pluck and eat small insects that hide under the ground. In Crystal, it uses its long beak to attack. It has a surprisingly long reach, so it must be treated with caution. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Fearow is recognized by its long neck and elongated beak. They are conveniently shaped for catching prey in soil or water. It deftly moves its long and skinny beak to pluck prey. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has the stamina to fly all day on its broad wings. It fights by using its sharp beak. In Sun, it's tough and has excellent stamina. It has no problem flying continuously for a whole day carrying a heavy load. In Moon, drawings of a Pokemon resembling Fearow can be seen in murals from deep in ancient history. In Ultra Sun, carrying food through Fearow's territory is dangerous. It will snatch the food away from you in a flash. In Ultra Moon, in Alola, fish Pokemon are its prey. It can be seen circling above the ocean searching for food. Ekans. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Violet, and Pokopia, a very common sight in grassland, etc., it flicks its tongue in and out to sense danger in its surroundings. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, moving silently and stealthily, it eats the eggs of birds such as Pidgey and Spearow whole. In Yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, the older it gets, the longer it grows. At night, it wraps its long body around tree branches to rest. In Stadium, slithers silently through the grass, searching for its favorite food, Pidgey and Spearow eggs. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, it can freely detach its jaw to swallow large prey whole. It can become too heavy to move, however. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it always hides in grass. When first born, it has no poison, so its bite is painful but harmless. In Crystal, it flutters the tip of its tongue to seek out the scent of prey, then swallows the prey whole. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Ekans curls up in a spiral while at rest. Assuming the position allows it to quickly respond to a threat from any direction with a glare from its upraised head. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it sneaks through grass without making a sound and strikes unsuspecting prey from behind. In Ultra Sun, by dislocating its jaw, it can swallow prey larger than itself. After a meal, it curls up and rests. In Ultra Moon, the eggs of bird Pokemon are its favorite food. It swallows eggs whole, so sometimes an egg gets stuck and Ekans faints. Arbok. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Scarlet, and Pokopia, the pattern on its belly appears to be a frightening face. Weak foes will flee just at the sight of the pattern. In English red, blue, and leaf green, it is rumored that ferocious warning markings on its belly differ from area to area. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the frightening patterns on its belly have been studied. 6 variations have been confirmed. In Stadium, if it encounters an enemy, it raises its head, intimidating the opponent with the frightening pattern on its body. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, transfixing prey with the face-like pattern on its belly, it blinds and poisons the frightened victim. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Violet, with a very vengeful nature, it won't give up the chase, no matter how far, once it targets its prey. In Crystal, Y, and Legends EA, to intimidate foes, it spreads its chest wide and makes eerie sounds by expelling air from its mouth. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon is terrifically strong in order to constrict things with its body. It can even flatten steel oil drums. Once Arbok wraps its body around its foe, escaping its crunching embrace is impossible. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the pattern on its belly is for intimidation. It constricts foes while they are frozen in fear. In Ultra Sun, the latest research has determined that there are over 20 possible arrangements of the patterns on its stomach. In Ultra Moon, after stunning its opponents with the pattern on its stomach, it quickly wraps them up in its body and awaits for them to stop moving. Pikachu. Buckle in, guys. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Legends EA, it has small electric sacs on both its cheeks. If threatened, it looses electricity charges from the sacs. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, when several of these Pokemon gather, their electricity can build and cause lightning storms. In Yellow, it keeps its tail raised to monitor its surroundings. If you yank its tail, it will try to bite you. In Stadium, lives in forests away from people. It stores electricity in its cheeks for zapping an enemy if it's attacked. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, this intelligent Pokemon roasts hard berries with electricity to make them tender enough to eat. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and X, it raises its tail to check its surroundings. The tail is sometimes struck by lightning in this pose. In Crystal and Scarlet, when it is angered, it immediately discharges the energy stored in the pouches in its cheeks. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, whenever Pikachu comes across something new, it blasts it with a jolt of electricity. If you come across a blackened berry, it's evidence that this Pokemon mistook the intensity of its charge. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon has electricity storing pouches on its cheeks. These appear to become electrically charged during the night while Pikachu sleeps. It occasionally discharges electricity when it is dozy after waking up. In Emerald, it stores electricity in the electric sacs on its cheek. When it releases pent-up energy in a burst, the electric power is equal to a lightning bolt. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it lives in forests with others. It stores electricity in the pouches on its cheeks. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, if it loses crackling power from the electric pouches on its cheeks, it is being wary. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it occasionally uses an electric shock to recharge a fellow Pikachu that is in a weakened state. In Sun, a plan was recently announced to gather mini Pikachu and make an electric power plant. In Moon, it's in its nature to store electricity. It feels stressed now and then if it is unable to fully discharge the electricity. In Ultra Sun, its nature is to store up electricity. Forests where nests of Pikachu live are dangerous since the trees are so often struck by lightning. In Ultra Moon, while sleeping, it generates electricity in the sacs in its cheeks. If it's not getting enough sleep, it will be able to use only weak electricity. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, this forest-dwelling Pokemon stores electricity in its cheeks, so you'll get a tingly shock if you touch it. In Sword and Pokopia, Pikachu that can generate powerful electricity have cheek sacs that are extra soft and super stretchy. In Shield, when Pikachu meet, they'll touch their tails together and exchange electricity through them as a form of greeting. In Legends Arceus, possesses cheek sacs in which it stores electricity. This clever forest dweller roasts tough berries with an electric shock before consuming them. Pikachu in a cap. In Sun and Ultra Sun, this form of Pikachu is somewhat rare. It wears the hat of its trainer, who is also its partner. In Moon and Ultra Moon, this Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. Since the cap's not the right size, the fit is a bit loose. Original Cap Pikachu. In Sword, this Pikachu wears its partner cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through many different regions. In Shield, this Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is proof that two traveled across many regions together. In Scarlet, the cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across lots of different regions together. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across many different regions. Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, and Alola cap Pikachu. In Sword and Shield, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through the Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola region. In Scarlet, the cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across the Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola region together. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across the Hoenn, Sinnoh, Unova, Kalos, Alola region. Partner cap Pikachu. In Sword, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of when they first met. In Shield, this Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is a precious symbol of a fateful encounter. In Scarlet, the cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon traveling together with its partner, whom it met in a fateful encounter. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed as the two overcame many hardships together. World Cap Pikachu. In Sword, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, which is brimming with memories of traveling through different regions. In Shield, this Pikachu is wearing its trainer's cap. The cap is a precious symbol that travels across different regions with Pikachu. In Scarlet, the cap this Pikachu wears is filled with memories of this Pokemon and its partner traveling across the world together. In Violet, this Pikachu wears its partner's cap, proof of the strong bond Pikachu and its partner formed during adventures across the world. Gigantamax Pikachu. In Sword, its Gigantamax power expanded, forming its supersized body and towering tail. In Shield, when it smashes its opponents with its bolt-shaped tail, it delivers a surge of electricity equivalent to a lightning strike. Pale Pikachu. In Pokopia, when its friends were sick, this Pokemon repeatedly shared its own electricity with them. As a result, its physical structure changed and it became unable to generate electricity. Whew! Pikachu has by far the most Pokedex entries for it, when counting all of its different forms, unsurprisingly. Raichu. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its electric charges can reach even 100,000 volts. Careless contact can cause even an Indian elephant to faint. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, its long tail serves as a ground to protect itself from its own high voltage power. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, when electricity builds up inside its body, it becomes feisty. It also glows in the dark. In Stadium, its electrical attacks may reach 10,000 volts. It discharges electricity from its tail, so it is not harmed by its own power. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, X, and Legends EA, when its electricity builds, its muscles are stimulated, and it becomes more aggressive than usual. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, if the electric pouches in its cheeks become fully charged, both ears will stand straight up. In Crystal and Shield, if its electric pouches run empty, it raises its tail to gather electricity from the atmosphere. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, if the electrical sacs become aggressively charged, Raichu plants its tail in the ground and discharges. Scorched patches of ground will be found near this Pokemon's nest. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon exudes a weak electrical charge from all over its body that makes it take on a slight glow in darkness. Raichu searches for electricity by planting its tail in the ground. In Emerald, if it stores too much electricity, its behavior turns aggressive. To avoid this, it occasionally discharges excess energy and calms itself down. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, if it turns aggressive, it has too much electricity in its body. It discharges power through its tail. In Pearl, Y, and Shining Pearl, it can loose 100,000 volt bursts of electricity, instantly downing foes several times its size. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, Scarlet, and Pokopia, its tail discharges electricity into the ground, protecting it from getting shocked. In Sun, it unleashes electric shocks that can reach 100,000 volts. When agitated, it can knock out an Indian elephant. In Moon, it becomes aggressive when it has electricity stored up. At such times, even its trainer has to take care to avoid being attacked. In Ultra Sun, as electricity builds up inside its body, it becomes more aggressive. One theory is that the electricity buildup is actually causing stress. In Ultramoon, because so many trainers like the way Pikachu looks, you don't see this Pokemon very often. In Legends Arceus, it can discharge bursts of electricity exceeding 100,000 volts. A single strike with that amount of power would incapacitate one of the copper jaws of my homeland. Alolan Raichu. In Sun, it only evolves to this form in the Alola region. According to researchers, its diet is one of the causes of this change. In Moon and Legends EA, it uses psychokinesis to control electricity. It hops aboard its own tail using psychic power to lift the tail and move about while riding it. In Ultra Sun, it focuses psychic energy into its tail and rides it like it's surfing. Another name for this Pokemon is Hodad. In Ultramoon, when you rub its cheeks, a sweet fragrance comes wafting out. However, you'll also get a little shock. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it loves pancakes prepared with a secret Alolan recipe. Some wonder whether that recipe holds the key to this Pokemon's evolution. In Sword, it's believed that the weather, climate, and food of the Alola region all play a part in causing Pikachu to evolve into this form of Raichu. In Shield, this Pokemon rides on its tail while it uses its psychic powers to levitate. It attacks with star-shaped thunderbolts. Mega Raichu X. In Legends EA, it resembles an X as it flies through the air with 50 million volts of electricity sparking from its ears and forked tail. Mega Raichu Y. In Legends EA, it fires bolts of electricity from the tip of its tail and from the spiky tufts of fur growing out of its temples. This electricity forms the letter Y. Sandshrew. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, it burrows and lives underground. If threatened, it curls itself up into a ball for protection. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, burrows deep underground in arid locations far from water. It only emerges to hunt for prey. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its body is dry. When it gets cold at night, its hide is said to become coated with a fine dew. In Stadium, when hunting, it hides at the lip of its burrow. If prey comes close, it lunges out and drags in the prey instantly. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, if it fell from a great place, this Pokemon could save itself by rolling into a ball and bouncing. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, disliking water, it lives in deep burrows in arid areas. It can roll itself instantly into a ball. In Crystal, it prefers dry, sandy places because it uses the sand to protect itself when threatened. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Sandshrew's body is configured to absorb water without waste, enabling it to survive in an arid desert. This Pokemon curls up to protect itself from its enemies. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Sandshrew has a very dry hide that is extremely tough. The Pokemon can roll into a ball that repels any attack. At night, it burrows into the desert sand to sleep. In Emerald, when it curls up in a ball, it can make any attack bounce off harmlessly. Its hide is turned tough and solid as a result of living in the desert. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, to protect itself from attackers, it curls up into a ball. It lives in arid regions with minimal rainfall. In Black 2, White 2, and Scarlet, it digs deep burrows to live in. When in danger, it rolls up its body to withstand attacks. In Sun, it can roll its body into a ball. It moves through the desert by rolling at high speeds. In Moon, it usually makes its home in deserts and arid zones. When rain does not fall, it digs holes to catch bug-type Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, it lives in areas of limited rainfall. When danger approaches, it curls up into a ball to protect its soft stomach. In Ultramoon, when its skin gets wrinkled from moisture, it heads for a volcano. It lies flat on a spot with a lot of geothermal heat and dries itself out. In Sword, it loves to bathe in the grit of dry, sandy areas. By sandbathing, this Pokemon rids itself of dirt and moisture clinging to its body. In Shield, it burrows into the ground to create its nest. If hard stones impede its tunneling, it uses its sharp claws to scatter them and then carries on digging. Alolan Sandshrew. In Sun and Scarlet, it lives on snowy mountains. Its steel shell is very hard, so much so it can't roll its body up into a ball. In Moon and Violet, an ancient tradition of Alolan festivals, still carried on to this day, is a competition to slide Sandshrew across ice as far as one can. In Ultra Sun, after fleeing a volcanic eruption, it ended up moving to an area of snowy mountains. Its ice shell is as hard as steel. In Ultramoon, the skin on its back is as hard as steel. Predators go after its soft belly, so it clings to the ground desperately. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its ice-covered body lets it slide across the ground with bullet-like speed, sending its enemies flying when it hits them. In Sword, life on mountains covered with deep snow has granted this Pokemon a body of ice that's as hard as steel. In Shield, it lives in snowy mountains on southern islands. When a blizzard rolls in, this Pokemon hunkers down in the snow to avoid getting blown away. Sandslash. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Scarlet, it is adept at attacking with the spines on its back and its sharp claws while quickly scurrying about. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, curls up into a spiny ball when threatened. It can roll while curled up to attack or escape. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it is skilled at slashing enemies with its claws. If broken, they start to grow back in a day. In Stadium, curls into a ball of sharp spikes and rolls into enemies. It is also adept at slashing with its sharp claws. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, in an attempt to hide itself, it will run around at top speed to kick up a blinding dust storm. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, if it digs at an incredible pace, it may snap off its spikes and claws. They grow back in a day. In Crystal, adept at climbing trees, it rolls into a spiny ball, then attacks its enemies from above. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Sandslash's body is covered by tough spikes, which are hardened sections of its hide. Once a year, the old spikes fall out, to be replaced with new spikes that grow out from beneath the old ones. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Sandslash can roll up its body as if it were a ball covered with large spikes. In battle, this Pokemon will try to make the foe flinch by jabbing at it with its spines. It then leaps at the stunned foe to tear wildly with its sharp claws. In Emerald, it curls up in a ball to protect itself from enemy attacks. It also curls up to prevent heat stroke during the daytime when temperatures rise sharply. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it curls up, then rolls into foes with its back. Its hard spines inflict severe damage. In Black 2, White 2, and Violet, the spikes on its body are made up of its hardened hide. It rolls up and attacks foes with its spikes. In Sun, although they are sharp, its claws and spikes often break off. They grow back the next day, so it is not bothered by the temporary loss. In Moon, it uses its claws to climb trees, and then curls its body up into a spiny ball ready to drop onto any prey that appears. In Ultra Sun, its claws and horns often break off. The broken claws and horns can be used to carve plows for tilling farm fields. In Ultra Sun, thanks to its thick claws, it's good at climbing trees. There are plenty of Sandslash that park themselves in trees and go right to sleep. In Sword, the drier the area Sandslash lives in, the harder and smoother the Pokemon's spikes feel when touched. In Shield, it climbs trees by hooking with its sharp claws. Sandslash shares the berries it gathers, dropping them down to Sandshrew waiting below the tree. Alolan Sandslash. In Sun, feeling a volcanic eruption, it's settled on a snowy mountain. As it races through the snowfields, it sends up a spray of snow. In Moon and Scarlet, this Pokemon's steel spikes are sheathed in ice. Stabs from these spikes cause deep wounds and severe frostbite as well. In Ultra Sun, it runs across snow-covered plains at high speeds. It developed thick, sharp claws to plow through the snow. In Ultra Sun and Violet, a long time ago, it lived in the desert, with its sharp claws fully extended. It can climb right up an iceberg without slipping. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, this is Sandslash's form after adaptation to a frigid environment. The cold air emitted by its body sharpens its icy spikes. In Sword, it uses large hooked claws to cut a path through deep snow as it runs. On snowy mountains, this Sandslash is faster than any other Pokemon. In Shield, many Pokemon climb snowy mountains, hoping to see the icy spikes of these Pokemon glistening in the light of dawn. Nidoran Female. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, though small, it must be treated with caution because of its powerfully toxic barbs. The female has smaller horns. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, although small, its venomous barbs render this Pokemon dangerous. The female has smaller horns. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a mild-mannered Pokemon that does not like to fight. Beware its small horns secrete venom. In Stadium, although small, it should be treated with caution because of its highly toxic thorns. The female has a small horn. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, the poison hidden in its small horn is extremely potent. Even a tiny scratch can have fatal results. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, although not very combative, it will torment its foes with poisoned spikes if it is threatened in any way. In Crystal and Y, small and very docile, it protects itself with its small poisonous horn when attacked. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Nidoran has barbs that secrete a powerful poison. They are thought to have developed as protection for this small-bodied Pokemon. When enraged, it releases a horrible toxin from its horn. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, while it does not prefer to fight, even one drop of the poison it secretes from barbs can be fatal. In Sword, females are more sensitive to smells than males. While foraging, they'll use their whiskers to check wind direction and stay downwind of predators. In Shield, it uses its hard incisor teeth to crush and eat berries. The tip of a female Nidoran's horn is a bit more rounded than the tip of a male's horn. Nidorina. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, the female has a gentle temperament. It emits ultrasonic cries that have the power to befuddle foes. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, the female's horns develop slowly, prefers physical attacks such as clawing and biting. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, when resting deep in its burrow, its thorns always retract. This is proof that it is relaxed. In Stadium, the female is usually docile. However, if it becomes enraged, it will attack wildly with bites and scratches. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, when feeding its young, it first chews the food into a paste, then spits it out for the offspring. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it has a calm and caring nature. Because its horn grows slowly, it prefers not to fight. In Crystal, it has a docile nature. If it is threatened with attack, it raises the barbs that are all over its body. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, when Nidorina are with their friends or family, they keep their barbs tucked away to prevent hurting each other. This Pokemon appears to become nervous if separated from others. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, when it senses danger, it raises all the barbs on its body. These barbs grow slower than Nidorino's. In Sword, the horn on its head has atrophied. It is thought that this happens so Nidorina's children won't get poked while their mother is feeding them. In Shield, if the group is threatened, these Pokemon will band together to assault enemies with a chorus of ultrasonic waves. Nidoqueen. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, the body is covered by stiff, needle-like scales. If it becomes excited, the needles bristle outwards. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its hard scales provide strong protection. It uses its hefty bulk to execute powerful moves. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, tough scales cover the sturdy body of this Pokemon. It appears that the scales grow in cycles. In Stadium, its super hard, needle-like scales stand up when excited. It uses its hefty bulk for performing powerful moves. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, its body is covered with needle-like scales. It never shows signs of shrinking from any attack. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, it uses its scaly, rugged body to seal the entrance of its nest and protect its young from predators. In Crystal, the hard scales that cover its strong body serve as excellent protection from any attack. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Nidoqueen's body is encased in extremely hard scales. It is adept at sending foes flying with harsh tackles. This Pokemon is at its strongest when it's defending its young. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its entire body is armored with hard scales. It will protect the young in its burrow with its life. In Sword, Nidoqueen is better at defense than offense. With scales like armor, this Pokemon will shield its children from any kind of attack. In Shield, it pacifies offsprings by placing them in the gaps between the spines on its back. The spines will never secrete poison while young are present. Nidoran Male. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, its large ears are flapped like wings when it's listening to distant sounds. It extends toxic barbs when angered. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, stiffens its ears to sense danger. The larger its horns, the more powerful its secreted venom. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, its large ears are always kept upright. If it senses danger, it will attack with a poisonous sting. In Stadium, its large ears sense danger. It extends toxic spikes when angry. The size of its body thorns indicate its toxicity. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it is small, but its horn is filled with poison. It charges then stabs with the horn to inject poison. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it raises its big ears to check its surroundings. It will strike first if it senses any danger. In Crystal, it constantly moves its large ears in many directions in order to detect danger right away. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, the male Nidoran has developed muscles for moving its ears. Thanks to them, the ears can be freely moved in any direction. Even the slightest sound does not escape this Pokemon's notice. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it scans its surroundings by raising its ears out of the grass. Its toxic horn is for protection. In Sword, the horn on a male Nidoran's forehead contains a powerful poison. This is a very cautious Pokemon, always straining its large eyes. In Shield, small but brave, this Pokemon will hold its ground and even risk its life in battle to protect the female it's friendly with. Nidorino. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it is easily angered. By swinging its well-developed horn wildly, it can even punch through Diamond. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, an aggressive Pokemon that is quick to attack. The horn on its head secretes a powerful venom. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its horns contain venom. If they are stabbed into an enemy, the impact makes the poison leak out. In Stadium, its horn is harder than Diamond. If it punches an enemy, it pumps powerful venom into the wound. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and X, it raises its big ears to check its surroundings. If it senses anything, it attacks immediately. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, quick to anger, it stabs its enemies with its horn to inject a powerful poison when it becomes agitated. In Crystal, it is easily agitated and uses its horn for offense as soon as it notices an attacker. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Nidorino has a horn that is harder than a diamond. If it senses a hostile presence, all the barbs on its back bristle up at once and it challenges the foe with all its might. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has a violent disposition and stabs foes with its horn, which oozes poison upon impact. In Sword, with a horn that's harder than Diamond, this Pokemon goes around shattering boulders as it searches for a moonstone. In Shield, it's nervous and quick to act aggressively. The potency of its poison increases along with the level of adrenaline present in its body. Nidoking. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, it is recognized by its rock-hard hide and its extended horn. Be careful with the horn as it contains venom. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, it uses its powerful tail in battle to smash, constrict, then break the prey's bones. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its steel-like hide adds to its powerful tackle. Its horns are so hard they can pierce a diamond. In Stadium, has a rock-hard hide that is worn like armor. The long horn on its head is sharp and highly venomous. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it swings its big tail around during battle. If its foe flinches, it will charge with its sturdy body. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its tail is thick and powerful. If it binds an enemy, it can render the victim helpless quite easily. In Crystal, it uses its thick arms, legs, and tail to attack forcefully. Melee combat is its specialty. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Nidoking's thick tail packs enormously destructive power. With one swing, it can topple a metal transmission tower. Once this Pokemon goes on a rampage, there is no stopping it. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, one swing of its mighty tail can snap a telephone pole as if it were a matchstick. In Sword, when it goes on a rampage, it's impossible to control, but in the presence of a Nidoking it's lived with for a long time, Nidoking calms down. In Shield, Nidoking prides itself on its strength. It's forceful and spirited in battle, making use of its thick tail and diamond-crushing horn. Clefairy. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its adorable appearance makes it popular as a pet. However, it is rare and difficult to find. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, with its magical and cute appeal, it has many admirers. It is rare and found only in certain areas. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, adored for their cute looks and playfulness, they are thought to be rare as they do not appear often. In Stadium, because of its adorable nature, it is in high demand as a pet. However, it is rare and found only in limited areas. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Y, and Legend ZA, the moonlight that it stores in the wings on its back apparently gives it the ability to float in midair. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Shield, its adorable behavior and cry make it highly popular. However, this cute Pokemon is rarely found. In Crystal, though rarely seen, it becomes easier to spot for some reason on the night of a full moon. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, on every night of a full moon, groups of this Pokemon come out to play. When dawn arrives, the tired Clefairy return to their quiet mountain retreat and go to sleep nestled up against each other. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, thought to live with others on quiet mountains, it is popular for its adorable nature. In on the wings on Clefairy's back, allowing Clefairy to fly. This Pokemon is difficult to find. In Platinum, Black, White, X, Sword, and Pokopia, it is said that happiness will come to those who see a gathering of Clefairy dancing under a full moon. In Black 2, White 2, and Scarlet, on nights with a full moon, Clefairy gather from all over and dance. Bathing in moonlight makes them float. In Sun, its adorable behavior and appearance make it popular with men and women, young and old. Its numbers are few, however. In Moon and Violet, on nights with a full moon, they gather together and dance. The surrounding area is enveloped in an abnormal magnetic field. In Ultra Sun, they're popular, but they're rare. Trainers who show them off recklessly may be targeted by thieves. In Ultra Moon, bathed in moonlight, its wings glow faintly, without even flapping. Clefairy rises into the air, where it dances around. In Legends Arceus, it can be found in quiet mountain areas on a full moon's night. Its dancing and its tiny, faintly glowing wings confer upon it a lovely fairy-like quality. Clefable. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Violet, it has an acute sense of hearing. It can easily hear a pin being dropped nearly 1,100 yards away. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Y, Sword, and Legends EA, a timid fairy Pokemon that is rarely seen. It will run and hide the moment it senses people. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, they appear to be very protective of their own world. It is a kind of fairy rarely seen by people. In Stadium, its ears are very sensitive, so it does not like loud noises or busy places, will not come out in front of people. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, with its acute hearing, it can pick up sounds from far away. It usually hides in quiet places. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its very sensitive ears let it distinguish distant sounds. As a result, it prefers quiet places. In Crystal, Scarlet, and Pokopia, said to live in quiet, remote mountains, this type of fairy has a strong aversion to being seen. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Clefable moves by skipping lightly as it were flying using its wings. Its bouncy steps lets it even walk on water. It is known to take strolls on lakes on quiet, moonlight nights. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, rarely seen by people, it is said to be drawn by the full moon to play at deserted lakes. In Pearl, X, and Shining Pearl, its hearing is so acute it can hear a pin drop over half a mile away. It lives on quiet mountains. In Platinum, Black, and White, it is very wary and rarely shows itself to people. Its ears can hear a pin drop over half a mile away. In Black 2, White 2, and Shield, their ears are sensitive enough to hear a pin drop from over a mile away, so they're usually found in quiet places. In Sun, they don't like to reveal themselves in front of people. They live quietly in packs deep in the mountain. In Moon, according to tradition, people who see a pair of Clefairies skipping by can look forward to a happy marriage. In Ultra Sun, it can't help but hear a pin drop from over half a mile away, so it lives deep in the mountains where there aren't many people or Pokemon. In Ultra Moon, some scientists believe that it gazes intently at the sky on nights with a full moon because it's homesick. In Legends Arceus, legends say that on clear, quiet nights, it listens for the voices of its kin living on the moon. I too often think of my homeland so far away. Mega Clefable. In Legends EA, it flies by using the power of moonlight to control gravity within a radius of over 32 feet around it. Vulpix. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Sword, while young, it has 6 gorgeous tails. When it grows, several new tails are sprouted. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, when it is born, it has just one snow-white tail. The tail splits from its tip as it grows older. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, both its fur and its tails are beautiful. As it grows, the tails split and form more tails. In Stadium, a single white colored tail splits into 6 beautiful tails. As it grows older, it grows even more tails. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, as it develops, its single white tail gains color and splits into 6. It is quite warm and cuddly. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, if it is attacked by an enemy that is younger than itself, it feigns injury to fool the enemy and escapes. In Crystal and Violet, as its body grows larger, its 6 warm tails become more beautiful with a more luxurious coat of fur. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, at the time of its birth, Vulpix has one white tail. The tail separates into 6 if this Pokemon receives plenty of love from its trainer. The 6 tails become magnificently curled. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, inside Vulpix's body burns a flame that never goes out. During the daytime, when the temperature rises, this Pokemon releases flames from its mouth to prevent its body from growing too hot. In Emerald, it can freely control fire, making fiery orbs fly like Will-o'-the-Wisp. Just before evolution, its 6 tails grow hot as if on fire. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it controls balls of fire. As it grows, its 6 tails split from their tips to make more tails. In Black 2, White 2, and Shield, as each tail grows, its fur becomes more lustrous. When held, it feels slightly warm. In Sun, its beautiful fur and tails have made it very popular. As it grows, its tails split to form more tails. In Moon and Pokopia, from its mouth spew flames that seem to resemble spirits of the deceased. Some people mistakenly think this fire is a ghost. In Ultra Sun, its beautiful tails have made it very popular. However, if it's not brushed diligently, it will be a mass of tangles before you know it. In Ultra Moon, it manipulates balls of fire to catch its prey. If you raise one from when it's young, it will grow close to you like a puppy Pokemon. In Legends Arceus, in its belly burns a fire, which Vulpix spits out in the form of fireballs. When young, this Pokemon has but one white tail. As the Pokemon matures, this single tail splits into 6. Alolan Vulpix. In Sun, it exhales air colder than negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Elderly people in Alola call this Pokemon by an older name, Kyokyo. In Moon and Violet, in hot weather, this Pokemon makes ice shards with its 6 tails and sprays them around to cool itself off. In Ultra Sun, if you carelessly approach it because it's cute, the boss of the pack, Ninetales, will appear and freeze you. In Ultra Moon and Scarlet, they live together in a shulk, helping one another. Before eating their prey, they freeze it solid with their negative 58 degree Fahrenheit breath. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it looks like snow come to life, and the breath it exhales is negative 58 degrees Fahrenheit. Another name for it is Kyokyo. In Sword, after long years in the ever snow-capped mountains of Alola, this Vulpix has gained power over ice. In Shield, if you observe its curly hairs through a microscope, you'll see small ice particles springing up. In Legends Arceus, these Pokemon live in packs in the snowy mountains and defend themselves with icy breath. I suspect this species changed into form to adapt to the frigid climate. Ninetales. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Violet, and Pokopia, it has 9 long tails and fur that gleams gold. It is said to live for 1,000 years. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Y, and Shield, very smart and very vengeful. Grabbing one of its many tails could result in a 1,000-year curse. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, according to an enduring legend, 9 noble saints were united and reincarnated as this Pokemon. In Stadium, it is extremely vindictive. It is said to lay a 1,000-year-long curse if its tail is pulled as a joke. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, Crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, some legends claim that each of its 9 tails has its own unique type of special mystical power. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its 9 beautiful tails are filled with a wondrous energy that could keep it alive for 1,000 years. In Crystal, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Sword, its 9 tails are said to be imbued with a mystic power. It can live for 1,000 years. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Ninetales casts a sinister light from its bright red eyes to gain total control over its foe's mind. This Pokemon is said to live for 1,000 years. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, legend has it that Ninetales came into being when 9 wizards possessing sacred powers merged into one. This Pokemon is highly intelligent. It can understand human speech. In Emerald, it has long been said that each of its 9 tails embody an enchanted power. A long-lived Ninetales will have fur that shines like gold. In Sun, legend has it that this mystical Pokemon was formed when 9 saints coalesced into one. In Moon, said to live for 1,000 years, this Pokemon uses its supernatural abilities to manipulate fire. It can burn its prey to a crisp as it pleases. In Ultra Sun, it is vindictive and relentless by nature. Those who cross it even once will be cursed for 1,000 years, along with their descendants. In Ultra Moon, the flickering flames it spews from its mouth leave its opponents hypnotized. Then, this extremely intelligent Pokemon attacks. In Legends Arceus, the coat of a gleaming golden fur is quite magnificent. This species is said to store sacred power in its 9 long tails and to live for millennium. Alolan Ninetales. In Sun and Violet, it creates drops of ice in its coat and showers them over its enemies. Anyone who angers it will be frozen stiff in an instant. In Moon and Scarlet, possessing a calm demeanor, this Pokemon was revered as a deity incarnate before it was identified as a regional variant of Ninetales. In Ultra Sun, the reason it guides people all the way down to the mountain's base is that it wants them to hurry up and leave. In Ultra Moon, some said that deities visited mountains where Ninetales live, so in times long past, no one was allowed to go into those mountains. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it lives on mountains perpetually covered in snow, and it is revered as a deity incarnate. It appears draped in a blizzard. In Sword, a deity resides in the snowy mountains where this Pokemon lives. In ancient times, it was worshipped as that deity's incarnation. In Shield, while it will guide travelers to get lost on a snowy mountain down to the mountain's base, it won't forgive anyone who harms nature. In Legends Arceus, dwells on sacred peaks perpetually covered in snow, said to appear to virtuous people who have lost their way on mountain paths. It then guides them back down to the mountain base. Jigglypuff. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, it captivates foes with its huge round eyes, then lulls them to sleep by singing a soothing melody. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Scarlet, and Pokopia, when its huge eyes waver, it sings a mysteriously soothing melody that lulls its enemies to sleep. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, uses its cute round eyes to encapture its foe. It then sings a pleasing melody that lulls the foe to sleep. In Stadium, it mesmerizes with large round eyes and sings a soothing melody. Pokemon hearing this song fall asleep. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Y, and Violet, if it inflates to sing a lullaby, it can perform longer and cause sure drowsiness in its audience. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, looking into its cute round eyes causes it to sing a relaxing melody, inducing its enemies to sleep. In Crystal, it rolls its cute eyes as it sings a soothing lullaby. Its gentle song puts anyone who hears it to sleep. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Jigglypuff's vocal cords can freely adjust the wavelength of its voice. This Pokemon uses this ability to sing at precisely the right wavelength to make its foes most drowsy. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, when this Pokemon sings, it never pauses to breathe. If it is in a battle against an opponent that does not easily fall asleep, Jigglypuff cannot breathe, endangering its life. In Emerald, nothing can avoid falling asleep hearing a Jigglypuff song. The sound waves of its singing voice match the brainwaves of someone in a deep sleep. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, when it wavers its big round eyes, it begins singing a lullaby that makes everyone drowsy. In Black 2, White 2, and Legend ZA, looking into its cute round eyes make it start singing a song so pleasant listeners can't help but fall asleep. In Sun, it hugely inflates its stomach and sings a mysterious melody. If you hear this melody, you'll become sleepy right away. In Moon, Jigglypuff possesses a vocal range that exceeds 12 octaves, but each individual's singing skill depends on its own effort. In Ultra Sun, recordings of Jigglypuff's strange lullabies can be purchased from department stores. These CDs can be found near the bedding area. In Ultra Moon, the songs they sing are totally different depending on the region they live in. Some even sound like they're shouting. In Sword, Jigglypuff has top-notch lung capacity, even by comparison to other Pokemon. It won't stop singing its lullabies until its foes fall asleep. In Shield, by freely changing the wavelength of its voice, Jigglypuff sings a mysterious melody sure to make any listener sleepy. Wigglytuff. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its fur is extremely fine, dense, and supple. The exquisitely pleasant fur conveys an image of luxury. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, the body is soft and rubbery. When angered, it will suck in air and inflate itself to an enormous size. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its body is very elastic. By inhaling deeply, it can continue to inflate itself without limit. In Stadium, its soft and supple skin allows it to expand like a balloon. If it gets angry, it inhales and inflates itself steadily. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, X, and Legend ZA, their fur feels so good that if two of them snuggle together, they won't want to be separated. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, it has a very fine fur. Take care not to make it angry, or it may inflate steadily and hit with a body slam. In Crystal and Violet, the rich, fluffy fur that covers its body feels so good that anyone who feels it can't stop touching it. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Wigglytuff has large, saucer-like eyes. The surfaces of its eyes are always covered with a thin layer of tears. If any dust gets in this Pokemon's eyes, it is very quickly washed away. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Wigglytuff's body is very flexible. By inhaling deeply, the Pokemon can inflate itself seemingly without end. Once inflated, Wigglytuff bounces along lightly like a balloon. In Emerald, its fur is the ultimate in luxuriousness. Sleeping alongside a Wigglytuff is simply divine. Its body expands seemingly without end when it inhales. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its fine fur feels sublime to the touch. It can expand its body by inhaling air. In Black 2 and White 2, its fine fur feels so pleasant, those who accidentally touch it cannot take their hands away. In Sun, it sheds its fine fur when the seasons change. The fur is gathered and spun into a luxurious yarn. In Moon, as it inhales, it expands, and expands, and expands. Wigglytuff compete to see which one can inflate itself the most. In Ultra Sun, thanks to its bouncy body and fine fur, this Pokemon is sought after. Holding one in your arms while you fall asleep feels great. In Ultra Moon and Pokopia, when it gets angry, it inhales with all its might, and its body gradually inflates. Sometimes they can grow 20 times larger. In Sword, the more air it takes in, the more it inflates. If opponents catch it in a bad mood, it will inflate itself to an enormous size to intimidate them. In Shield, it's proud of its fur, which is fine and delicate. In particular, the curl on its forehead has a texture that's perfectly heavenly. Zubat. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Pokopia, it has no eyes, so instead, it relies on its ultrasonic cries for echolocation to flit about in darkness. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, it forms colonies in perpetually dark places and uses ultrasonic waves to identify and approach targets. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee emits ultrasonic cries while it flies. They act as a sonar used to check for objects in its way. In Stadium, it has neither eyes nor a nose. It emits ultrasonic cries that bounce back to its large ears, enabling it to fly safely. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2 if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, while flying, it constantly emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, capable of flying safely in dark places, it emits ultrasonic cries to check for any obstacles. In Crystal, during the day, it gathers with others and hangs from the ceilings of old buildings and caves. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Zubat remains quietly unmoving in a dark spot during the bright daylight hours. It does so because prolonged exposure to the sun causes its body to become slightly burned. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Zubat avoids sunlight because exposure causes it to become unhealthy. During the daytime, it stays in caves or under the eaves of old houses, sleeping while hanging upside down. In Emerald, while living in pitch-black caverns, their eyes gradually grew shut and deprived them of vision. They use ultrasonic waves to detect obstacles. In Diamond, X, and Brilliant Diamond, even though it has no eyes, it can sense obstacles using ultrasonic waves it emits from its mouth. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, disliking sunlight, it sleeps deep in forests and caves until sundown. In Platinum, Black, and White, it checks its surroundings and location using reflections of the ultrasonic waves from its mouth. In Black 2 and White 2, it does not need eyes because it emits ultrasonic waves to check its surroundings while it flies. In Sun and Legend ZA, it sleeps in caves during the day. It has no eyes, so to check its surroundings while flying, it emits ultrasonic waves. In Moon, when exposed to sunlight, they suffer burns. The frequency of their ultrasonic waves can differ slightly from colony to colony. In Ultra Sun, it has no eyeballs, so it can't see. It checks its surroundings via the ultrasonic waves it emits from its mouth. In Ultra Moon, their skin is so thin that they'll be burned if sunlight hits them. When it gets cool out, they gather together to warm one another's bodies. In Sword, it emits ultrasonic waves from its mouth to check its surroundings, even in tight caves. Zubat flies around with skill. In Shield, Zubat lives in caves, down where the sunlights won't reach. In the morning, they gather together to keep each other warm as they sleep. In Legends Arceus, makes its home in gloomy caves. Atrophied eyes have left this Pokemon blind, so it scans its surroundings via sound waves that it emits from its mouth as it flies. Golbat. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it clamps down on its prey with needle-sharp fangs and drains over 10 ounces of blood in one gulp. In English red, blue, leaf green, and X, it will not stop draining energy from the victim even if it gets too heavy to fly. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it attacks in a stealthy manner without warning. Its sharp fangs are used to bite and to suck blood. In Stadium, bites its prey and feeds on the victim's energy. Its own blood type changes to that of its victim. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Legend ZA, however hard its victim's hide may be, it punctures with sharp fangs and gorges itself with blood. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it can drink more than 10 ounces of blood at once. If it has too much, it gets heavy and flies clumsily. In Crystal, when it plunges its fang into its prey, it instantly draws and gulps down more than 10 ounces of blood. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Golbat loves to drink the blood of living things. It is particularly active in the pitch black of night. This Pokemon flits around in the night sky seeking fresh blood. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Golbat bites down on prey with its 4 fangs and drinks the victim's blood. It becomes active on inky, dark, moonless nights, flying around to attack people and Pokemon. In Emerald, its fangs easily puncture even thick animal hide. It loves to feast on the blood of people and Pokemon. It flits about in darkness and strikes from behind. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it loves the blood of humans and Pokemon. It flies around at night in search of neck veins. In Pearl, Y, and Shining Pearl, once it starts sucking blood, it does not stop until it is full. It flies at night in search of prey. In Platinum, Black, and White, its sharp fangs puncture the toughest of hides and have small holes for greedily sucking blood. In Black 2 and White 2, flitting around in the dead of night, it sinks its fangs into its prey and drains a nearly fatal amount of blood. In Sun, its thick fangs are hollow like straws, making them unexpectedly fragile. These fangs are specialized for sucking blood. In Moon, sometimes they drink so much blood they can't fly anymore. Then they fall to the ground and become food for other Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, every once in a while you'll see a Golbat that's missing some fangs. This happens when hunger drives it to try biting a Steel-type Pokemon. In Ultramoon, they can suck down over 10 ounces of blood in one go. They have been known to drink so much blood that they can no longer fly. In Sword, it loves to drink other creatures' blood. It's said that if it finds others of its kind going hungry, it sometimes shares the blood it's gathered. In Shield and Pokopia, its feet are tiny, but this Pokemon walks skillfully. It sneaks up on sleeping prey before sinking in its fangs and slurping up blood. In Legends Arceus, it sinks its sharp fangs into other creatures and slurps up their blood. A closer look at the fangs reveal that they are hollow and akin to straws. Oddish. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, Scarlet, and Pokopia, its scientific name is Odium wanderus. At night, it is said to walk nearly 1,000 feet on its 2 roots. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, during the day, it keeps its face buried in the ground. At night, it wanders around sowing its seeds. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it may be mistaken for a clump of weeds. If you try to yank it out the ground, it shrieks horribly. In Stadium, burrows underground in the day, exposing only its leaves. It is said to scream loudly if anyone tries to yank it out. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Violet, awakened by moonlight, it roams actively at night. In the day, it stays quietly underground. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Sword, if exposed to moonlight, it starts to move. It roams far and wide at night to scatter its seeds. In Crystal, X, and Shield, during the day it stays in the cold underground to avoid the sun. It grows by bathing in moonlight. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, during the daytime, Oddish buries itself in soil to absorb nutrients from the ground using its entire body. The more fertile the soil, the glossier its leaves become. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Oddish searches for fertile, nutrient-rich soil, then plants itself. During the daytime, while it is planted, this Pokemon's feet are thought to change shape and become more similar to the roots of trees. In Emerald, this Pokemon grows by absorbing moonlight. During the daytime, it buries itself in the ground, leaving only its leaves exposed to avoid detection by its enemies. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it often plants its root feet in the ground during the day and sows seed as it walks about at night. Gloom. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, its pistils exude an incredibly foul odor. The horrid stench can cause fainting at a distance of 1.25 miles. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Scarlet, the fluid that oozes from its mouth isn't drool. It is a nectar that is used to attract prey. In Yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, smells incredibly foul. However, 1 out of 1,000 people enjoy sniffing its nose-bending stink. In Stadium, The horrible smelling pistil of this flower stinks over a mile away. Unwittingly inhaled, it can cause fainting. In gold, heart gold, stadium 2 if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, shield, and violet, what appears to be drool is actually sweet honey. It is very sticky and clings stubbornly if touched. In silver, soul silver, and stadium 2 if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it secretes a sticky drool-like honey. Although sweet, it smells too repulsive to get very close. In crystal, the smell from its drool-like syrup and the pollen on its petals is so bad it may make opponents faint. In ruby and omega ruby, bloom releases a foul fragrance from the pistils of its flower. When faced with danger, the stench worsens. If this Pokemon is feeling calm and secure, it does not release its usual stinky aroma. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, from its mouth Gloom drips honey that smells absolutely horrible. Apparently, it loves the horrid stench. It sniffs the noxious fumes and then drools even more of its honey. In Emerald, a horribly noxious honey drools from its mouth. One whiff of the honey can result in memory loss. Some fans are said to enjoy the overwhelming stink, however. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Pokopia, the honey it drools from its mouth smells so atrocious it can curl noses more than a mile away. Vileplume. In Japanese red, green, and fire red, its petals are the largest in the world. It fiendishly scatters allergy-causing pollens from its petals. In English red, blue, leaf green, X, and shield, the larger its petals, the more toxic pollen it contains. Its big head is heavy and hard to hold up. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee flaps its broad flower petals to scatter its poisonous pollen. The flapping around is very loud. In Stadium, scatters allergy-causing pollen from its broad petals. The larger the petals, the more pollen is scattered. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2 if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, Y, Sword, and Pokopia, it has the world's largest petals. With every step, the petals shake out heavy clouds of toxic pollen. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2 if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, the bud bursts into bloom with a bang. It then starts scattering allergenic poisonous pollen. In Crystal, by shaking its big petals, it scatters toxic pollen into the air, turning the air yellow. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Vileplume's toxic pollen triggers atrocious allergy attacks. That's why it is advisable never to approach any attractive flowers in a jungle, however pretty they may be. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Vileplume has the world's largest petals. They are used to attract prey that are then doused with toxic spores. Once the prey are immobilized, this Pokemon catches and devours them. In Emerald, in seasons when it produces more pollen, the air around Vileplume turns yellow, with the powder as it walks. The pollen is highly toxic and causes paralysis. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Violet, its petals are the largest in the world. As it walks, it scatters extremely allergenic pollen. Paris. In Japanese red, green, fire red, and X, growing out of the bug's back are mushrooms called tochukaso. The mushrooms grow with the bug host. In English red, blue, and leaf green, burrows to suck tree roots. The mushrooms on its back grow by draining nutrients from the bug host. In yellow, Y, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, burrows under the ground to gnaw on tree roots. The mushrooms on its back absorb most of the nutrition. In Stadium, grows by sucking nutrients from the roots of trees. The mushrooms on its back grow by drawing extracts from the bug host. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2 if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it is doused with mushroom spores when it is born. As its body grows, mushrooms spout from its back. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2 if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, as its body grows large, oriental mushrooms named tochukasu start sprouting out of its back. In Crystal, the tochukatsu growing on this Pokemon's back orders it to extract juice from tree trunks. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, a Paris has parasitic tochukasu mushrooms growing on its back. They grow by drawing nutrients from the host. They are valued as a medicine for long life. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, mushrooms named tochukatsu grow on its back. They grow along with the host Paris. In Sun, no matter how much it eats, the mushrooms growing on its back steal away most of the nutrition it consumes. In Moon, mushrooms called tochukatsu sprout from its back. They can be dried and powdered to make a medicine used to extend life. In Ultra Sun, whether it's due to a lack of moisture or a lack of nutrients, in Alola, the mushrooms on Paris don't grow up quite right. In Ultramoon, the mushrooms known as tochukasu are controlling the bug. Even if the bug bugs the mushrooms, they tell it to bug off. In Legends Arceus, sometimes seen at the foot of trees in humid forests, the mushrooms on its back, called tochukatsu, are not present on infant specimens and instead emerge as Paris matures. Parasect. In Japanese red, green, and fire red, it scatters toxic spores from the mushroom cap. In China, the spores are used as herbal medicine. In English red, blue, and leaf green, a host parasitic pair in which the parasite mushroom has taken over the host bug, prefers damp places. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, the bug host is drained of energy by the mushroom on its back. The mushroom appears to do all the thinking. In Stadium, the bug host is controlled by mushrooms that scatter poisonous spores. The spores are sometimes used as medicine in China. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it stays in mostly dark, damp places, the preference not of the bug, but of the big mushroom on its back. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Y, the larger the mushroom on its back grows, the stronger the mushroom spores it scatters. In Crystal, when nothing's left to extract from the bug, the mushrooms on its back leave spores on the bug's eggs. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Parasect is known to infest large trees in mass and drain nutrients from the lower trunk and roots. When an infested tree dies, they move on to another tree all at once. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, and Brilliant Diamond, a mushroom grown larger than the host body controls the parasect. It scatters poisonous spores. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it is controlled by the mushroom, which has grown larger than the bug body. It is said to prefer damp places. In Sun, the large mushroom on its back controls it. It often fights over territories with Shinotic. In Moon, it scatters toxic spores from its mushroom cap. Once harvested, these spores can be steeped and boiled down to prepare herbal medicines. In Ultrasun, the bug is mostly dead, with the mushroom on its back having become the main body. If the mushroom comes off, the bug stops moving. Ultramoon, its poisonous spores are also used in traditional medicine. Apparently, spores produced in Alola are not of very good quality. In Legends Arceus, mushroom-lacking specimens of this Pokemon lie unmoving in the forest, lending credence to the hypothesis that the large mushroom is in control of Parasect's actions. Venonat, in Japanese red, green, fire red, and violet, its eyes act as radar, enabling it to be active in darkness. The eyes can also shoot powerful beams. In English red, blue, leaf green, and Y, lives in the shadows of tall trees where it eats bugs. It is attracted by light at night. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, its large eyes act as a radar. In a bright place, you can see that they are clusters of many tiny eyes. In Stadium, uses its large, radar-like eyes to move around in darkness. It is instinctively attracted to light. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, its eyes also function as radar units. It catches and eats small bugs that hide in darkness. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, poison oozes from all over its body. It catches and eats small bugs at night that are attracted by light. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Venonat is said to have evolved with a coat of thin, stiff hair that covers its entire body for protection. It possesses large eyes that never fail to spot even minuscule prey. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its big eyes are actually clusters of tiny eyes. At night, its kind is drawn by light. Venomoth. In Japanese red, green, fire red, Y, scarlet, and Pokopia, the wings are covered with dust-like scales. Every time it flaps its wings, it looses highly toxic dust. In English red, blue, and leaf green, the dust-like scales covering its wings are color-coded to indicate the kind of poison it has. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the powdery scales on its wings are hard to remove from skin. They also contain poison that leaks out on contact. In Stadium, the powder on its wings is poisonous. It scatters the powder with every flap, so you may be poisoned if you are downwind. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Violet, when it attacks, it flaps its large wings violently to scatter its poisonous powder all around. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, the powder on its wings is poisonous if it is dark in hue. If it is light in hue, it causes paralysis. In Crystal and X, the scales it scatters will paralyze anyone who touches them, making that person unable to stand. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Venomoth is nocturnal. It is a Pokemon that only becomes active at night. Its favorite prey are small insects that gather around street lights attracted by the light in the darkness. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it flutters its wings to scatter dust-like scales. The scales leach toxins if they contact skin. Diglett. In Japanese red, green, fire red, and shield, it burrows through the ground at a shallow depth. It leaves raised earth in its wake, making it easy to spot. In English, red, blue, leaf green, X, and scarlet, lives about 1 yard underground where it feeds on plant roots. It sometimes appears above ground. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, it prefers dark places. It spends most of its time underground, though it may pop up in caves. In Stadium, its head pokes up approximately 8 inches out of the ground. However, its real size remains a mystery to this day. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, Y, and Violet, its skin is very thin. If it is exposed to light, its blood heats up, causing it to grow weak. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Sword, if a Diglett digs through a field, it leaves the soil perfectly tilled and ideal for planting crops. In Crystal, it digs underground and chews on tree roots, sticking its head out only when the sun isn't bright. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Diglett are raised in most farms. The reason is simple. Wherever this Pokemon burrows, the soil is left perfectly tilled for planting crops. This soil is made ideal for growing delicious vegetables. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon that lives underground. Because of its dark habitat, it is repelled by bright sunlight. In Sun, it chews on plant roots underground. Farmers whose vegetables are vulnerable find it can be quite a pest. In Moon, many farmers cherish and nurture Diglett because its droppings and rich soil it lives in. In Ultra Sun, it travels through tunnels that it digs underground. It hates sunlight, so it comes out only after the sun goes down. In Ultra Moon, around their crops, farmers plant the kind of tree that Diglett like to eat as a way of getting Diglett to plow the field for them. Alolan Diglett. In Sun, its head sports an altered form of whiskers made of metal. When in communication with its comrades, its whiskers wobble to and fro. In Moon, its golden hairs function as sensors. It pokes them out of its burrow to monitor its surroundings. In Ultra Sun, although it's powerful enough to dig right through volcanic rock, it doesn't allow itself to be seen very often. In Ultra Moon, the need to dig through volcanic rock in the ground has made them more powerful than the Diglett of other regions. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, after living in soil with high iron content for some time, 3 steel whiskers sprouted from the top of its head. In Sword, the metal-rich geology of this Pokemon's habitat caused it to develop steel whiskers on its head. In Shield, its 3 hairs change shape depending on Diglett's mood. They're a useful communication tool among these Pokemon. In Scarlet, the things growing from its head are whiskers that have become metallic. Diglett communicates with its comrades by waving them. In Violet, its golden whiskers function as sensors. It pokes them out of its burrow to monitor its surroundings. Dugtrio. In Japanese, Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Violet. In battle, it digs through the ground and strikes the unsuspecting foe from an unexpected direction. In English, Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, a team of Diglett triplets. It triggers huge earthquakes by burrowing 60 miles underground. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a team of triplets that can burrow to a depth of 60 miles. It's reported that this triggers an earthquake. In Stadium, Diglett triplets that always travel together, known to burrow more than 60 miles underground and trigger earthquakes. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, Scarlet, and Pokopia, its 3 heads bob separately up and down to loosen the soil nearby, making it easier for it to burrow. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Y, extremely powerful, they can dig through even the hardest ground to a depth of over 60 miles. In Crystal and Shield, these Diglett triplets dig over 60 miles below sea level. No one knows what it's like underground. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Dugtrio are actually triplets that emerged from one body. As a result, each triplet thinks exactly like the other 2 triplets. They work cooperatively to burrow endlessly. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its 3 heads move alternatively, driving it through soil to depths of over 60 miles. In Sun, the set of triplets moves cooperatively. It's the power of teamwork that enables this Pokemon to dig a depth of 60 miles. In Moon, despite the coolness between this Pokemon and farmers and other people, no one has ever seen the parts of it concealed underground. In Ultra Sun, while the 3 of them normally get along splendidly, on rare occasions a huge fight will break out over which head gets to eat first. In Ultra Moon, the Dugtrio's heads are sleek and smooth and incredibly hard. It can dig through any soil with its headbutts. Alolan Dugtrio. In Sun, its shining gold hair provides it with protection. It's reputed that keeping any of its fallen hairs will bring bad luck. In Moon, these Pokemon are cherished in the Alola region, where they are thought to be feminine deities of a land incarnate. In Ultra Sun and Violet, its metallic whiskers are heavy, so it's not very fast, but it has the power to dig through bedrock. In Ultramoon and Scarlet, its shining gold whiskers are advanced sensors that can detect vibrations from sound several miles away. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, they're referred to as triplets, but they're not identical. The metallic elements in their bodies differ slightly. The proof shows in their whiskers. In Sword, their beautiful metallic whiskers create a sort of protective helmet on their heads, and they also function as highly precise sensors. In Shield, the three of them get along very well. Through their formidable teamwork, they defeat powerful opponents. Meowth. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Scarlet, all it does is sleep during the daytime. At night, it patrols its territory with its eyes aglow. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, adores round objects. It wanders the streets on a nightly basis to look for dropped, loose change. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia appears to be more active at night. It loves round and shiny things. It can't stop itself from picking them up. In Stadium, sleeps in the daytime. At night, its eyes glow as it happily collects coins, its favorite thing. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it is fascinated by round objects. It can't stop playing with them until it tires and falls asleep. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Legends EA, it loves anything that shines. It especially adores coins that it picks up and secretly hoards. In Crystal and Violet, it loves things that sparkle. When it sees a shiny object, the gold coin on its head shines too. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Meowth withdraws its sharp claws into its paws to slinkily sneak about without making any incriminating footsteps. For some reason, this Pokemon loves shiny coins that glitter with light. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is nocturnal in nature. If it spots something shiny, its eyes glitter brightly. In Sun, it lies around all day, becoming active near dusk. At night, it wanders the city in search of loose change. In Moon, it loves shiny things. It often fights with Murkrow over prey they're both trying to catch. In Ultra Sun, when visiting a junkyard, you may catch sight of it having an intense fight with Murkrow over shiny objects. In Ultra Moon, it loves coins, so if you give it one, you can make friends with Meowth easily, but it's fickle, so you can't count on that friendship lasting. In Sword, it loves to collect shiny things. If it's in a good mood, it might even let its trainer have a look at its hoard of treasures. In Shield, it washes its face regularly to keep the coin on its forehead spotless. It doesn't get along with Galarian Meowth. Alolan Meowth. In Sun, this Pokemon was not originally found in Alola. Human actions caused a surge in their numbers, and they went feral. They're prideful and crafty. In Moon, when its delicate pride is wounded, or when the gold coin on its forehead is dirtied, it flies into a hysterical rage. In Ultra Sun, it's impulsive, selfish, and fickle. It is very popular with some trainers who like giving it the attention it needs. In Ultramoon, a royal house that flourished in the distant past brought them here from another region. Meowth is both selfish and prideful. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, highly intelligent and prideful, it's famously difficult to handle, but that's also a reason for its popularity. In Sword, it's accustomed to luxury because it used to live with Alolan royalty. As a result, it's very picky about food. In Shield, deeply proud and keenly smart, this Pokemon moves with cunning during battle and relentlessly attacks enemies' weak points. In Legends EA, it's fickle, selfish, and easily bored. This species is very popular with certain trainers who prefer fulfilling others' needs over their own. Galarian Meowth. In Sword, living with a savage, seafaring people has toughened this Pokemon's body so much that parts of it have turned to iron. In Shield, these daring Pokemon have coins on their forehead. Darker coins are harder, and harder coins garner more respect among Meowth. In Legends EA, its unkempt beard is a vestige from living in cold times. It fights dauntlessly using its steel claws.
Gigantamax Meowth.
In Sword, the pattern that has appeared on its giant coin is thought to be the key to unlocking the secrets of the Dynamax phenomenon. In Shield, its body has grown incredibly long, and the coin on its forehead has grown incredibly large, all thanks to Gigantamax's power. Persian, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Violet, has a vicious temperament. Beware if it raises its tail straight up. It is a signal that it is about to pounce and bite. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Scarlet, although its fur has many admirers, it is tough to raise as a pet because of its fickle meanness. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, the gem in its forehead glows on its own. It walks with all the grace and elegance of a proud queen. In Stadium, it is highly regarded as a pet for its beautiful fur. However, it is extremely temperamental and difficult to keep. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, many adore it for its sophisticated air. However, it will lash out and scratch for little reason. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2 if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and why. Its lithe muscles allow it to walk without making a sound. It attacks in an instant. In Crystal, behind its lithe, elegant appearance lies a barbaric side. It will tear apart its prey on a mere whim. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Persian has 6 bold whiskers that give it a look of toughness. The whiskers sense air movement to determine what is in the Pokemon's surrounding vicinity. It becomes docile if grabbed by the whiskers. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a very haughty Pokemon. Among fans, the size of the jewel in its forehead is a topic of much talk. In Sun, it has a violent temperament. It will attack anything that looks it in the eye. Its sharp claws inflict deep wounds. In Moon, it has a high opinion of itself. Although not to the same extent as the Alolan Persian, it's quite difficult to make friends with this Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, although the jewel on its forehead appears to be of a different color than those of Alolan Persian, it's mostly made of the same material. In Ultra Moon, this Pokemon appears popular with rich people. It's also targeted by hunters who are after the jewel in its forehead. In Sword, getting this prideful Pokemon to warm up to you takes a lot of effort, and it will claw at you the moment it gets annoyed. In Shield, its elegant and refined behavior clashes with that of the barbaric Berserker. The relationship between the two is one of mutual disdain. Alolan Persian. In Sun, its round face and smooth coat, softer than the most high-class velvet, have made this a very popular Pokemon in Alola. In Moon, it looks down on everyone other than itself. Its preferred tactics are sucker punches and blindside attacks. In Ultra Sun, in contrast to its lovely face, it's so brutal that it tortures its weakened prey rather than finishing them off. In Ultra Moon and Legend ZA, its round face is a symbol of wealth. Persian that have bigger, plumper faces are considered more beautiful. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it has the classiest coat. The rippling of its fur in the heart of battle has a beauty all its own. In Sword, the round face of Alolan Persian is considered to be a symbol of prosperity in the Alola region, so these Pokemon are very well cared for. In Shield, this Pokemon is one tough opponent. Not only does it have formidable physical abilities, but it's also not above fighting dirty. Psyduck. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Scarlet, and Pocopia, it is constantly racked by a headache. When the headache turns intense, it begins using mysterious powers. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, while lulling its enemies with its vacant look, this wily Pokemon will use psychokinetic powers. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, always tormented by headaches, it uses psychic powers, but whether it intends to do so is not known. In Stadium, appears unaware and totally vacant. However, if its chronic headache worsens, it starts exhibiting peculiar powers. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2 if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, it has mystical powers but doesn't recall that it used them. That is why it always looks puzzled. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, if its chronic headache peaks, it may exhibit odd powers. It seems unable to recall such an episode. In Crystal, the only time it can use its psychic powers is when its sleeping brain cells happen to wake. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Psyduck uses a mysterious power. When it does so, this Pokemon generates brainwaves that are supposedly only seen in sleepers. This discovery spurred controversy among scholars. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, if it uses its mysterious power, Psyduck can't remember having done so. It apparently can't form a memory of such an event because it goes into an altered state that is much like deep sleep. In Emerald, when its headache intensifies, it starts using strange powers. However, it has no recollection of its powers, so it always looks befuddled and bewildered. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, if its usual headache worsens, it starts exhibiting odd powers. It can't remember doing so, however. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it never remembers using its odd powers, so it always tilts its head in puzzlement. In Platinum, Black, and White, overwhelmed by enigmatic abilities, it suffers a constant headache. It sometimes uses mysterious powers. In Black 2 and White 2, when headaches stimulate its brain cells, which are usually inactive, it can use a mysterious power. In Sun, as a result of headaches so fierce they cause it to cry, it sometimes uses psychokinesis without meaning to. In Moon, this Pokemon is troubled by constant headaches. The more pain it's in, the more powerful its psychokinesis becomes. In Ultra Sun, using psychokinesis gives it a headache, so it normally passes the time spacing out and doing as little as possible. In Ultra Moon, it has been found that its brain cells are 10 times more active when Psyduck is experiencing a headache. In Sword, Psyduck is constantly beset by headaches. If this Pokemon lets its strange power erupt, apparently the pain subsides for a while. In Shield, as Psyduck gets stressed out, its headache gets progressively worse. It uses intense psychic energy to overwhelm those around it. In Legends Arceus, suffers perpetual headaches. If the agony grows too great, Psyduck's latent power erupts, contrary to Psyduck's intent. Ergo, I am exploring ways to ease the pain. Golduck. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, the forelegs are webbed, helping to make it an adept swimmer. It can be seen swimming elegantly in lakes, etc. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, often seen swimming elegantly by lake shores, it is often mistaken for the Japanese monster Kappa. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee. Its long, slim limbs end in broad flippers. They are used for swimming gracefully in lakes. In Stadium, its webbed hands and feet make it a proficient swimmer. May be seen swimming elegantly at dusk in places like lakes. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, when it swims at full speed using its long webbed limbs, its forehead somehow begins to glow. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, it appears by waterways at dusk. It may use telekinetic powers if its forehead glows mysteriously. In Crystal, it swims gracefully along on the quiet, slow-moving rivers and lakes which it is so fond. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, the webbed flippers on its forelegs and hind legs and the streamlined body of Golduck give it a frightening speed. This Pokemon is definitely much faster than the most athletic swimmer. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Golduck is the fastest swimmer among all Pokemon. It swims effortlessly, even in a rough, stormy sea. It sometimes rescues people from wrecked ships floundering in high seas. In Emerald, a Golduck is an adept swimmer. It sometimes joins competitive swimmers in training. It uses psychic powers when its forehead shimmers with light. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, this Pokemon lives in lakes. It swims faster than any world-class swimmer. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, the flippers of its well-developed limbs give it shocking speed. It is the best swimmer among Pokemon. In Platinum, Black, and White, it is seen swimming dynamically and elegantly using its well-developed limbs and flippers. In Black 2 and White 2, when its forehead shines mysteriously, Golduck can use the full extent of its power. In Sun, it is said that the red part of its forehead grants supernatural power to those who possess one, so it was overhunted in the past. In Moon, it swims along the banks of lakes and catches fish Pokemon. It takes them to the shore and it quickly eats them up. In Ultra Sun, even fast-swimming Pokemon can be disabled by Golduck. It brings them to a standstill and seizes them. In Ultra Moon, a professional swimmer, it can continue swimming for 2 days straight by waving its long tail skillfully. In Sword, this Pokemon lives in gently flowing rivers. It paddles through the water with its long limbs, putting its graceful swimming skills on display. In Shield, old tales tell of Golduck punishing those that defiled its river. The guilty were dragged into the water and taken away. In Legends Arceus, its body is strong, and it has webbing on its hands and feet. Golduck can swim easily through rough seas, clawing its way through the high waves. Mankey. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, light and agile on its feet and ferocious in temperament. When angered, it flies into an uncontrollable frenzy. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, extremely quick to anger. It could be docile one moment, then thrashing away the next instant. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, an agile Pokemon that lives in trees. It angers easily and will not hesitate to attack anything. In Stadium, quick to anger, it will begin brawling on the slightest provocation. It is unsafe to approach as it is very nimble. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it is extremely ill-tempered. Groups of them will attack any handy target for no reason. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, it's unsafe to approach if it gets violently enraged for no reason and can't distinguish friends from foes. In Crystal and Scarlet, it lives in groups in the treetops. If it loses sight of its group, it becomes infuriated by its loneliness. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, when Mankey starts shaking and its nasal breathing turns rough, it's a sure sign that it is becoming angry. However, because it goes into a towering rage almost instantly, it is impossible for anyone to flee its wrath. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it lives in treetop colonies. If one becomes enraged, the whole colony rampages for no reason. In Sun, it can spontaneously become enraged. Everyone near it clears out as it rampages, and the resulting loneliness makes it angrier still. In Moon, its raging tires it out and causes it to fall asleep, but the anger resonating in its dreams causes it to wake up, which infuriates it all over again. In Ultra Sun, the smallest of things could cause it to lose its temper. Because it doesn't hold in its stress, this Pokemon can live a long time.
In Ultramoon, if one gets angry, all the others around it will get angry, so silence is a rare visitor in a troop of Mankey. In Legend ZA, Mankey are perpetually angry. If they spot suitable prey, they will attack as a group. Primeape. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it is always outrageously furious. If it gives chase, it will tenaciously track the target no matter how far. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, always furious and tenacious to boot, it will not abandon chasing its quarry until it catches up. In Yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, it stops being angry only when nobody else is around. To view this moment is very difficult. In Stadium, when enraged, it gives chase endlessly. Because it is impossible to tell what made it angry, there is no soothing it. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Legend ZA, if approached while asleep, it may awake and angrily chase in a groggy state of semi-sleep. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, it becomes wildly furious if it even senses someone looking at it. It chases anyone that meets its glare. In Crystal, it will beat up anyone who makes it mad, even if it has to chase them until the end of the world. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, when Primeape becomes furious, its blood circulation is boosted. In turn, its muscles are made even stronger. However, it becomes much less intelligent at the same time. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it grows angry if you see its eyes and gets angrier if you run. If you beat it, it gets even madder. In Sun, it has been known to become so angry that it dies as a result. Its face looks peaceful in death, however. In Moon and Violet, some researchers theorize that Primeape remains angry even when inside a Pokeball. In Ultra Sun, it will never forgive opponents who have angered it. Even after it has beaten them down until they can't move, it never ever forgives. In Ultramoon, the blood vessels in its brain are sturdier than those of other Pokemon, so it can stay healthy despite its constant raging. Growlithe, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Violet, very friendly and faithful to people. It will try to repel enemies by barking and biting. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, very protective of its territory. It will bark and bite to repel intruders from its space. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, a Pokemon with a friendly nature. However, it will bark fiercely at anything invading its territory. In Stadium, friendly and loyal, but also jealously protective of its territory. Carelessly approaching it may result in a bite. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Y, Sword, Scarlet, and Pokopia, it has a brave and trustworthy nature. It fearlessly stands up to bigger and stronger foes. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Shield, extremely loyal. It will fearlessly bark at any opponent to protect its own trainer from harm. In Crystal, it controls a big territory. If it detects an unknown smell, it roars loudly to force out the intruder. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Growlithe has a superb sense of smell. Once it smells anything, this Pokemon won't forget the scent, no matter what. It uses its advanced olfactory senses to determine the emotions of other living things. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon with a loyal nature. It will remain motionless until it is given an order by its trainer. In Black 2 and White 2, extremely loyal to its trainer, it will bark at those who approach the trainer unexpectedly and run them out of town. In Sun, it's both clever and loyal, but if a stranger tries to invade its territory, it barks threateningly. In Moon, it looks cute, but when you approach another trainer's Growlithe, it will bark at you and bite. In Ultra Sun, while it's quite friendly towards humans once it's grown used to them, in the wild it must be quite fierce to defend its territory from Rockruff. In Ultramoon, it has lived alongside humans since ages ago. Its bones have been found in excavations of ruins from the Stone Age. Hisui and Growlithe. In Legends Arceus, they patrol their territory in pairs. I believe the igneous rock components in their fur of this species are the result of volcanic activity in its habitat. Arcanine. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, a Pokemon that is described in Chinese legends. It is said to race at an unbelievable speed. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Shield, a Pokemon that has been long admired for its beauty. It runs agilely, as if on wings. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a legendary Pokemon in the East, many people are charmed by the grace and beauty of its running. In Stadium, a Pokemon whose beauty is legendary in China. It is said to run gracefully and lightly, as if it were flying. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, this legendary Chinese Pokemon is considered magnificent. Many people are enchanted by its grand mane. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Y, and Violet, its magnificent bark conveys a sense of majesty. Anyone hearing it can't help but grovel before it.
In Crystal, an ancient picture scroll shows that people were attracted to its movement as it ran through prairies. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Arcanine is known for its high speed. It is said to be capable of running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night. The fire that blazes wildly within this Pokemon's body is its source of power. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its proud and regal appearance has captured the hearts of people since long ago. In Black 2, White 2, Sword, Scarlet, and Pocopia, the sight of it running over 6,200 miles in a single day and night has captivated many people. In Sun, overflowing with beauty and majesty, this strong Pokemon appears in ancient Eastern folklore. In Moon, the fire burning inside its body serves as the energy to fuel it as it runs great distances. It appears in many legends. In Ultra Sun, legends tell of its fighting alongside a general and conquering a whole country. In Ultra Moon, there are so many old tales about them that they're called legendary Pokemon, but there are way more of them around than you'd expect. Hisuian Arcanine, in Legends Arceus, snaps at its foes with fangs cloaked in blazing flame. Despite its bulk, it deftly feints every which way, leading opponents on a deceptively merry chase as it all but dances around them. Poliwag, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, its slick black skin is thin and damp. A part of its internal organs can be seen through the skin as a spiral pattern. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, its newly grown legs prevent it from running. It appears to prefer swimming than trying to stand. In Yellow, Y, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, the direction of the spiral on the belly differs by area. It is more adept at swimming than walking. In Stadium, the spiral on its belly is its internal organ seen through its thin skin. It is better at swimming than walking. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, because it is inept at walking on its newly grown legs, it always swims around in water. In Silver, Soul Silver, in Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, the direction of its belly spiral differs by area. The equator is thought to have an effect on this. In Crystal and Scarlet, the swirl on its belly is its inside showing through the skin. It looks clearer after it eats. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Poliwag has a very thin skin. It is possible to see the Pokemon's spiral innards right through the skin. Despite its thinness, however, the skin is also very flexible. Even sharp fangs bounce right off it. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its skin is so thin, its internal organs are visible. It has trouble walking on its newly grown feet. In Sun, the swirl on its belly is its internal organ showing through. If the swirl is tinged white, that means it's affected by some disease. In Moon, it's still not very good at walking. Its trainers should train this Pokemon to walk every day. In Ultra Sun, despite the danger, it wants to come up on land, so it does its best to waddle along, but when an enemy finds it, it rushes back to the water. In Ultra Moon, the direction of the swirl on their stomachs differ depending on where they live. Poliwag aficionados can tell them apart at a glance. In Sword and Pocopia, for Poliwag, swimming is easier than walking. The swirl pattern on its belly is actually part of the Pokemon's innards showing through the skin. In Shield, in rivers with fast-flowing water, this Pokemon will cling to a rock by using its thick lips, which act like a suction cup. Poliwhirl, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, Scarlet, and Pocopia, its two legs are well developed. Even though it can live on the ground, it prefers living in water. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, it can live in or out of water. When out of water, it constantly sweats to keep its body slimy. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, under attack, it uses its belly spiral to put the foe to sleep. It then makes its escape. In Stadium, capable of living on land, but prefers to stay in the water, if it is out of water, it sweats to keep its skin moist. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the swirl on its belly subtly undulates. Staring at it may gradually cause drowsiness. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, the skin on most of its body is moist. However, the skin on its belly spiral feels smooth. In Crystal, though it is skilled at walking, it prefers to live underwater where there is less danger. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, the surface of Poliwhirl's body is always wet and slick with a slimy fluid. Because of this slippery covering, it can easily slip and slide out of the clutches of any enemy in battle. In Sun, although it can live on land, it prefers to stay in the water, where it has fewer natural enemies. In Moon, it marches over the land in search of bug Pokemon to eat. Then it takes them underwater so it can dine on them where it's safe.
In Ultra Sun, although it has become capable of living on land, it spends its time in the water, where its prey, fish Pokemon, are plentiful. In Ultra Moon, its health suffers when its skin dries out, so be sure to moisturize it diligently. In Sword, staring at the swirl on its belly causes drowsiness. This trait of Poliwhirl's has been used in place of lullabies to get children to go to sleep. In Shield, this Pokemon's sweat is a slimy mucus. When captured, Poliwhirl can slither from its enemy's grasp and escape. Poliwrath, in Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, an adept swimmer. It knows the front crawl, butterfly, and more. It is faster than the best human swimmers. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, a swimmer adept at both the front crawl and breaststroke easily overtakes the best human swimmers. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee swims powerfully using all the muscles in its body. It can even overtake world-class swimmers. In Stadium, a strong swimmer. It is faster than a human champ in any individual medley. It can go far and fast with minimal breathing. In Gold, Heart Gold, in Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, this strong and skilled swimmer is even capable of crossing the Pacific Ocean just by kicking. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, although an energetic, skilled swimmer that uses all of its muscles, it lives on dry land. In Crystal and Violet, it can use its well-developed arms and legs to run on the surface of the water for a split second. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Poliwrath's highly developed brawny muscles never grow fatigued, however much it exercises. It is so tirelessly strong, this Pokemon can swim back and forth across the ocean without effort. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, with its extremely tough muscles, it can keep swimming in the Pacific Ocean without resting. In Sun, Poliwrath and the Alola region are strong swimmers that use breaststroke. Many children learn to swim by imitating Poliwrath. In Moon, its percentage of body fat is nearly zero. Its body is entirely muscle, which makes it heavy and forces its swimming prowess to develop. In Ultra Sun, it's quite a gifted swimmer, even among water-type Pokemon, but it normally spends its time on land. In Ultra Moon and Pokopia, the muscles it has developed through swimming are thick and powerful. When it lands a square punch, it can turn huge boulders to dust. In Sword, its body is a solid muscle. When swimming through cold seas, Poliwrath uses its impressive arms to smash through drift ice and plow forward. In Shield, Poliwrath is skilled at both swimming and martial arts. It uses its well-trained arms to dish out powerful punches. Abra, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Legend ZA, it sleeps for 18 hours a day. It uses a variety of extrasensory powers even while asleep. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, using its ability to read minds, it will sense impending danger and teleport to safety. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee sleeps 18 hours a day. If it senses danger, it will teleport itself to safety even as it sleeps. In Stadium, even while asleep, it can sense enemies approaching. It teleports itself to a distant spot if there is any danger. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2 if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, it senses impending attacks and teleports away to safety before the actual attacks could strike. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, if it decides to teleport randomly, it evokes the illusion that it has created copies of itself. In Crystal, it hypnotizes itself so that it can teleport away when it senses danger, even if it is asleep. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Abra sleeps for 18 hours a day. However, it can sense the presence of foes even while it is sleeping. In such a situation, this Pokemon immediately teleports to safety. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Abra needs to sleep for 18 hours a day. If it doesn't, this Pokemon loses its ability to use telekinetic powers. If it is attacked, Abra escapes using Teleport while it is still sleeping. In Emerald, a Pokemon that sleeps 18 hours a day, observation revealed that it uses Teleport to change its location once every hour. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it sleeps for 18 hours a day. Even when awake, it teleports itself while remaining seated. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, even while asleep, it maintains a telepathic radar. It teleports when it is threatened. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, using its psychic power is such a strain on its brain that it needs to sleep for 18 hours a day. In Sun, it sleeps 18 hours a day. Even while sleeping, it will teleport itself to treetops and pick and eat berries there. In Moon, it can teleport itself to safety while it's asleep, but when it wakes, it doesn't know where it is, so it panics. In Ultra Sun and Pokopia, it uses various psychic powers even while it's sleeping, so you can't tell whether or not it's awake. In Ultra Moon, it can read others' minds and will teleport away when danger approaches. You must clear your mind if you want to catch it. In Sword, this Pokemon uses its psychic powers while it sleeps. The contents of Abra's dreams affect the powers that the Pokemon wields. In Shield, Abra can teleport in its sleep. Apparently, the more deeply Abra sleeps, the farther its teleportations go. In Legends Arceus, spends 18 hours of the day sleeping. Even while asleep, Abra can control its psychic powers should danger approach. This Pokemon will simply teleport away. Kadabra. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it happened one morning. A boy with extrasensory powers awoke in bed transformed into a Kadabra. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, it emits special alpha waves from its body that induce headaches just by being close. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, many odd things happen if this Pokemon is close by. For example, it makes clocks run backwards. In Stadium, when it uses psychic power, all its brain cells work in unison to generate powerful alpha waves. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it possesses strong spiritual power. The more danger it faces, the stronger its psychic power. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Y, and Legend ZA, if it uses its abilities, it emits special alpha waves that cause machines to malfunction. In Crystal, when it closes its eyes, twice as many alpha particles come out of the surface of its body. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Kadabra emits a particular alpha wave if it develops a headache. Only those people with a particularly strong psyche can hope to become a trainer of this Pokemon. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Kadabra holds a silver spoon in its hand. The spoon is used to amplify the alpha waves in its brain. Without the spoon, the Pokemon is said to be limited to half the usual amount of its telekinetic powers. In Emerald, it is rumored that a boy with psychic abilities suddenly transformed into Kadabra while he was assisting research into extrasensory powers. In Sun, a theory exists that this Pokemon was a young boy who couldn't control his psychic powers and ended up transformed into this Pokemon. In Moon, Kadabra's presence infests televisions and monitors with creepy shadows that bring bad luck. In Ultra Sun, it stares at a silver spoon to amplify its psychic power before it lets loose. Apparently, gold spoons are no good. In Ultra Moon and Pokopia, it possesses strong mental capabilities, but its psychic powers are halved when it's not holding a silver spoon. In Sword, using its psychic power, Kadabra levitates as it sleeps. It uses its springy tail as a pillow. In Shield, this Pokemon's telekinesis is immensely powerful. To prepare for evolution, Kadabra stores up psychic energy in the star on its forehead. In Legends Arceus, there are rumors that a child with mystical powers became a Kadabra. However, this remains unverified. I suspect that the spoon Kadabra holds enhances its brainwaves. Alakazam. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it does not like physical attacks very much. Instead, it freely uses extrasensory powers to defeat foes. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, its brain can outperform a supercomputer. Its IQ, intelligence quotient, is said to be around 5,000. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, a Pokemon that can memorize anything. It never forgets what it learns. That's why this Pokemon is smart. In Stadium, a Pokemon that uses psychic powers. It is highly intelligent and capable of instantly identifying its foe's weakness. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, closing both its eyes heightens all its other senses. This enables it to use abilities to their extremes. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, X, and Legend ZA, its brain cells multiply continually until it dies. As a result, it remembers everything. In Crystal, it has an IQ of 5,000. It calculates many things in order to gain the edge in every battle. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Alakazam's brain continually grows, making its head far too heavy to support with its neck. This Pokemon holds its head up using its psychokinetic power instead. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Alakazam's brain continually grows, infinitely multiplying brain cells. This amazing brain gives this Pokemon an astoundingly high IQ of 5,000. It has a thorough memory of everything that has occurred in the world. In Emerald, while it has strong psychic abilities and high intelligence, and Alakazam's muscles are very weak, it uses psychic power to move its body. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, its superb memory lets it recall everything it has experienced from birth. Its IQ exceeds 5,000. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, its highly developed brain is on par with a supercomputer. It can use all forms of psychic abilities. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, the spoons clutched in its hands are said to have been created by its psychic powers. In Sun, it is said to have an IQ of approximately 5,000. Its overflowing psychokinetic powers causes headaches to anyone nearby. In Moon, its brain cells continue to increase in number until its death. The older the Alakazam, the larger its head. In Ultra Sun, Alakazam uses its psychic powers to make the spoons it carries. Each spoon is an original that there's only one of in the whole world. In Ultra Moon, if it trusts someone deeply, it will let them have one of its spoons. Anything you eat with that spoon is apparently delicious. In Sword, it has an incredibly high level of intelligence. Some say that Alakazam remembers everything that ever happens to it, from birth till death. In Shield, Alakazam wields potent psychic powers. It's said that this Pokemon used these powers to create the spoons it holds. In Legends Arceus, the longer Alakazam lives, the larger and heavier its head becomes. Our tests have shown that the strength of its psychic powers correlates positively to the weight of its head. Mega Alakazam. In Sun, as a result of Mega Evolution, its power has been entirely converted into psychic energy, and it has lost all strength in its muscles. In Moon, its hidden psychic power has been unleashed. A glance at someone gives it knowledge of the course of that person's life, from birth to death. In Ultra Sun, it sends out psychic power from the red organ on its forehead to foresee its opponent's every move. In Ultra Moon, having traded away its muscles, Alakazam's true power has been unleashed. With its psychic powers, it can foresee all things. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it's adept at precognition. When attacks completely miss Alakazam, that's because it's seeing the future. In Legends ZA, Alakazam has traded away its muscles, unleashing its true power. With its psychic powers, it can foresee all things. Machop. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, Sword, and Legends ZA, its whole body is composed of muscles. Even though it's the size of a human child, it can hurl 100 grown-ups. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, loves to build its muscles. It trains in all styles of martial arts to become even stronger. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, very powerful in spite of its small size. Its mastery of many types of martial arts makes it very tough. In Stadium, its whole body is covered with muscles, so it can raise bulges anywhere. It can throw 100 adults. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2 if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Shield, always brimming with power, it passes time by lifting boulders. Doing so makes it even stronger. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it loves to work out and build its muscles. It is never satisfied, even if it trains hard all day long. In Crystal, it trains by lifting rocks in the mountains. It can even pick up a graveler with ease. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Machop's muscles are special. They never get sore no matter how much they are used in exercise. This Pokemon has sufficient power to hurl 100 adult humans. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Machop exercises by hefting around a graveler as if it were a barbell. There are some Machop that travel the world in quest to master all kinds of martial arts. In Emerald, it continually undertakes strenuous training to master all forms of martial arts. Its strength lets it easily hoist a sumo wrestler onto its shoulders. In Diamond, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Pokopia, it hefts a graveler repeatedly to strengthen its entire body. It uses every type of martial arts. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, its muscles never cramped however much it trains. It lives in the mountains away from humans. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, though small in stature, it is powerful enough to easily heft and throw a number of Geodude at once. In Sun, it loves working out. As it gazes at its muscles, which continue to swell day by day, it becomes more and more dedicated to its training. In Moon, with its superhuman strength, it's able to throw 100 people all at the same time. Its strength comes from lifting Graveler every day. In Ultra Sun, once this Pokemon has gained enough confidence and muscle from training with its friends, it challenges Makuhita to a battle. In Ultra Moon, it likes food that's highly nutritious because its instincts drive it to build muscle efficiently. In Legends Arceus, though as small as a child, it has strength enough to easily throw a well-built adult. Striving to become ever stronger, Machop trains by carrying a Graveler on its shoulders. Machoke. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Shield, its formidable body never gets tired. It helps people by doing work such as the moving of heavy goods. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Sword, its muscular body is so powerful it must wear a power save belt to be able to regulate its emotions. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the belt around its waist holds back its energy. Without it, this Pokemon would be unstoppable. In Stadium, although it is incredibly strong, it is always modest. It restrains its strength with a power save belt. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it always goes at its full power, but this very tough and durable Pokemon never gets tired. In Silver and Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, the muscles covering its body teem with power, even while still it exudes an amazing sense of strength. In Crystal, this tough Pokemon always stays in the zone. Its muscles become thicker after every battle. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Machoke's thoroughly toned muscles possess the hardness of steel. This Pokemon has so much strength it can easily hold aloft a sumo wrestler on just one finger. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Machoke undertakes bodybuilding every day, even as it helps people with tough, physically demanding labor. On its days off, this Pokemon heads to the fields and mountains to exercise and train. In Emerald, a belt is worn by Machoke to keep its overwhelming power under control. Because it is so dangerous, no one has ever removed the belt. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, Machoke's boundless power is very dangerous, so it wears a belt that suppresses its energy. In Pearl, Y, Shining Pearl, and Legend ZA, it can lift a dump truck with one hand. Using that power, it helps people with heavy jobs. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it happily carries heavy cargo to toughen up. It willingly does hard work for people. In Sun, as a result of its continual workouts, it has developed tremendous power. It uses that power to help people with their work. In Moon and Pokopia, it willingly assists with hard labor because it knows the work is good training for its muscles. In Ultra Sun, when it encounters an enemy that's truly mighty, this Pokemon removes the Power Save belt from its waist and unleashes its full power. In Ultra Moon, a popular motif for sculptures, its incredibly well-developed muscles have captured the imagination of many an artist. In Legends Arceus, a sturdy creature boasting a robust physique and boundless stamina, loves training above all else and voluntarily assists with tasks such as construction and clearing land. Machamp. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, its 4 ruggedly developed arms can launch a flurry of 1,000 punches in just 2 seconds. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its super powerful punches are said to knock the victim flying clear over the horizon. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, one arm alone can move mountains. Using all 4 arms, this Pokemon fires off awesome punches. In Stadium, among its fighting moves is a simultaneous volley of an uppercut, hook, straight, and karate chop from its 4 arms. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Sword, it quickly swings its 4 arms to rock its opponents with ceaseless punches and chops from all angles. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Y, and Legend ZA, it uses its 4 powerful arms to pin the limbs of its foe, then throw the victim over the horizon. In Crystal and Shield, with 4 arms that react more quickly than it can think, it can execute many punches at once. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Machamp has the power to hurl anything aside. However, trying to do any work requiring care and dexterity causes its arms to get tangled. This Pokemon tends to leap into action before it thinks. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Machamp is known as the Pokemon that has mastered every kind of martial arts. If it grabs hold of a foe with its 4 arms, the battle is all but over. The hapless foe is thrown far over the horizon. In Emerald, it is impossible to defend against punches and chops doled out by its 4 arms. Its fighting spirit flares up when it faces a tough opponent. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it punches with its 4 arms at blinding speed. It can launch 1,000 punches in 2 seconds. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it can knock a train flying with a punch. However, it is terrible at delicate work using its fingers. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, its 4 muscled arms slam foes with powerful punches and chops at blinding speed. In Sun, it unleashes megaton-level punches that send opponents flying clear over the horizon. In Moon and Pokopia, it can lift heavy loads with the greatest of ease. It can even heft dump trucks, but its clumsy fingers prevent it from doing any precision work. In Ultra Sun, it grasps its opponent with 4 arms and twists them up in an intricate hold. People call it the Machamp Special. In Ultra Moon, with 4 arms, it can attack and defend simultaneously. It's said to have mastered every martial art in the world. In Legends Arceus, in close combat, its 4 arms afford it offensive and defensive supremacy. In just a blink, this valiant Pokemon can overwhelm its foe with more than 1,000 blows from its fist. Gigantamax Machamp. In Sword, the Gigantamax energy coursing through its arms make its punches hit as hard as Bomb Blast. In Shield, one of these Pokemon once used its immeasurable strength to lift a large ship that was in trouble. It then carried the ship to port. Bellsprout. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, its bud looks like a human face. Because of the bud, it is rumored to be a type of legendary mandrake plant. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, a carnivorous Pokemon that traps and eats bugs, it appears to use its root feet to replenish moisture. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee prefers hot and humid places. It ensnares tiny bugs with its vines and devours them. In Stadium, a kind of bug-eating plant that hunts small insects. It uses its roots as feet for walking. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, X, and Legend ZA, even though its body is extremely skinny, it is blindingly fast when catching its prey. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it plants its feet deep underground to replenish water. It can't escape its enemy while it's rooted. In Crystal, if it notices anything that moves, it immediately flings its vine at the object. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Bellsprout's thin and flexible body lets it bend and sway to avoid any attack, however strong it may be. From its mouth, this Pokemon spits a corrosive fluid that melts even iron. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it prefers hot and humid environments. It is quick at capturing prey with its vines. In Scarlet, no matter what Bellsprout is doing, if it detects movement nearby, it will immediately react by reaching out with its thin vines. In Violet and Pocopia, it plants its feet deep underground to rehydrate itself. While doing so, it's unable to run away if it's attacked. Weepinbell. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Violet, the leafy parts act as cutters for slashing foes. It spits a fluid that dissolves everything. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, it spits out poison powder to immobilize the enemy and then finishes it with a spray of acid. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, when hungry, it swallows anything that moves. Its hapless prey is dissolved by strong acids. In Stadium, armed with razor-sharp leaves, it uses toxic pollen to immobilize its enemy and even melt the helpless foe with acid. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Scarlet, and Pocopia, even though it is filled with acid, it does not melt because it also oozes a protective fluid. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, if its prey is bigger than its mouth, it slices up the victim with sharp leaves, then eats every morsel. In Crystal, when it's hungry, it swings its razor-sharp leaves, slicing up any unlucky object nearby for food. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Weepinbell has a large hook on its rear end. At night, the Pokemon hooks onto a tree branch and goes to sleep. If it moves around in its sleep, it may wake up to find itself on the ground. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon that appears to be a plant, it captures unwary prey by dousing them with a toxic powder. Victory Bell. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Scarlet, lures prey into its mouth with a honey-like aroma. The helpless prey is melted with a dissolving fluid. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, said to live in huge colonies deep in jungles, although no one has ever returned from there. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, lures prey with the sweet aroma of honey, swallowed whole. The prey is dissolved in a day, bones and all. In Stadium, attracts prey with sweet-smelling honey. Its prey includes bugs, naturally, and even large animals on occasion. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Violet, and Pocopia, acid that has dissolved many prey becomes sweeter, making it even more effective at attracting prey. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, this horrifying plant Pokemon attracts prey with the aromatic honey, then melts them with its mouth. In Crystal and Y, once ingested into this Pokemon's body, even the hardest object will melt into nothing. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Victreebel has a long vine that extends from its head. This vine is waved and flicked about as if it were an animal to attract prey. When an unsuspecting prey draws near, this Pokemon swallows it whole. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it pulls in its mouth a fluid with a honey-like scent, which is really an acid that dissolves anything. Mega Victreebel. In Legends EA, the volume of this Pokemon's acid has increased due to Mega Evolution, filling its mouth. If it's not careful, the acid will overflow and spill out. Tentacool. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Violet, its eyes are as transparent as crystals. From them, it shoots mysterious beams of light. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, drifts in shallow seas. Anglers who hook them by accident are often punished by their stingers. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it can sometimes be found all dry and shriveled up on a beach. Toss it back into the sea to revive it. In Stadium, fires beams of light from its clear eyes, floats around in shallow waters, and may sting unwary anglers. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, when the tide goes out, dehydrated Tentacool remains can be found washed up on the shore. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it drifts aimlessly in waves. Very difficult to see in water, it may not be noticed until it stings. In Crystal, as it floats along on the waves, it uses toxic feelers to stab anything it touches. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Tentacool's body is largely composed of water. If it is removed from the sea, it dries up like parchment. If this Pokemon happens to be dehydrated, put it back into the sea. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Tentacool absorbs sunlight and refracts it using water inside its body to convert it into beam energy. This Pokemon shoots beams from the small round organ above its eyes. In Emerald, its body is almost entirely composed of water. It ensnares its foe with its 2 long tentacles, then stabs with the poison stingers at their tips. In Diamond, X, and Brilliant Diamond, its body is virtually composed of water. It shoots strange beams from its crystal-like eyes. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it drifts in sea currents. Countless fishers are hurt by its poison stingers. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, because its body is almost entirely composed of water, it shrivels up if it is washed ashore. In Sun, they can be found lying dehydrated on beaches, but they are often still alive. When soaked in water, they will revive. In Moon, it drifts in shallow seas, such as the areas near beaches. If you get bitten or stabbed by its toxin tentacles, rush to the hospital. In Ultrasun, it drifts through the sea searching for prey. Its poisonous tentacles break off sometimes, but after a while they grow back. In Ultramoon, its body is 99% water. The remaining 1% contains the organ that makes its poison. In Sword, Tentacool is not a particularly strong swimmer. It drifts across the surface of shallow seas as it searches for prey. In Shield, this Pokemon is mostly made of water. A Tentacool out in the ocean is very hard to spot because its body blends in with the sea. In Legends Arceus, they fire beams from its glassy, magenta orbs that resemble eyes atop of their heads, and they drift in shallow seas. During low tide, they can sometimes be found on beaches, desiccated. Tentacruel, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it has 80 tentacles that move about freely. They can sting, causing poisoning and sharp, stabbing pain. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, the tentacles are normally kept short. On hunts, they are extended to ensnare and immobilize prey. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, its 80 tentacles can stretch and contract freely. They wrap around prey and weaken it with poison. In Stadium, it has 80 tentacles. Once they wrap around an enemy, the tentacles will not release, no matter what. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, its 80 tentacles absorb water and stretch almost endlessly to constrict its prey and enemies. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, in battle it extends all 80 of its tentacles to entrap its opponent inside a poisonous net. In Crystal, when its 80 feelers absorb water, it stretches to become like a net to entangle its prey. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Tentacruel has large red orbs on its head. The orbs glow before lashing the vicinity with a harsh ultrasonic blast. This Pokemon's outburst creates rough waves around it. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Tentacruel has tentacles that can be freely elongated and shortened at will. It ensnares prey with its tentacles and weakens the prey by dosing it with a harsh toxin. It can catch up to 80 prey at the same time. In Emerald, it lives in complex rock formations on the ocean floor and traps prey using its 80 tentacles. Its red orbs glow when it grows excited or agitated. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, with 80 tentacles for ensnaring victims, it prevents escape until the prey is weakened by poison. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it alerts others to danger by stridently flashing the red orbs on its head. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it extends its 80 tentacles to form an encircling poisonous net that is difficult to escape. In Sun, normally it has 80 poisonous tentacles. The longer one has been alive, the fewer tentacles it will have. In Moon and Scarlet, on the rare occasions that large outbreaks of Tentacruel occur, all fish Pokemon disappear from the surrounding area. In Ultrasun, it fires off ultrasonic waves from its red orbs to weaken its prey, and then it wraps them up in its 80 tentacles. In Ultramoon, it communicates with others of its kind by lighting up the red orbs on its head. When the orbs are blinking, it's a warning sign. In Sword, when the red orbs on Tentacruel's head glow brightly, watch out. The Pokemon is about to fire off a burst of ultrasonic waves. In Shield, its 80 tentacles can stretch and shrink freely. Tentacruel ensnares prey in a net of spread out tentacles, delivering venomous stings to its catch. In Legends Arceus, it has 80 tentacles, each with a venomous tip. These tentacles are also extendable, lengthening when Tentacruel attempts to catch prey. Use caution. Geodude. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its round form makes it easy to pick up. Some people have used them to hurl at each other in a snowball fight. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, found in fields and mountains, mistaking them for boulders, people often step or trip on them. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, commonly found near mountain trails and the like. If you step on one by accident, it gets angry. In Stadium, when traveling uphill, if it encounters a raised step, it cleverly hoists itself up and over using its 2 arms. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, most people may not notice, but a closer look should reveal that there are many Geodude around. In Silver, Soul Silver, in Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it uses its arms to steadily climb steep mountain paths. It swings its fist around if angered. In Crystal, proud of their sturdy bodies, they bash against each other in a contest to prove who's harder. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, the longer a Geodude lives, the more its edges are chipped and worn away, making it more rounded in appearance. However, this Pokemon's heart will remain hard, craggy, and rough always. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, when Geodude sleeps deeply, it buries itself halfway into the ground. It will not awaken even if hikers step on it unwittingly. In the morning, this Pokemon rolls downhill in search of food. In Emerald, it climbs mountain paths using only the power of its arms. Because they look just like boulders lining paths, hikers may step on them without noticing. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, many live on mountain trails and remain half buried while keeping an eye on climbers. In Pearl, White, and Shining Pearl, it is impossible to distinguish from rocks. It slams against others in contest of hardness. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Scarlet, and Pokopia, at rest, it looks just like a rock. Carelessly stepping on it will make it swing its fist angrily. In Sun, its round body makes it easy to pick up, but it is hard and heavy. It's dangerous to play with them as if they were snowballs. In Moon, there are plenty of them to be found along any road. A scholar with too much free time once counted 100 of them along a single route. In Ultra Sun, Geodude that have lived a long life have had all their edges smoothed out until they're totally round. They also have a calm, quiet disposition. In Ultramoon, it uses both hands to climb precipitous cliffs. People who see it in action have been known to take up bouldering. In Legends Arceus, makes its home in mountainous regions, using its arms to climb along harsh mountain roads. Can be troublesome. Carelessly kicking one will cause it to fly into a rage and chase after you. Alolan Geodude. In Sun and Scarlet, its body is a magnetic stone. Iron sand attaches firmly to the portions of its body that are particularly magnetic. In Moon and Violet, if you step on a Geodude sleeping on the ground, you'll hear a zapping sound and feel a tingling shock throughout your entire body. In Ultra Sun, if you mistake it for a rock and step on it, it will headbutt you in anger. In addition to the pain, it will also zap you with a shock. In Ultra Moon, Geodude compete against each other with headbutts. The iron sand on their heads will stick to whichever one has stronger magnetism. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its stone head is imbued with electricity and magnetism. If you carelessly step on one, you'll be in for a painful shock. Graveler. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, be careful while hiking on mountain trails. Graveler may come rolling down the path without slowing. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, rolls down slopes to move. It rolls over any obstacle without slowing or changing its direction. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, often seen rolling down mountain trails. Obstacles are just things to roll straight over, not avoid. In Stadium, rolls on steep mountainous trails. It plows through grass, trees, and anything else that gets in its way. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and X, with a free and uncaring nature, it doesn't mind if pieces break off while it rolls down mountains. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, a slow walker. It rolls to move. It pays no attention to any object that happens to be in its path. In Crystal, it travels by rolling on mountain paths. If it gains too much speed, it stops by running into huge rocks. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Graveler grows by feeding on rocks. Apparently, it prefers to eat rocks that are covered in moss. This Pokemon eats its way through a ton of rocks on a daily basis. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, rocks are Graveler's favorite food. This Pokemon will climb a mountain from the base to the summit, crunchingly feasting on rocks all the while. Upon reaching the peak, it rolls back down to the bottom. In Emerald, they descend from mountains by tumbling down steep slopes. They are so brutal they smash aside obstructing trees and massive boulders with thunderous tackles. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, Graveler made their homes on sheer cliff faces that have numerous holes in them. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it tumbles down slopes heedless of any body parts chipping off. It eats a ton of rocks daily. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it rolls on mountain paths to move. Once it builds momentum, no Pokemon could stop it without difficulty. In Sun and Violet, mossy rocks are its favorite food. It can devour a ton a day while crunching loudly. In Moon, this slow-footed Pokemon moves by curling up and rolling instead of walking. With enough momentum, its speed can exceed 60 miles per hour. In Ultra Sun, it climbs up cliffs as it heads towards the peak of a mountain. As soon as it reaches the summit, it rolls back down the way it came. In Ultra Moon, it travels by rolling down cliffs. If it falls into a river, it will explode with its last gasp. In Legends Arceus, dwells in holes dug into sheer walls of stone. It enjoys rolling down slopes as though it were a boulder during a rock fall, so keep an eye upward while traversing mountain roads. Alolan Graveler. In Sun, its preferred food is Dravite. After it has eaten this mineral, crystals from inside the Pokemon rising to the surface of part of its body. In Moon and Scarlet, they eat rocks and often get into a scrap over them. The shock of Graveler smashing together causes a flash of light and a booming noise. In Ultra Sun, when the two Gravelers fight each other, it fills the surroundings with flashes of light and sound. People call it the fireworks of the earth. In Ultra Moon and Violet, Graveler's entire body is tinged with electricity due to the stones it likes to eat. It is very quick-tempered. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, when it comes rolling down a mountain path, anything in its way gets zapped by electricity and sent flying. Golem. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Scarlet, it is enclosed in a hard shell that is as rugged as slabs of rock. It sheds skin once a year to grow larger. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its boulder-like body is extremely hard. It can easily withstand dynamite blasts without taking damage. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, once it shed its skin, its body turns tender and whitish. Its hide hardens when it's exposed to air. In Stadium, its body, which weighs over 660 pounds, is as hard as stone. It grows bigger by shedding its skin once a year. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it sheds its skin once a year. The discarded shell immediately hardens and crumbles away. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, it is capable of blowing itself up. It uses the explosive force to jump from mountain to mountain. In Crystal, its rock-like body is so durable, even high-powered dynamite blasts fail to scratch its rugged hide. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Golem live up on mountains. If there is a large earthquake, these Pokemon will come rolling down off the mountains in mass to the foothills below. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Golem is known for rolling down from mountains. To prevent them from rolling into the homes of people downhill, grooves have been dug into the sides of mountains to serve as guideways for diverting this Pokemon's course. In Emerald, it is said to live in volcanic craters on mountain peaks. Once a year, it sheds its hide and grows larger. The shed hide crumbles and returns to the soil. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it sheds its hide once a year. Its boulder-like body is so tough, even dynamite can't harm it. In Pearl, X, and Shining Pearl, it tumbles down mountains, leaving grooves from peak to base. Stay clear of these grooves. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Y, even dynamite can't harm its hard, boulder-like body. It sheds its hide just once a year. In Sun, its body can survive dynamite blasts without a single scratch, but it hates rain and humidity. In Moon, once a year, this Pokemon molts and its shed shell returns to the soil. This process creates enriched soil, so farmers collect the shells. In Ultra Sun, when Golem grow old, they stop shedding their shells. Those that have lived a long time have shells green with moss. In Ultramoon, it detonates its own body. The power from that explosion can propel it up steep mountain paths with amazing speed. Legends Arceus. The rock-like shell is shed each year. The cast-off shell then crumbles, reverting to a mass of soil, which can be spread across fields to promote crop growth. Alolan Golem. In Sun and Violet, it fires rocks charged with electricity. Even if the rock isn't fired that accurately, just grazing an opponent will cause numbness and fainting. In Moon, because it can't fire boulders at a rapid pace, it's been known to seize nearby Geodude and fire them from its back. In Ultra Sun and Scarlet, it's grumpy and stubborn. If you upset it, it discharges electricity from the surface of its body and growls with a voice like thunder. In Ultramoon, it shoots large rocks that are charged with electricity. Tremendous electric shocks are flung out across the whole area of impact. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it uses magnetism to accelerate and fire off rocks tinged with electricity. Even if it doesn't score a direct hit, the jolts of electricity will do the job. Ponyta. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its body is light and its legs are incredibly powerful. It can clear air's rock in one leap. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its hooves are 10 times harder than Diamond. It can trample anything completely flat in little time. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, capable of jumping incredibly high, its hooves and sturdy legs absorb the impact of a hard landing. In Stadium, capable of jumping over the Eiffel Tower in a single giant leap, its hooves are 10 times harder than Diamond's. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it is a weak runner immediately after birth. It gradually becomes faster by chasing after its parents. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its hind legs, which have hooves that are harder than Diamond, kick back at any presence it senses behind it. In Crystal, training by jumping over grass that grows longer every day has made it a world-class jumper.
In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Ponyta is very weak at birth. It can barely stand up. This Pokemon becomes stronger by stumbling and falling to keep with its parents. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, about an hour after birth, Ponyta's fiery mane and tail grow out, giving the Pokemon an impressive appearance. In Pearl, Y, and Shining Pearl, its legs grow strong while it chases after its parent. It runs all day in fields and on mountains. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and X, as a newborn, it can barely stand. However, through galloping, its legs are made tougher and faster. In Sword, it can't run properly when it's newly born. As it races around with others of its kind, its legs grow stronger. In Shield, if you've been accepted by Ponyta, its burning mane is mysteriously no longer hot to the touch. In Legends Arceus, these Pokemon live in herds in the grassland. Newborn fowls lack their fiery manes, which will develop about an hour after birth. Galarian Ponyta. In Sword, its small horn hides a healing power. With a few rubs from this Pokemon's horn, any slight wound you have will be healed. In Shield, this Pokemon will look into your eyes and read the contents of your heart. If it finds evil there, it promptly hides away. Rapidash. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it can gallop at a top speed of 150 miles per hour. It can race as fast as a bullet train while ablaze. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, very competitive, this Pokemon will chase anything that moves fast in the hopes of racing it. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee just loves to run. If it sees something faster than itself, it will give chase at top speed. In Stadium, unable to restrain itself from running after fast trains or cars, capable of reaching 150 miles per hour at full speed. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, at full gallop, its 4 hooves barely touch the ground because it moves so incredibly fast. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, with incredible acceleration, it reaches its top speed of 150 miles per hour after running just 10 steps. In Crystal, it just loves to gallop. The faster it goes, the longer the swaying flames of its mane will become. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Rapidash usually can be seen casually cantering in the fields and plains. However, when this Pokemon turns serious, its fiery manes flare and blaze as it gallops its way up to 150 miles per hour. In Diamond, Y, and Brilliant Diamond, it gallops at nearly 150 miles per hour. With its mane blazing ferociously, it races as if it were an arrow. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it has outstanding acceleration. From its standstill, it can reach top speed within 10 steps. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, when at an all-out gallop, its blazing mane sparkles, enhancing its beautiful appearance. In Sword, this Pokemon can be seen galloping through fields at speeds of up to 150 miles per hour, its fiery mane fluttering in the wind. In Shield, the fastest runner becomes the leader, and it decides the herd's pace and direction of travel. In Legends Arceus, fiery mane aglow, Rapidash darts like an arrow across the land. This prodigiously swift creature can traverse the vast region of Hisui in a day and a half. Galarian Rapidash. In Sword, little can stand up to its Psycho Cut. Unleashed from this Pokemon's horn, the move will punch a hole right through a thick metal sheet. In Shield, brave and prideful, this Pokemon dashes airily through the forest, its steps aided by the Psycho power stored in the fur on its fetlocks. Slowpoke. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Violet, it is always vacantly lost in thought, but no one knows what it is thinking about. It is good at fishing with its tail. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Scarlet, and Pocopia, incredibly slow and dopey. It takes 5 seconds for it to feel pain when under attack. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, incredibly slow and sluggish. It is quite content to loll about without worrying about the time. In Stadium, a dopey Pokemon that remains in a daze except when fishing with its tail. Awake or asleep, there is little difference. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Y, and Legend ZA, it lazes vacantly near water. If something bites its tail, it won't even notice for a whole day. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, a sweet sap leaks from its tail tip. Although not nutritious, the tail is pleasant to chew on. In Crystal, it is always so absent-minded that it won't react even if its flavorful tail is bitten. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Slowpoke uses its tail to catch prey by dipping it in water at the side of a river. However, this Pokemon often forgets what it's doing and often spends entire days just loafing at water's edge. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, although slow, it is skilled at fishing with its tail. It does not feel pain if its tail is bitten. In Sun, its long tail often breaks off. It doesn't really feel any pain though, and the tail grows back, so Slowpoke isn't particularly bothered. In Moon,
Alolan home cooking involves drying slowpoke tails and then simmering them into a salty stew. In Ultra Sun, there are some places where slowpoke is worshipped because of a long-standing belief that whenever slowpoke yawns, it rains. In Ultra Moon, although their tails, which fall off naturally, can easily be found lying around, they're a precious ingredient for cooking. In Sword, slow-witted and oblivious, this Pokemon won't feel any pain if its tail gets eaten. It won't notice when its tail grows back either. In Shield, when this Pokemon's tail is soaked in water, sweetness seeps from it. Slowpoke uses this trait to lure in and fish up other Pokemon. Galarian Slowpoke. In Sword and Legend ZA, although this Pokemon is normally zoned out, its expression abruptly sharpens on occasion. The cause for this seems to lie in Slowpoke's diet. In Shield, because Galarian Slowpoke eat the seeds of a plant that grows only in Galar, their tails have developed a spicy flavor. In Scarlet, it gives off a stimulating scent because of chemicals that have seeped into its body from the spice that it eats as its staple food. In Violet, it uses its tail to fish, but the scent of the spice emanating from its tail ensures its catches are always lacking. Slowbro. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, Scarlet, and Pocopia, when a Slowpoke went hunting in the sea, its tail was bitten by a Shelder. That made it evolve into Slowbro. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, the Shelder that latches into Slowpoke's tail is said to feed on the host's leftover scraps. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee lives lazily by the sea. If the Shelder on its tail comes off, it becomes a Slowpoke again. In Stadium, if its tail is bitten by a Shelder, Slowpoke evolves into Slowbro. The Shelder seems to like its crunchy tail. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, if the tail-biting Shelder is thrown off in a harsh battle, it reverts to being an ordinary Slowpoke. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, naturally dull to begin with, it's lost its ability to feel pain due to Shelder's seeping poison. In Crystal, X, and Legend ZA, an attached Shelder won't let go because of the tasty flavor that oozes out of its tail. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Slowbro's tail has a Shelder firmly attached with a bite. As a result, the tail can't be used for fishing anymore. This causes Slowbro to grudgingly swim and catch prey instead. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, though usually dim-witted, it seems to become inspired if the Shelder on its tail bites down. In Sun, it spaces out while gazing at the sea. With Shelder's poison flowing through its body, it becomes even spacier. In Moon, whenever Shelder bites down hard on its tail, it gives Slowbro a flash of inspiration, which it forgets a moment later. In Ultra Sun, spacing out is basically all it does. It turns back into Slowpoke if its tail, along with the Shelder, breaks off. In Ultra Moon, Shelder, in its greed to suck out more and more sweetness from Slowbro's tail, has metamorphized into a spiral-shaped shell. In Sword, Slowpoke became Slowbro when a Shelder bit on its tail. Sweet flavor seeping from the tail makes it feel as if its life is a dream. In Shield, being bitten by a Shelder shocked this Pokemon into standing on two legs. If the Shelder lets go, it seems Slowbro will turn back into a Slowpoke. Galarian Slowbro. In Sword and Legend ZA, a Shelder bite set off a chemical reaction with the spices inside Slowbro's body, causing Slowbro to become a poison-type Pokemon. In Shield, if this Pokemon squeezes the tongue of the Shelder biting it, the Shelder will launch a toxic liquid from the tip of its shell. In Scarlet, Shelder seems blissful over the taste of Slowbro, even though the toxins seeping from the bite have caused the Shelder to faint. In Violet, Shelder bites down hard on Slowbro's arm to suck out more poison. This seems to cause itching, so Slowbro occasionally lashes out. Mega Slowbro. In Sun, all the energy from Mega Evolution poured into the Shelder on its tail, leaving Slowpoke to be swallowed whole. In Moon and Legend ZA, when bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, Shelder converts into impregnable armor. There is virtually no change in Slowpoke. In Ultra Sun, tremendous energy strengthened the power of the Shelder on its tail, but it doesn't really affect Slowpoke. In Ultra Moon, having been swallowed whole by Shelder, Slowbro now has an iron defense. It's pretty comfortable in there too. And Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, under the influence of Shelder's digestive fluids, Slowpoke has awakened, gaining a great deal of power and a little motivation to boot. Magnemite. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Violet, it moves while constantly hovering. It discharges Thunder Wave, and so on, from the units at its sides. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, uses anti-gravity to stay suspended, appears without warning, and uses Thunder Wave and similar moves. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it is hatched with the ability to defy gravity. It floats while emitting powerful electromagnetic waves. In Stadium, appears as if out of nowhere. It floats using anti-gravity and discharges electricity from two-sided mounted units. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it is attracted by electromagnetic waves. It may approach trainers if they are using their Pokegear. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and X, the units at the sides of its body generate anti-gravity energy to keep it aloft in the air. In Crystal, the electricity emitted by the units on each side of its body cause it to become a strong magnet. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Magnemite attaches itself to power lines to feed on electricity. If your house has a power outage, check your circuit breakers. You may find a large number of this Pokemon clinging to the breaker box. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Magnemite floats in the air by emitting electromagnetic waves from the units at its sides. These waves block gravity. This Pokemon becomes incapable of flight if its internal electrical supply is depleted. In Emerald, the units at its side are extremely powerful magnets. They generate enough magnetism to draw in iron objects from over 300 feet away. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the units at its sides generate electromagnetic waves that keep it airborne. It feeds on electricity. In Platinum, Black, and White, the faster the units at its sides rotate, the greater the magnetic force they generate. In Black 2, White 2, Scarlet, and Pocopia, the electromagnetic waves emitted by the units at the side of its head expel anti-gravity, which allows it to float. In Sun, they gather in places where electricity is available. They can be found clinging to steel towers used to support power lines. In Moon, it sends out electromagnetic waves which let it float through the air. Touching it while it's eating electricity will give you a full-body shock. In Ultra Sun, it's frequently the cause of power outages, which is why some power plants send out electrical signals that it can't stand. In Ultramoon, perhaps because electrical lines are often buried these days, the number of Magnemite attacks on power plants has increased. In Sword, at times Magnemite runs out of electricity and ends up on the ground. If you give batteries to a grounded Magnemite, it'll start moving again. In Shield, it subsists on electricity. As Magnemite flies, it emits electromagnetic waves from the units on each side of its body. In Legends Arceus, a bizarre Pokemon with but a single eye embedded in an iron sphere. I suspect this creature levitates due to the magnetism it emits from its arms, which resemble horseshoe-shaped magnets. Magneton. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, a linked cluster formed of several Magnemite. It discharges powerful magnetic waves at high voltage. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, formed by several Magnemite linked together, they frequently appear when sunspots flare up. In Yellow, Y, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, generate strange radio signals. It raises the temperature by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit within 3,300 feet. In Stadium, formed by Magnemite that link together when the number of black spots on the sun increases, fires high voltage power, etc. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, 3 Magnemite are linked by a strong magnetic force. Earaches will occur if you get too close. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, the Magnemite are united by a magnetism so powerful it dries all moisture in its vicinity. In Crystal, when many Magneton gather together, the resulting Magnemite storm disrupts radio waves. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Magneton emits a powerful magnetic force that is fatal to mechanical devices. As a result, large cities sound sirens to warn citizens of large-scale outbreaks of this Pokemon. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Magneton emits a powerful magnetic force that is fatal to electronics and precision instruments. Because of this, it is said that some towns warn people to keep this Pokemon inside a Pokeball. In Emerald, it is actually 3 Magnemite linked by magnetism. It generates powerful radio waves that raise temperature by 3.6 degrees Fahrenheit within a 3,300 foot radius. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Magneton is actually 3 Magnemite linked by magnetism. A group of these Pokemon can set off a magnetic storm. In Platinum, Black, and White, many mysteriously appear when more sunspots dot the sun. They stop TV sets from displaying properly. In Black 2 and White 2, the stronger electromagnetic waves from the 3 linked Magnemite are enough to dry out surrounding moisture. In Sun, when 3 Magnemite link together, their brains also become 1. They do not become 3 times more intelligent. In Moon, it has about 3 times the electrical power of Magnemite. For some reason, outbreaks of this Pokemon happen when a lot of sunspots appear. In Ultra Sun, delicate equipment can malfunction in areas inhabited by Magneton, which send out mysterious electrical signals. In Ultra Moon, when rain clouds form, many Magneton appear in high places to wait for lightning to strike. In Sword and Pocopia, this Pokemon is 3 Magnemite that have linked together. Magneton sends out powerful radio waves to study its surroundings. In Shield, this Pokemon is constantly putting out a powerful magnetic force. Most computers go haywire when a Magneton approaches. In Legends Arceus, 3 Magnemite gathered to evolve into this Pokemon, the source of much vexation on my part, as its powerful magnetism destroys my research equipment. Farfetch'd. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Pocopia, it always walks about with a plant stalk clamped in its beak. The stalk is used for building its nest. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Legends EA, the plant stalk it holds is its weapon. The stalk is used like a sword to cut all sorts of things. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, they live where reedy plants grow. Farfetch'd are rarely seen, so it's thought their numbers are decreasing. In Stadium, always carries the stalk of an unidentified plant. The stalk is said to be used for making a nest or as a weapon. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, if anyone tries to disturb where the essential plant stalk grows, it uses its own stalk to thwart them. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, if it eats the plant stalk it carries as emergency rations, it runs off in search of a new stalk. In Crystal, in order to prevent their extinction, more people have made an effort to breed these Pokemon. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Farfetch'd is always seen with a stalk from a plant of some sort. Apparently, there are good stalks and bad stalks. This Pokemon has been known to fight with others over stalks. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it can't live without the stalk it holds. That's why it defends the stalk from attackers with its life. In Sword, the stalk this Pokemon carries in its wing serves as a sword to cut down opponents. In a dire situation, the stalk can also serve as food. In Shield, they use a plant stalk as a weapon, but not all of them use it in the same way. Several distinct styles of stalk fighting have been observed. Galarian Farfetch'd. In Sword, the Farfetch'd of the Galar region are brave warriors, and they wield thick, tough leeks in battle. In Shield, the stalks of leeks are thicker and longer in the Galar region. Farfetch'd that adapted to these stalks took on a unique form. In Legends EA, wielding a thick, heavy leek has strengthened its body. In battle, it bets everything on a single destructive blow. Doduo. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, a 2-headed Pokemon that was discovered as a sudden mutation. It runs at a pace of over 60 miles per hour. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, a bird that makes up its poor flying with its fast foot speed, leaves giant footprints. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its short wings make flying difficult. Instead, this Pokemon runs at high speed on developed legs. In Stadium, a Pokemon with 2 heads, more skilled at running than flying, it is capable of racing at speeds over 60 miles per hour. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, by alternately raising and lowering its 2 heads, it balances itself to be more stable while running. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it races through grassy plains with powerful strides, leaving footprints up to 4 inches deep. In Crystal, it lives on a grassy plain where it can see a long way. If it sees an enemy, it runs away at 60 miles per hour. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Doduo's 2 heads never sleep at the same time. Its 2 heads take turns sleeping, so one head can always keep watch for enemies while the other one sleeps. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Doduo's 2 heads contain completely identical brains. A scientific study reported that on rare occasions, there will be examples of this Pokemon possessing different sets of brains. In Emerald, even while eating or sleeping, one of the heads remains always vigilant for any sign of danger. When threatened, it flees at over 60 miles per hour. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the brains in its 2 heads appear to communicate emotions to each other with a telepathic power. In Scarlet, its twin heads have exactly the same genes and battle in perfect sync with each other. In Violet, its heads never sleep at the same time. Each one takes a turn keeping watch while the other sleeps, switching every hour or so. Dodrio. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, an odd species that is rarely found. The 3 heads respectively represent joy, sadness, and anger. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, uses its 3 brains to execute complex plans. While 2 heads sleep, 1 head is said to stay awake. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, one of Doduo's 2 heads splits to form a unique species. It runs close to 40 miles per hour in prairies. In Stadium, the 3 heads express joy, sorrow, and anger as they plan strategy together. When it sleeps, 1 head remains awake. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it collects data and plans 3 times as wisely, but it may think too much and fall into a state of immobility. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, if one of the heads gets to eat, the others will be satisfied too, and they will stop squabbling. In Crystal and X, an enemy that takes its eyes off any of the 3 heads, even for a second, will get pecked severely. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, watch out if Dodrio's 3 heads are looking in 3 separate directions. It's a sure sign that it's on guard. Don't go near this Pokemon if it's being wary. It may decide to peck you. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, apparently the heads aren't the only part of the body that Dodrio has 3 of. It has 3 sets of hearts and lungs as well, so it's capable of running at long distances without rest. In Emerald, a peculiar Pokemon species with 3 heads. It vigorously races through grassy plains, even in arid seasons with little rainfall. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black-2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, when Doduo evolves into this odd breed, one of its heads splits into 2. It runs at nearly 40 miles per hour. In Scarlet, it now has 3 hearts and 3 sets of lungs. Though it can't run as fast as Doduo, Dodrio can keep running for longer stretches of time. In Violet, the strongest head with the thickest neck becomes the leader and gains primary control of the body. Seal, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, covered with light blue fur, its hide is thick and tough. It is active in bitter cold of minus 40 degrees Fahrenheit. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Scarlet, the protruding horn on its head is very hard. It is used for bashing through thick ice. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, loves freezing cold conditions, relishes swimming in a frigid climate of around 14 degrees Fahrenheit. In Stadium, it boasts a thick hide covered with light blue fur. It plows through ice floes even in water 40 degrees below zero. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, although it can't walk well on land, it is a graceful swimmer. It especially loves being in frigid seas. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, in daytime, it is often found asleep on the seabed in shallow waters. Its nostrils close while it swims. In Crystal, the light blue fur that covers it keeps it protected against the cold. It loves iceberg-filled oceans. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, seal hunt for prey in the frigid sea underneath sheets of ice. When it needs to breathe, it punches a hole through the ice with the sharp, protruding section of its head. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon that lives on icebergs. It swims in the sea using the point on its head to break up ice. In Black 2, White 2, and Violet, the colder it gets, the better it feels. It joyfully swims around oceans so cold that they are filled with floating ice. In Ultra Sun, it has always been supposed that seal live only in cold seas. Their having shown up in Alola is a mystery. In Ultramoon, thanks to its thick fat, cold seas don't bother it at all, but it gets tired pretty easily in warm waters. Dugong, in Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, its body is covered with a pure white fur. The colder the weather, the more active it becomes. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, it stores thermal energy in the body. It swims at a steady 8 knots even in intensely cold waters. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its entire body is snowy white. Unharmed by even intense cold, it swims powerfully in icy waters. In Stadium, it stores thermal energy inside its pure white fur-covered body. It swims in frigid water at 8 knots. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, Crystal is inserted, and Y, its streamlined body has little drag in water. The colder the temperature, the friskier it gets. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it loves frigid seas with ice floes. It uses its long tail to change swimming direction quickly. In Crystal and Scarlet, it sleeps under shallow ocean waters during the day, then looks for food at night when it's cold. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Dugong loves to snooze on bitterly cold ice. The sight of this Pokemon sleeping on a glacier was mistakenly thought to be a mermaid by a mariner long ago. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, in snow, the pure white coat covering its body obscures it from predators. In Black 2 and White 2, its streamlined body has low resistance, and it swims around cold oceans at a speed of 8 knots. In Ultra Sun, it swims through the ocean at a speed of 8 knots, searching for Pokemon that will become its prey. It's especially fond of Wishiwashi. In Ultramoon, it sunbathes on the beach after meals. The rise in its body temperature helps its digestion. Grimer. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, sludge exposed to X-rays from the moon transformed into Grimer. It loves feeding on filthy things. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, appears in filthy areas. It thrives by sucking up polluted sludge that is pumped out of factories. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, made of congealed sludge, it smells too putrid to touch. Even weeds won't grow in its path. In Stadium, sludge that was transformed when exposed to X-rays from the moon, loves sludge, industrial waste, and other refuse.
In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, as it moves, it loses bits of its body, from which new Grimer emerge. This worsens the stench around it. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, wherever a Grimer has passed, so many germs are left behind that no plants will ever grow again. In Crystal and Violet, when two of these Pokemon's bodies are combined together, new poisons are created. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Grimer's sludgy and rubbery body can be forced through any opening, however small it may be. This Pokemon enters sewer pipes to drink filthy wastewater. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Grimer emerged from the sludge that settled on a polluted seabed. This Pokemon loves anything filthy. It constantly leaks a horrible, germ-infested fluid from all over its body. In Emerald, born from polluted sludge in the sea, Grimer's favorite food is anything filthy. They feed on wastewater pumped out from factories. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it was born when sludge in a dirty stream was exposed to the moon's X-rays. It appears among filth. In Black 2, White 2, Scarlet, and Pokopia, born from the sludge, these Pokemon now gathered in polluted places and increase the bacteria in their bodies. In Sun, its main source of food is the slimy industrial waste of factories. This Pokemon's numbers have been decreasing in recent years. In Moon, it was born from sludge transformed by exposure to X-rays from the moon. When its internal load of germs decreases, it dies. In Ultra Sun, it was born from sludge on the ocean floor. In a sterile environment, the germs within its body can't multiply and it dies. In Ultra Moon, the wastewater coming from factories is clean these days, so Grimer have nothing to eat. They're said to be on the verge of extinction. Alolan Grimer. In Sun, a Grimer which had been brought in to solve a problem with garbage developed over time into this form. In Moon, the crystals on Grimer's body are lumps of toxins. If one falls off, lethal poisons leak out. In Ultra Sun, there are 100 or so of them living in Alola's waste disposal site. They're all hard workers who eat a lot of trash. In Ultra Moon, brought to Alola to solve the garbage problem, Grimer seem to relish any and all kinds of trash. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it has a passion for trash above all else, speedily digesting it and creating brilliant crystals of sparkling poison. In Scarlet, they store their toxins inside their bodies, so unlike Grimer from other regions, they don't smell bad even up close. In Violet, Alolan Grimer will gladly gobble up any kind of trash, making it a widely used and popular Pokemon at garbage disposal facilities. Muck. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it is usually undetectable because it blends in with the ground. Touching it can cause terrible poisoning. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Scarlet, thickly covered with a filthy, vile sludge, it is so toxic even its footprints contain poison. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, smells so awful it can cause fainting. Through degeneration of its nose, it lost its sense of smell. In Stadium, becoming indistinguishable if it hides in dirt, touching its sludge-covered body causes horrible poisoning. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and X, they love to gather in smelly areas where sludge accumulates, making the stench around them worse. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, its body is made of a powerful poison. Touching it accidentally will cause a fever that requires bed rest. In Crystal, as it moves, a very strong poison leaks from it, making the ground there barren for 3 years. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, from Muck's body seeps a foul fluid, gives off a nose-bendingly horrible stench. Just one drop of this Pokemon's body fluid can turn a pool stagnant and rancid. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon's favorite food is anything that is repungently filthy. In dirty towns where people think nothing of throwing away litter on the streets, Muck are certain to gather. In Emerald, it prefers warm and humid habitats. In the summertime, the toxic substances in its body intensify, making Muck reek like putrid kitchen garbage. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a toxic fluid seeps from its body. The fluid instantly kills plants and trees on contact. In Black 2, White 2, and Violet, it's so stinky. Muck's body contains toxic elements and any plant will wilt when it passes by. In Sun, the stench it gives off will make your nose scrunch up. Still, there are Muck fans who think that that's a good thing. In Moon, after recent environmental improvements, this Pokemon is now hardly seen at all. People speculate that it may go extinct at some point. In Ultra Sun, their food sources have decreased and their numbers have declined sharply. Sludge ponds are being built to prevent their extinction. In Ultra Moon, because they scatter germs everywhere, they've long been targeted for extermination, leading to a steep decline in their population. Alolan Muck. In Sun, the garbage it eats causes continuous chemical changes in its body, which produce its exceedingly vivid coloration. In Moon, while it's unexpectedly quiet and friendly, if it's not fed any trash for a while, it will smash its trainer's furnishings and eat up the fragments. In Ultra Sun and Scarlet, there are over 100 kinds of poison inside its body. Chemical reactions between different poisons are the source of its vitality. In Ultra Moon and Violet, what look like fangs and claws are actually crystallized poison that will afflict you at a mere touch, so don't get too close. Shelder. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Scarlet, it is encased in a shell that is harder than diamond. Inside, however, it is surprisingly tender. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Shield, its hard shell repels any kind of attack. It is vulnerable only when its shell is open. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, the shell can withstand any attack. However, when it is open, the tender body is exposed. In Stadium, its shell is harder than diamond. It hides in sand on the sea floor and catches prey with its soft tongue. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Sword, it swims facing backwards. By opening and closing its two-piece shell, it is surprisingly fast. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, grains of sand trapped in its shell mix with its body fluids to form beautiful pearls. In Crystal, Y, and Violet, clamping onto an opponent reveals its vulnerable parts, so it uses this move only as a last resort. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, at night this Pokemon uses its broad tongue to burrow a hole in the seafloor sand and then sleep in it. While it is sleeping, Shelter closes its shell, but leaves its tongue hanging out. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it swims backwards by opening and closing its two shells. Its large tongue is always kept hanging out. In Sun, the hardness of its shells surpasses the hardness of a diamond. In days gone by, people used the shells to make shields. In Moon, this Pokemon's tongue is always hanging out. It uses its tongue with great dexterity to dig up sand from the seabed in its search for food. In Ultra Sun, the sand that accumulates inside its shell eventually becomes a pearl, but the pearl gets in the way, so it spits it out and discards it. In Ultra Moon, even when its shell is closed, its tongue is still hanging out. If you give its tongue a good yank, the shock will cause Shelter to open its shell. Cloyster. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Sword, its shell is extremely hard. It cannot be shattered, even with a bomb. The shell opens only when it is attacking. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, when attacked, it launches its horn in quick volleys. Its innards have never been seen. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, for protection, it uses its harder than diamond shell. It also shoots spikes from the shell. In Stadium, its shell is so hard, it can even withstand a bomb. No one has ever seen what is inside its shell. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Shield, once it slams itself shut, it is impossible to open, even by those with superior strength. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, X, and Scarlet, Cloyster that lives in seas with harsh tidal currents grow large, sharp spikes on the shells. In Crystal, even a missile can't break the spikes it uses to stab opponents. They're even harder than its shell. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Cloyster is capable of swimming in the sea. It does so by swallowing water, then jetting it out towards the rear. This Pokemon shoots spikes from its shell using the same system. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it fights by keeping its shell tightly shut for protection and by shooting spikes to repel foes. In Sun, its hard shell cannot be shattered, not even by a bomb. The contents of the shell remain unknown. In Moon, excavation of the tombs of ancient hunting tribes has turned up many spears tipped with spikes that had fallen off this Pokemon's shell. In Ultra Sun, if areas of Cloyster's very hard shell get damaged, those areas swell, gradually growing into large, sharp spikes. In Ultra Moon, Slowpoke tails are its favorite food. It has even been known to come up on land to look for Slowpoke from time to time. Ghastly. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, a being that exists as a thin gas. It can topple an Indian elephant by enveloping the prey in 2 seconds. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, almost invisible, this gaseous Pokemon cloaks the target and puts it to sleep without notice. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, said to appear in decrepit, deserted buildings. It has no real shape as it appears to be made of gas. In Stadium, made of a thin, gas-like substance that induces fainting if you get enshrouded in it, will not appear if it is very windy. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Shield, with its gas-like body, it can sneak into any place it desires. However, it can be blown away by wind. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, X, and Violet, its body is made of gas. Despite lacking substance, it can envelop an opponent of any size and cause suffocation.
In Crystal and Scarlet, it wraps its opponent in its gas-like body, slowly weakening its prey by poisoning it through the skin. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Ghastly is largely composed of gaseous matter. When exposed to a strong wind, the gaseous body quickly dwindles away. Groups of this Pokemon cluster under the eaves of houses to escape ravages of wind. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, this Pokemon's body is 95% made up of gases. The Pokemon can be blown away by strong gusts of wind. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon born from poison gases. It defeats even the largest foes by enveloping them in gas. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Sword, and Legends EA, born from gases, anyone would faint if engulfed by its gaseous body, which contains poison. In Sun, should a strange light be seen flickering in an abandoned building, Ghastly is lurking there. In Moon, although Ghastly is barely visible, when it's near, a faint sweet smell lingers. In Ultra Sun, it's said that gas emanating from a graveyard was possessed by the grievances of the deceased and thus became a Pokemon. In Ultra Moon, poisonous gas comprises 95% of its body. It's said that the remaining 5% is made up of the souls of those who died from the gas. In Legends Arceus, gaseous and completely impalpable, also highly dangerous, inhaling part of its poisonous body will cause one to faint instantly. Haunter. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Shield, and Pocopia, if you get the feeling of being watched in darkness when nobody is around, Haunter is there. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, because of its ability to slip through block walls, it is said to be from another dimension. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, by licking, it saps the victim's life. It causes shaking that wouldn't stop until the victim's demise. In Stadium, if you trip and fall for no apparent reason or hear a sound when no one is around, it may be a Haunter. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, in total darkness, where nothing is visible, Haunter lurks, silently stalking its next victim. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Sword, its tongue is made of gas. If licked, its victim starts shaking constantly until death eventually comes. In Crystal, it hides in the dark, planning to take the life of the next living thing that wanders close by. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Haunter is a dangerous Pokemon. If one beckons you while floating in darkness, you must never approach it. This Pokemon will try to lick you with its tongue and steal your life away. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it can slip through any obstacle. It lurks inside walls to keep an eye on its foes. In Pearl, Y, Shining Pearl, and Legends EA, it licks with its gaseous tongue to steal the victim's life force. It lurks in darkness for prey. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Scarlet, it likes to lurk in the dark and taps shoulders with a gaseous hand. Its touch causes endless shuddering. In Sun, it strikes a human from total darkness. Those licked by its cold tongue grow weaker with each passing day until they die. In Moon, it fears the light and revels in the dark. It may be on the verge of extinction in cities that stay brightly lit at night. In Ultra Sun, on moonless nights, Haunter searches for someone to curse, so it's best not to go out walking around. In Ultra Moon, it's dangerous to go outside alone on nights when you're feeling sad. Haunter will catch you, and you won't be able to go back home. In Legends Arceus, this frightful, malevolent spirit can glide through walls, appearing wherever it likes. According to rumor, victims of a Haunter's lick will wither to death day by day. Gengar. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Shield, it is said to emerge from darkness to steal the lives of those who become lost in mountains. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Sword, on the night of a full moon, if shadows move on their own and laugh, it must be Gengar's doing. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pocopia, a Gengar is close by if you feel a sudden chill. It may be trying to lay a curse on you. In Stadium, appears to attack people who get lost in the mountains, said to be the culprit behind shadows that laugh in the moonlight. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it steals heat from its surroundings. If you feel a sudden chill, it is certain that a Gengar appeared. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, to steal the life of its target, it slips into the prey's shadow and silently waits for an opportunity. In Crystal, Y, and Violet, hiding in people's shadows at night, it absorbs their heat. The chill it causes makes the victims shake. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, sometimes on a dark night, your shadow thrown by a streetlight will suddenly and startlingly overtake you. It is actually a Gengar running past you, pretending to be your shadow. In Diamond, Brilliant Diamond, and Legends EA, it is said that in rooms where Gengar is hiding, the temperature drops by nearly 10 degrees Fahrenheit. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, lurking in the shadowy corners of rooms, it awaits chances to steal its prey's life force. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, the leer that floats in darkness belongs to a Gengar, delighting in casting curses on people. In Sun, should you feel yourself attacked by a sudden chill, it is evidence of an approaching Gengar. There is no escaping it. Give up. In Moon, it apparently wishes for a traveling companion. Since it was once human itself, it tries to create one by taking the lives of other humans. In Ultra Sun, you can hear tales told all over the world about how Gengar will pay a visit to children who are naughty. In Ultra Moon, when your home isn't safe, Gengar will lurk in whatever dark corner of a room it can find and wait for its chance to catch its prey. In Legends Arceus, possesses potential victims' shadows in an effort to steal away the victims' lives. If your shadow begins to laugh, you must take hold of a protective charm post-haste. Mega Gengar. In Sun, Gengar's relationships are warped. It has no interest in opponents unless it perceives them as prey. In Moon, the energy of Mega Evolution awakened it. It sinks into another dimension, where it keeps a patient watch for its chance to attack. In Ultra Sun, it tries to take the lives of anyone and everyone. It will even try to curse the trainer who is its master. In Ultra Moon, Mega Evolution made it possible for Gengar to access other dimensions. Its entire body is brimming with strange power. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, it can pass through other dimensions and appear anywhere. It caused a stir one time when it stuck just one leg out of a wall. Gigantamax Gengar. In Sword, rumor has it that its gigantic mouth leads not into its body filled with cursed energy, but instead directly to the afterlife. In Shield, it lays traps, hoping to steal the lives of those it catches. If you stand in front of its mouth, you'll hear your loved one's voices calling out to you. Onyx. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Legends EA, it usually lives underground. It searches for food while boring its way through the ground at 50 miles per hour. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, as it grows, the stone portions of its body harden to become similar to black-colored diamonds. In Yellow, X, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, burrows at high speeds in search of food. The tunnels it leaves are used as homes by Diglett. In Stadium, its large body is over 26 feet long. Despite its size, it can squirm its way through the ground at 50 miles per hour. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it twists and squirms through the ground. The thunderous roar of its tunneling echoes a long way. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Shield, and Pokopia, it rapidly bores through the ground at 50 miles per hour by squirming and twisting its massive, rugged body. In Crystal and Sword, as it digs through the ground, it absorbs many hard objects. This is what makes its body so solid. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Onyx has a magnet in its brain. It acts as a compass so that this Pokemon does not lose direction while it's tunneling. As it grows older, its body becomes increasingly rounder and smoother. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, when it travels underground, it causes rumbling and tremors. It can move at 50 miles per hour. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it squirms through the ground using its long and rugged body. It always eats while burrowing. In Platinum, Black, and White, it burrows through the ground at a speed of 50 miles per hour while feeding on large boulders. In Black 2 and White 2, opening its large mouth, it ingests massive amounts of soil and creates long tunnels. In Legends Arceus, this chain of immense stones resembles a giant serpent. Tremors shake the earth above as it burrows deep beneath the ground, feeding on boulders as it goes. Drowsy. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, a descendant of the legendary animal Baku, which is said to eat dreams. It is skilled in hypnotism. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, puts enemies to sleep, then eats their dreams. Occasionally gets sick from eating only bad dreams. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, if you sleep by it all the time, it will sometimes show your dreams it had eaten in the past. In Stadium, it puts its enemies to sleep and eats the victim's dreams, said to have descended from the legendary beast Baku. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, if you think that you had a good dream but you can't remember it, a Drowsy has probably eaten it. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, it remembers every dream it eats. It rarely eats the dreams of adults because children's are much tastier. In Crystal and Violet, when it twitches its nose, it can tell where someone is sleeping and what that person is dreaming about. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, if your nose becomes itchy while you're sleeping, it's a sure sign that one of these Pokemon is standing above your pillow and trying to eat your dreams through your nostrils. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it can tell what people are dreaming by sniffing with its big nose. It loves fun dreams. In Sun, a Pokemon that nourishes itself by eating dreams. It is thought to share common ancestry with Munna and Musharna. In Moon, it finds really fun dreams tasty. When it makes friends with people, it may show them the most delicious dreams it's ever eaten. In Ultra Sun, it can be spotted near recreational facilities intending to eat the pleasant dreams of children who enjoyed themselves there that day. In Ultramoon, it puts its prey to sleep and devours their dreams. It seems that bad dreams taste sour, so Drowsy doesn't particularly like eating them. Hypno. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, it carries a pendulum-like device. There was once an incident in which it took away a child it hypnotized. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, when it locks eyes with an enemy, it will use a mix of psi moves such as Hypnosis and Confusion. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, avoid eye contact if you come across one. It will try to put you to sleep by using its pendulum. In Stadium, if you lock eyes with it, it will try to hypnotize you. It is best to close your eyes quickly before you get hypnotized. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, when it is very hungry, it puts humans it meets to sleep, then it feasts on their dreams. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, always holding a pendulum that it swings at a steady rhythm. It causes drowsiness in anyone nearby. In Crystal, the longer it swings its pendulum, the longer the effects of its hypnosis last. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Hypno holds a pendulum in its hand. The arcing movement and glitter of the pendulum lull the foe into a deep state of hypnosis. While this Pokemon searches for prey, it polishes the pendulum. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, seeing its swinging pendulum can induce sleep in 3 seconds, even in someone who just woke up. In Sun, while it is an extremely dangerous Pokemon, people who are in need of a good, sound sleep call it their savior. In Moon, as a matter of course, it makes anyone it meets fall asleep and has a taste of their dreams. Anyone having a good dream, it carries off. In Ultra Sun and Alola, Kamala is Hypno's main target. It rarely harms people. In Ultramoon, there are some Hypno that assist doctors with patients who can't sleep at night in hospitals. Krabby. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Sword, it can be found near the sea. The large pincers grow back if they are torn out of their sockets. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its pincers are not only powerful weapons, they are used for balance when walking sideways. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its pincers are superb weapons. They sometimes break off during battle, but they grow back fast. In Stadium, lives on beaches and seashores. If a pincer falls off, a new, stronger pincer grows back in its place. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, X, and Shield, if it senses danger approaching, it cloaks itself with bubbles from its mouth so it will look bigger. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, the pincers break off easily. If it loses a pincer, it somehow becomes incapable of walking sideways. In Crystal, if it is unable to find food, it will absorb nutrients by swallowing a mouthful of sand. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Krabby live on beaches, burrowed inside holes dug into the sand. On sandy beaches, with little in the way of food, these Pokemon can be seen squabbling with each other over territory. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it lives in burrows dug on sandy beaches. Its pincers fully grow back if they are broken in battle. Kingler. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Sword, its large and hard pincer has 10,000 horsepower strength. However, being so big, it is unwieldy to move. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, the large pincer has 10,000 horsepower crushing force. However, its huge size makes it unwieldy to use. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, one claw grew massively and is hard as steel. It has 10,000 horsepower strength, however, it is too heavy. In Stadium, said to be capable of prying open Shelder and Cloyster shells using its 10,000 horsepower pincer. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it can hardly lift its massive, overgrown pincer. The pincer's size makes it difficult to aim properly. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, its pincers grow peculiarly large. If it lifts the pincer too fast, it loses its balance and staggers. In Crystal and Shield, its oversized claw is very powerful, but when it's not in battle, the claw just gets in the way. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Kingler has an enormous oversized claw. It waves this huge claw in the air to communicate with others. However, because the claw is so heavy, the Pokemon quickly tires. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the larger pincer has 10,000 horsepower strength. However, it is so heavy, it is difficult to aim. Gigantamax Kingler. In Sword, the flow of Gigantamax energy has spurred this Pokemon's left pincer to grow to an enormous size. That claw can pulverize anything. In Shield, the bubbles it spews out are strongly alkaline. Any opponents hit by them will have their bodies quickly melted away. Voltorb. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, a life form whose identity is unknown. It is said to screech or suddenly self-destruct. In English, red, blue, leaf green, Y, and violet, usually found in power plants. Easily mistaken for a Pokeball, it has zapped many people. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, it is said to camouflage itself as a Pokeball. It will self-destruct with very little stimulus. In Stadium, usually found in power plants. In some instances, they have been seen drawing power from the trolleys of electric trains. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, it rolls to move. If the ground is uneven, a sudden jolt from hitting a bump can cause it to explode. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and X, it was discovered when Pokeballs were introduced. It is said that there is some connection. In Crystal, during the study of this Pokemon, it was discovered that its components are not found in nature. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Voltorb was first sighted at a company that manufactures Pokeballs. The link between that sighting and the fact that this Pokemon looks very similar to a Pokeball remains a mystery. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Voltorb is extremely sensitive. It explodes at the slightest of shocks. It is rumored that it was first created when a Pokeball was exposed to a powerful pulse of energy. In Emerald, it bears an uncanny and unexplained resemblance to a Pokeball. Because it explodes at the slightest shock, even veteran trainers treat it with caution. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it looks just like a Pokeball. It is dangerous because it may electrocute or explode on touch. Hisuian Voltorb, in Legends Arceus, an enigmatic Pokemon that happens to bear resemblance to a Pokeball. When excited, it discharges the electric current it has stored in its belly, then lets out a great, uproarious laugh. Electrode. In Japanese red, green, fire red, X, and violet, it explodes in response to even minor stimuli. It is feared, with the nickname of the Bomb Ball. In English red, blue, and leaf green, it stores electric energy under very high pressure. It often explodes with little or no provocation. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee stores electrical energy inside its body. Even the slightest shock could trigger a huge explosion. In Stadium, stores enormous amounts of electricity within its body and explodes with the slightest provocation. Extremely dangerous. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it is dangerous. If it has too much electricity and has nothing to do, it amuses itself by exploding. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, Y, and Pokopia, it stores an overflowing amount of electric energy inside its body. Even a small shock makes it explode. In Crystal and Scarlet, the more energy it charges up, the faster it gets, but this also makes it more likely to explode. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Electrode eats electricity in the atmosphere. On days when lightning strikes, you can see this Pokemon exploding all over the place from eating too much electricity. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, one of Electrode's characteristics is its attraction to electricity. It is a problematical Pokemon that congregates mostly at electrical power plants to feed on electricity that has just been generated. In Emerald, they appear in great numbers at electric power plants. Because they feed on electricity, they cause massive and chaotic blackouts in nearby cities. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is known to drift on winds if it is bloated to bursting with stored energy. Hisuian Electrode. In Legends Arceus, the tissue on the surface of its body is curiously similar in composition to an apricorn. When irritated, this Pokemon lets loose an electric current equal to 20 lightning bolts. Execute. In Japanese red, green, fire red, and Y, even though it appears to be eggs of some sort, it was discovered to be a life form more like plant seeds. In English red, blue, and leaf green, often mistaken for eggs, when disturbed, they quickly gather and attack in swarms. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the heads attract each other and spin around. There must be 6 heads for it to maintain balance. In Stadium, a Pokemon that is like the seeds of a plant. If you find one and chase it, others will join it without you noticing. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, their shells are very durable. Even if they crack, they can survive without spilling their contents. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, using telepathy only they can employ, they always form a cluster of 6 Execute. In Crystal, if even one is separated from the group, the energy bond between the 6 will make them rejoin instantly. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon consists of 6 eggs that form a closely knit cluster. The 6 eggs attract each other and spin around. When cracks increasingly appear on the eggs, Execute is close to evolution. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its 6 eggs converse using telepathy. They can quickly gather if they become separated. In Sun, its 6 eggs use telepathy to communicate among themselves. It is believed to carry plant genes and the genes of other species. In Moon, 6 of them together form a full-fledged Pokemon. It's often hunted by Cabrawler, but uses psychokinesis to drive it off. In Ultra Sun, 6 of them form a single Pokemon. Should one of the 6 be lost, the next morning there will once more be 6. In Ultra Moon, although they are the same size as other Execute, the ones produced in Alola are quite heavy. Their shells are packed full. In Sword, though it may look like just a bunch of eggs, it's a proper Pokemon. Execute communicates with others of its kind via telepathy, apparently. In Shield, these Pokemon get nervous when they're not in a group of 6. The minute even one member of the group goes missing, Execute becomes cowardly. In Scarlet, if you touch one of Execute's heads, mistaking it for an egg, the other heads will quickly gather and attack you in a swarm. In Violet and Pocopia, using telepathy only fellow Execute can pick up on, they always form a cluster of 6. Executor. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Scarlet, it is called the Walking Tropical Rainforest. Each of the nuts has a face and a will of its own. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Violet, it is said that on rare occasions, one of its heads will drop off and continue on as an Execute. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its cries are very noisy. This is because each of the 3 heads thinks about whatever it likes. In Stadium, each of the fruit is an independently thinking head. It is said that if one drops off, it becomes an Execute. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and X, its 3 heads think independently. However, they are friendly and never appear to squabble. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, if a head drops off, it emits a telepathic call in search of others to form an Execute cluster. In Crystal, living in a good environment makes it grow lots of heads. A head that drops off becomes an Execute. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Executor originally came from the tropics. Its head steadily grows larger from exposure to strong sunlight. It is said that when the head falls off, they group together to become Execute. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is called the Walking Jungle. If a head grows too big, it falls off and becomes an Execute. In Sun, each of its head has its own will. They use telepathy to discuss their plans before coming to a joint decision. In Moon, when the time comes, one of the 3 heads falls off. Before long, the fallen head grows into an Execute. In Ultra Sun, it engages its enemies using psychic powers. Each of its 3 heads fires off psychokinetic energy, tripling its power. In Ultra Moon, each of its 3 heads has its own thoughts. When they want to go in different directions, Executor becomes unable to move. In Sword and Bocopia, each of Executor's 3 heads is thinking different thoughts. The 3 don't seem to be very interested in one another. In Shield, when they work together, Executor's 3 heads can put out powerful psychic energy. Cloudy days make this Pokemon sluggish. Alolan Executor. In Sun, Alola is the best environment for this Pokemon. Local people take pride in its appearance, saying this is how Executor ought to look. In Moon and Violet, as it grew taller and taller, it outgrew its reliance on psychic powers, while within it awakened the power of the sleeping dragon. In Ultra Sun, Executor is the pride of the Alolan people. Its image is carved into historical buildings and murals. In Ultra Moon and Scarlet, it swings its long neck like a whip and smacks its opponents. This makes Executor itself dizzy, too. Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee.
The strong sunlight of the Alola region has awakened the power hidden within Execute. This is the result.
In Sword, blazing sunlight has brought out the true form and powers of this Pokemon. In Shield, this Pokemon's psychic powers aren't as strong as they once were. The head on this Executor's tail scans surrounding areas with weak telepathy. Cubone. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, it wears the skull of its dead mother on its head. When it becomes lonesome, it is said to cry loudly. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, because it never removes its skull helmet, no one has ever seen this Pokemon's real face. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pocopia wears the skull of its deceased mother. Its cries echoes inside the skull and come out as a sad melody. In Stadium, always wears the skull of its deceased mother on its head and never shows its face. It cries mournfully in the moonlight. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted. If it is sad or lonely, the skull it wears shakes and emits a plaintive and mournful sound. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, it always wears the skull of its dead mother. No one has any idea what its hidden face looks like. In Crystal and Legend ZA, it lost its mother after its birth. It wears its mother's skull, never revealing its true face. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Cubone pines for the mother it will never see again. Seeing a likeness of its mother in the full moon, it cries. The stains on the skull the Pokemon wears are made by the tears it sheds. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, When it thinks of its dead mother, it cries. Its crying makes the skull it wears rattle hollowly. In Sun, when it thinks of its deceased mother, it weeps loudly. Mandibuzz that hears its cries will attack it from the air. In Moon, the skull it wears on its head is that of its dead mother. According to some, it will evolve when it comes to terms with the pain of her death. In Ultrasun, at night it weeps loudly for its dead mother, but those cries only attract its natural enemy, Mandibuzz. In Ultramoon, it wears its mother's skull on its head. No one knows what its bare face looks like. However, it's clear that it's always crying. In Sword, when the memory of its departed mother brings it to tears, its cries echo mournfully within the skull it wears on its head. In Shield, this Pokemon wears the skull of its deceased mother. Sometimes Cubone's dreams make it cry, but each tear Cubone sheds makes it stronger. Marowak. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, it is small and was originally very weak. Its temperament turned ferocious when it began using bones. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, the bone it holds is its key weapon. It throws the bone skillfully like a boomerang to KO targets. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, small and weak, this Pokemon is adept with its bone club. It has grown more vicious over the ages. In Stadium, originally a small and weak Pokemon, it became rough and aggressive when it began using bones as weapons. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it has been seen pounding boulders with the bone it carries in order to tap out messages to others. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it collects bones from an unknown place. Some whisper that a Marowak graveyard exists somewhere in the world. In Crystal, somewhere in the world is a cemetery just for Marowak. It gets its bones from those graves. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Marowak is the evolved form of a Cubone that has overcome its sadness at the loss of its mother and grown tough. This Pokemon's tempered and hardened spirit is not easily broken. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, from its birth, this savage Pokemon constantly holds bones. It is skilled in using them as weapons. In Sun, originally it was weak and timid. After evolution, its temperament becomes violent, and it begins to wield bones as weapons. In Moon, this Pokemon is out for vengeance on its natural enemy, Mandibuzz. It throws bones like boomerangs to try and take it down. In Ultrasun, it throws bones at Mandibuzz to knock it down. It's thought that Marowak is trying to avenge its parent. In Ultramoon, they thump their bones rhythmically to communicate among themselves. There are nearly 50 different rhythmic patterns. In Sword, this Pokemon overcame its sorrow to evolve a sturdy new body. Marowak faces its opponents bravely, using a bone as a weapon. In Shield, when this Pokemon evolved, the skull of its mother fused to it. Marowak's temperament also turned vicious at the same time. In Legends ZA, it carries a bone that is collected from some place unknown. Rumor has it that somewhere in the world, there is a graveyard only for Marowak. Alolan Marowak. In Sun, the bones it possesses were once its mother's. Its mother's regrets have become like a vengeful spirit protecting this Pokemon. In Moon, its custom is to mourn its lost companions. Mounds of dirt by the side of the road mark the graves of the Marowak. In Ultrasun, the rich greenery of the Alola region is hard on Marowak. It controls fire to stay alive. In Ultramoon, when it beats opponents with its bone, the cursed flames spread to them. No amount of water will stop those flames from burning. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends ZA, it has transformed the spirit of its dear departed mother into flames, and tonight it will once again dance in mourning of others of its kind. In Sword, this Pokemon sets the bone it holds on fire and dances through the night as a way to mourn its fallen allies. In Shield, the cursed flames that light up the bone carried by this Pokemon are said to cause both mental and physical pain that will never fade. And if you've made it this far in the video, I really do appreciate it, and I do hope that you've enjoyed it so far, and maybe you could even give the video a like, maybe subscribe. It would really help me out. Thank you. Hitmonlee. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Shield, the legs freely contract and stretch. The stretchy legs allow it to hit a distant foe with a rising kick. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, when in a hurry, its legs lengthen progressively. It runs smoothly with extra long, lopping strides. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, when kicking, the sole of its foot turns as hard as a diamond on impact and destroys its enemy. In Stadium, repeatedly kicks its enemy with legs that freely stretch and contract. Some people refer to it as the kicking master. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Sword, this amazing Pokemon has an awesome sense of balance. It can kick in succession from any position. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, if it starts kicking repeatedly, both legs will stretch even longer to strike a fleeing foe.
In Crystal, it is also called the Kickmaster. It uses its elastic legs to execute every known kick. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Hitmonlee's legs freely contract and stretch. Using these spring-like legs, it bowls over foes with devastating kicks. After battle, it rubs down its legs and loosens the muscles to overcome fatigue. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its legs can stretch double. First-time foes are startled by its extensible reach. In Scarlet, at the exact moment it lands a kick on its target, Hitmonlee hardens the muscles on the sole of its foot, maximizing the power of the kick. In Violet and Pocopia, it has complete control over the ligaments in its legs, expanding and contracting them to double the reach of its kicks. Hitmonchan. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, the spirit of a pro boxer has infused this Pokemon. It throws punches that are faster than a bullet train. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, while apparently doing nothing, it fires punches in lightning-fast volleys that are impossible to see. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee punches in corkscrew fashion. It can punch its way through a concrete wall like a drill. In Stadium, adept at punching invisibly quick at bullet train speed, it takes a break every 3 minutes as it moves around. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Shield, its punches slice the air. However, it seems to need a short break after fighting for 3 minutes. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Sword, its punches slice the air. They are launched at such high speed, even a slight graze could cause a burn. In Crystal, to increase the strength of all its punch moves, it spins its arms just before making contact. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Hitmonchan is said to possess the spirit of a boxer who had been working toward a world championship. This Pokemon has an indomitable spirit and will never give up in the face of adversity. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the arm-twisting punches it throws pulverize even concrete. It rests after 3 minutes of fighting. In Scarlet and Pocopia, it corners its foes with combo punches from both sides, then finishes them off with a single straight punch launched at over 300 miles per hour. In Violet, its fists are masses of muscle. It takes a break every 3 minutes to steady its breath and mood.
Lickitung.
In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, its tongue is twice the length of its body. It can be moved like an arm for grabbing food and attacking. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its tongue can be extended like a chameleon's. It leaves a tingling sensation when it licks enemies. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its tongue spans almost 7 feet and moves more freely than its forelegs. Its licks can cause paralysis. In Stadium, its tongue, twice its body's length, moves around freely to catch prey. It licks causes a tingling sensation. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, its tongue has well-developed nerves that run to the very tip so it can be deftly manipulated. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, its long tongue, slathered with a gooey saliva, sticks to anything, so it is very useful. In Crystal, it has a tongue that is over 6 foot 6 inches long. It uses this long tongue to lick its body clean. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, whenever Lickitung comes across something new, it will unfailingly give it a lick. It does so because it memorizes things by texture and by taste. It is somewhat put off by sour things. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, instead of hands, it uses its tongue, which is twice its height. Its sticky saliva grips anything. In Platinum, Black, and White, when it extends its over 6 foot long tongue, its tail quivers. There is a possibility that they are connected. In Black 2 and White 2, being licked by its long saliva-covered tongue leaves a tingling sensation. Extending its tongue retracts its tail. In Ultra Sun, it checks out whatever's around by licking everything. If you don't clean off a spot where it's licked you, you'll break out in a rash. In Ultra Moon, it licks filth clean with its tongue. Whatever it licks always stinks afterwards, so whether it's really clean is questionable. In Sword, if this Pokemon's sticky saliva gets on you and you don't clean it off, an intense itch will set in. The itch won't go away either. In Shield, bug Pokemon are Lickitung's main food source. This Pokemon paralyzes its prey with a lick from its long tongue, then swallows the prey whole. In Legends Arceus, wields its long tongue deftly, as though it were an arm. The Pokemon's vicious saliva, once it has been collected and boiled down, yields a strong and highly useful adhesive. Coughing. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, its thin, balloon-like body is inflated by horribly toxic gases. It reeks when it's nearby. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, because it stores several kinds of toxic gases in its body, it is prone to exploding without warning. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, in hot places, its internal gases could expand and explode without any warning. Be very careful.
In Stadium, a Pokemon that is like a thin-skinned balloon filled with highly toxic gas known to occasionally explode. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, its thin, filmy body is filled with gases that cause constant sniffles, coughs, and teary eyes. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Violet, the poisonous gases it contains are a little bit lighter than air, keeping it slightly airborne. In Crystal, if one gets close enough to it when it expels poisonous gas, the gas swirling inside it can be seen. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, if coughing becomes agitated, it raises the toxicity of its internal gases and jets them out from all over its body. This Pokemon may also overinflate in its round body, then explode. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, coughing embodies toxic substances. It mixes the toxins with raw garbage to set off a chemical reaction that results in a terribly powerful poison gas. The higher the temperatures, the more gas is concocted by this Pokemon. In Emerald, getting up close to a coughing will give you a chance to observe, through its thin skin, the toxic gases swirling inside. It blows up at the slightest stimulation. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Pocopia, lighter than air gases in its body keep it aloft. The gases not only smell, they are also explosive. In Black 2, White 2, and Scarlet, toxic gas is held within its thin, balloon-shaped body so it can cause massive explosions. In Sword, its body is full of poisonous gas. It floats into garbage dumps, seeking out the fumes of raw, rotting trash. In Shield, it adores polluted air. Some claim that coughing used to be more plentiful in the Galar region than they are now. Wheezing. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, very rarely a sudden mutation can result in two small coughing twins becoming conjoined as a wheezing. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, where two kinds of poison gases meet, two coughing can fuse into a wheezing over many years. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, this Pokemon lives and grows by absorbing poison gas, dust, and germs that exist inside garbage. In Stadium, a twinned coughing that forms on rare occasions where poisonous gases pool, its two toxic gases appear to be different. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and X, if one of the twin coughing inflate, the other one deflates. It constantly mixes its poisonous gases. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, Scarlet, and Pocopia, top-grade perfume is made using its internal poison gases by diluting them to the highest level. In Crystal and Violet, when it inhales poisonous gases from garbage, its body expands and its insides smell much worse. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Wheezing loves the gases given off by rotted kitchen garbage. This Pokemon will find a dirty, unkempt house and make it its home. At night, when the people in the house are asleep, it will go through the trash. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Wheezing alternately shrinks and inflates its twin bodies to mix together toxic gases inside. The more the gases are mixed, the more powerful the toxins become. The Pokemon also becomes more putrid. In Emerald, by diluting its toxic gases with a special process, the highest grade of perfume can be extracted. To Wheezing, gases emanating from garbage are the ultimate feast. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it grows by feeding on gases released by garbage. Though very rare, triplets have been found. In Black 2 and White 2, inhaling toxic fumes from trash and mixing them inside its body lets it spread an even fouler stench. In Sword, it mixes gases between its two bodies. It's said that these Pokemon were seen all over the Galar region back in the day. In Shield, it can't suck in air quite as well as Galarian Wheezing, but the toxins it creates are more potent than those of its counterpart, Galarian Wheezing. In Sword, this Pokemon consumes particles that contaminate the air. Instead of leaving droplings, it expels clean air. In Shield, long ago, during a time when droves of factories fouled the air with pollution, Wheezing changed into this form for some reason. Rhyhorn. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Sword. Strong but not too bright, this Pokemon can shatter even a skyscraper with its charging tackles. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its massive bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. Its tackle can knock a semi-trailer flying. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a Pokemon with a one-track mind. Once it charges, it won't stop running until it falls asleep. In Stadium, its bones are 1,000 times harder than human bones. Using its durability and strength, it can destroy tall buildings. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Y, it is inept at turning because of its 4 short legs. It can only charge and run in one direction. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it doesn't care if there is anything in its way. It just charges and destroys all obstacles. In Crystal and Shield, it can remember only one thing at a time. Once it starts rushing, it forgets why it started. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Rhyhorn runs in a straight line, smashing everything in its path. It is not bothered even if it rushes headlong into a block of steel. This Pokemon may feel some pain from the collision the next day, however. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Rhyhorn's brain is very small. It is so dense while on a run, it forgets why it started running in the first place. It apparently remembers sometimes if it demolishes something. In Emerald, once it starts running, it doesn't stop. Its tiny brain makes it so stupid that it can't remember why it started running in the first place. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its body is clad in a thick hide, and its tackles topple buildings. Unfortunately, it's not smart. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, its powerful tackles can destroy anything. However, it is too slow-witted to help people work. In Legends Arceus, ludicrously strong. When it butts heads with a mountain, it is the mountain that shatters. But its short legs struggle with turns, and it is incapable of stopping unless it collides with something. In Scarlet, Rhyhorn claims an area with over a 6-mile radius as its territory. It apparently forgets where this territory is when running, however. In Violet, once it starts running, it won't stop, even if it crashes through boulders. This disposition is what's caused its habitat to expand. Rhydon. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Sword, it begins walking on its hind legs after evolution. It can punch holes through boulders with its horn. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Shield, protected by an armor-like hide, it is capable of living in molten lava of 3,600 degrees Fahrenheit. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its brain developed when it began walking on its hind legs. Its armor-like hide even repels molten lava. In Stadium, protected by an armor-like hide, it can survive in lava over 3,600 degrees. Its horn can bore holes through boulders. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, its rugged hide protects it from even the heat of lava. However, the hide also makes it insensitive. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its brain developed when it began walking on hind legs. Its thick hide protects it even in magma. In Crystal, by lightly spinning its drill-like horn, it can easily shatter even a diamond in the rough. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Rhydon's horn can crush even uncut diamonds. One sweeping blow of its tail can topple a building. This Pokemon's hide is extremely tough. Even direct contact hits don't leave a scratch. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Rhydon has a horn that serves as a drill. It is used for destroying rocks and boulders. This Pokemon occasionally rams into streams of magma, but the armor-like hide prevents it from feeling the heat. In Emerald, its horn, which rotates like a drill, destroys tall buildings with one strike. It stands on its hind legs, and its brain is well developed. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its brain developed after it stood up on its hind legs. Its drill horn bores tunnels through solid rock. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, standing on its hind legs freed its forelegs and made it smarter. It is very forgetful, however. In Legends Arceus, rapidly rotates its horn to bore through bedrock. It swaggers around volcanic regions, protected from the lava's heat by its tough armor-like hide. In Scarlet, the horn of a Rhydon is powerful enough to crush raw diamonds. These Pokemon polish their horns by bashing them together. In Violet, it evolved to walk using only its hind legs, which has allowed it to expand its habitat even onto steep mountains. Chansey. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it lays several eggs a day. The eggs are apparently rich in nutrient and extremely delicious. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, a rare and elusive Pokemon that is said to bring happiness to those who manage to catch one. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, a gentle and kind-hearted Pokemon that shares its nutritious eggs if it sees an injured Pokemon. In Stadium, lays very succulent eggs every day. If it is treated with love and care, its eggs appear to become even more delicious. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, it walks carefully to prevent its egg from breaking. However, it is extremely fast at running away. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, few in number and difficult to capture, it is said to bring happiness to the trainer who catches it. In Crystal, people try to catch it for its extremely nutritious egg, but it rarely can be found. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Chansey lay nutritionally excellent eggs on an everyday basis. The eggs are so delicious they are easily and eagerly devoured by even those people who have lost their appetite. In Diamond, X, and Brilliant Diamond, it is said to deliver happiness. Being compassionate, it shares its eggs with injured people. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it lays several eggs a day and won't share them with those who have evil in their hearts. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Scarlet, a kindly Pokemon that lays highly nutritious eggs and shares them with injured Pokemon or people. In Sun, the eggs laid by Chansey are rich in nutrients and a favorite food of many Pokemon. In Moon, not only are these Pokemon fast runners, they're also few in number, so anyone who finds one must be lucky indeed. In Ultra Sun, it seems that other Pokemon's efforts to take its delicious, nutritious egg away from it caused Chansey to get faster at fleeing. In Ultra Moon, because the eggs on their bellies have been over-harvested by people in the past, the Chansey population remains very small. In Sword, the egg Chansey carries is not only delicious, but also packed with nutrients. It's used as a high-class cooking ingredient. In Shield, this species was once very slow. To protect their eggs from other creatures, these Pokemon became able to flee quickly. In Legends Arceus, this pure-hearted Pokemon shares its eggs with the injured. These eggs are so nutritious, they've been nicknamed Doctor's Doubles. Tangela. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, blue plant vines cloak the Pokemon's identity in a tangled mass. It entangles anything that gets close. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, the whole body is swathed with wide vines that are similar to seaweed. The vines sway as it walks. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its identity is obscured by masses of thick blue vines. The vines are said to never stop growing. In Stadium, its identity is obscured by countless blue vines that are similar to seaweed, will become entangled with anything. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, the vines that cloak its entire body are always jiggling. They effectively unnerve its foes. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, it tangles any moving thing with its vines. Their subtle shaking is ticklish if you get ensnared. In Crystal, during battle, it constantly moves the vines that cover its body in order to annoy its opponents. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Tangela's vines snap off easily if they are grabbed. This happens without pain, allowing it to make a quick getaway. The lost vines are replaced by newly grown vines the very next day. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is shrouded by blue vines. No one has seen the face hidden behind this growth of vines. In Platinum, Black, and White, the blue vines shrouding its body are covered in a growth of fine hair. It is known to be ticklish. In Black 2, White 2, and X, many writhing vines cover it, so its true identity remains unknown. The blue vines grow its whole life long. In Sword and Bocopia, hidden beneath a tangle of vines that grows non-stop even if the vines are torn off, this Pokemon's true appearance remains a mystery. In Shield, the vines of a Tangela have a distinct scent. In some parts of Galar, Tangela vines are used as herbs. In Legends Arceus, it is cloaked entirely in blue vines, preventing any glimpse of its true identity. The vines impart a refreshing sensation when chewed. They're useful as a spice. Kangaskhan. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, the female raises its offspring in a pouch on its belly. It is skilled at attacking using Comet Punch. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, the infant rarely ventures out of its mother's protective pouch until it is 3 years old. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee raises its young in its belly pouch, won't run from any fight to keep its young protected. In Stadium, the female raises its young in its belly pouch for around 3 years. The young is taken out once it learns to find food. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, if it is safe, the young gets out of the belly pouch to play. The adult keeps a close eye on the youngster. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, to protect its young, it will never give up during battle, no matter how badly wounded it is. In Crystal, to avoid crushing the baby it carries in its pouch, it always sleeps standing up. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, if you come across a young Kangaskhan playing by itself, you must never disturb it or attempt to catch it. The baby's Pokemon's parent is sure to be in the area and will become violently enraged at you. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends EA, it raises its offspring in its belly pouch. It lets the baby out to play when it feels safe. In Sun, Kangaskhan's maternal love is so deep that it will brave death to protect its offspring. In Moon, the child in its pouch leaves home after roughly 3 years. That is the only time the mother is heard to cry wildly. In Ultra Sun, Kangaskhan protects its child by keeping it in its pouch. It has zero forgiveness for those who harm its child and will beat them down. In Ultramoon, you shouldn't get close to the child when it's playing outside its mother's pouch. Its mother is always nearby watching over it. In Sword, although it's carrying its baby in a pouch on its belly, Kangaskhan is swift on its feet. It intimidates its opponents with quick jabs. In Shield, there are records of a lost human child being raised by a childless Kangaskhan. Mega Kangaskhan. In Sun, Magna Kangaskhan's strength derives from the mother's happiness about her child's growth. Watching it grow up keeps her spirits high. In Moon, thanks to Mega Evolution, its child grows, but as the child is good only at fighting and nothing else, its mother feels uneasy about its future. In Ultra Sun, the explosive energy the child is bathed in causes temporary growth. The mother is beside herself with worry about it. In Ultra Moon, when the mother sees the back of her mega-evolved child, it makes her think of the day when her child will inevitably leave her. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, its child has grown rapidly thanks to the energy of Mega Evolution. Mother and child show off their harmonious teamwork in battle. Horsea. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Violet, it maintains balance using its tail, which is wound up like a coil. It may spray ink from its mouth. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, known to shoot down flying bugs with precision blast of ink from the surface of the water. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, if it senses any danger, it will vigorously spray water or a special type of ink from its mouth. In Stadium, uses its tail to keep its balance while spraying ink from its mouth. The ink appears to be for shooting down bugs. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, if attacked by a larger enemy, it quickly swims to safety by adeptly controlling its well-developed dorsal fin. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its big developed fins move rapidly, allowing it to swim backward while facing forward. In Crystal, when they're in a safe location, they can be seen playfully tangling their tails together. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Horsea eats small insects and moss off of rocks. If the ocean current turns fast, this Pokemon anchors itself by wrapping its tail around rocks or coral to prevent being washed away. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, if Horsea senses danger, it will reflexively spray a dense black ink from its mouth and try to escape. This Pokemon swims by cleverly flapping the fin on its back. In Emerald, by cleverly flicking the fins on its back side to side, it moves in any direction while facing forward. It spits ink to escape if it senses danger. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it makes its nest in the shade of corals. If it senses danger, it spits murky ink and flees. In Sword, Horsea makes its home in oceans with gentle currents. If this Pokemon is under attack, it spits out pitch black ink and escapes. In Shield, they swim with dance-like motions and cause whirlpools to form. Horsea compete to see which of them can generate the biggest whirlpool. Seadra. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, its body bristles with sharp spikes. Carelessly trying to touch it could cause fainting from its spikes. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, it is capable of swimming backwards by rapidly flapping its wing-like pectoral fins and stout tail. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, touching the back fin causes numbness. It hooks its tail to coral to stay in place while sleeping. In Stadium, a clever Pokemon that can swim backwards while facing forward, fainting may result from a jab of its sharp spikes. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, an examination of its cells revealed the presence of a gene not found in Horsea. It became a hot topic. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Violet, its fin tips leak poison. Its fins and bones are highly valued as ingredients in herbal medicine. In Crystal and Scarlet, the male raises the young. If it is approached, it uses its toxic spikes to fend off the intruder. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Seadra sleeps after wriggling itself between the branches of coral. Those trying to harvest coral are occasionally stung by this Pokemon's poison barbs, if they fail to notice it. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Seadra generates whirlpools by spinning its body. The whirlpools are strong enough to swallow even fishing boats. This Pokemon weakens prey with these currents, then swallows it whole. In Emerald, the poisonous barbs all over its body are highly valued as ingredients for making traditional herbal medicine. It shows no mercy to anything approaching its nest. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its spines provide protection. Its fins and bones are prized as traditional medicine ingredients. In Sword, it's the males that raise the offspring. While Seadra are raising young, the spines on their backs secrete thicker and stronger poison. In Shield, Seadra's mouth is slender, but its suction power is strong. In an instant, Seadra can suck in food that's larger than the opening of its mouth. Goldeen. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Shield, its dorsal and pectoral fins are strongly developed like muscles. It can swim at a speed of 5 knots. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its tail fin billows like an elegant ballroom dress, giving it the nickname of the Water Queen. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, when it's time for them to lay eggs, they can be seen swimming up rivers and falls in large groups. In Stadium, its beautiful tail fin billows and flutters like an elegant dress, swims at a speed of 5 knots. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Y, and Sword, its dorsal, pectoral, and tail fin wave elegantly in water.
This is why it is known as the Water Dancer. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, a strong swimmer. It is capable of swimming non-stop up fast streams at a steady speed of 5 knots per hour. In Crystal, during spawning season, they swim gracefully in the water, searching for their perfect mate. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Goldeen is a very beautiful Pokemon with fins that billow elegantly in water. However, don't let your guard down around this Pokemon. It could ram you powerfully with its horn. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Goldeen loves swimming wild and free in rivers and ponds. If one of these Pokemon is placed in an aquarium, it will shatter even the thickest glass with one ram of its horn and make its escape. In Emerald, in the springtime, schools of Goldeen can be seen swimming up falls and rivers. It metes out staggering damage with its single horn. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it swims elegantly by flittering its tail fin as if it were a dress. It has the look of a queen. In Pearl, X, and Shining Pearl, it swims at a steady 5 knots. If it senses danger, it will strike back with its sharp horn. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, though it appears very elegant when swimming with fins unfurled, it can jab powerfully with its horn. In Sun, when the weather grows warm, they form groups and swim upriver. This sight serves as a poetic reminder that spring has arrived. In Moon, spellbound by the length of its horn and the beauty of its fins, many strange trainers raise Goldeen and nothing but Goldeen. In Ultrasun, although known for their splendid tail fins, Goldeen apparently compete among themselves to see whose horn is thickest and sharpest. In Ultramoon, the way it swims along fluttering its dress-like fins has earned it the name Princess of the Water. Seaking. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, the horn on its head is sharp like a drill. It bores a hole in a boulder to make its nest. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, in the autumn spawning season, they can be seen swimming powerfully up rivers and creeks. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, it is the male's job to make a nest by carving out boulders in a stream using the horn on its head. In Stadium, they travel up rivers to spawn. In other seasons, they make and live in their own nest. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, during spawning season, Seaking gather from all over, causing rivers to appear a brilliant red. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Shield, using its horn, it bores holes in riverbed boulders, making nests to prevent its eggs from washing away. In Crystal, when autumn comes, the males patrol the area around their nest in order to protect their offspring. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, in the autumn, Seaking males can be seen performing courtship dances in riverbeds to woo females. During this season, this Pokemon's body coloration is at its most beautiful. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Seaking is very protective of its eggs. The male and female will take turns patrolling around their nest and eggs. The guarding of eggs by these Pokemon goes on for over a month. In Emerald, it punches holes in boulders on stream beds. This is a clever innovation that prevents its eggs from being attacked or washed away by the current. In Diamond, Y, and Brilliant Diamond, it makes its nest by hollowing out boulders and streams with its horn. It defends its eggs with its life. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, to protect its family, it will fight with its drill-sharp horn. It lives in hollowed rock and streams. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Sword, in autumn, its body becomes more fatty in preparing to propose to a mate. It takes on beautiful colors. In Sun, when the weather grows cold, its whole body flushes a deep red. This sight serves as a poetic reminder that autumn has arrived. In Moon, trainers who are crazy for Seaking are divided into horn enthusiasts and fin enthusiasts. The two groups do not get along well. In Ultrasun, its horn spins like a drill to steadily hollow out rocks, even harder ones. The coloration of the male is more vivid. In Ultramoon, to attract females, males dance on the river's floor. The females gather around the male that dances most gracefully. Staryu. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it appears in large numbers by seashores. At night, its central core flashes with a red light. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, an enigmatic Pokemon that can effortlessly regenerate any appendage it loses in battle. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, as long as the center section is unharmed, this Pokemon can grow back fully, even if it's chopped to bits. In Stadium, it is capable of growing back any portion of its body that is cut off. At night, the center core grows with a red light. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, at night, the middle of its body slowly flickers with the same rhythm as a human heartbeat. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, X, and Legends EA, even if its body is torn, it can regenerate as long as the glowing central core remains intact. In Crystal, when the stars twinkle at night, it floats up from the sea floor, and its body's center core flickers. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Staryu's center section has an organ called the core that shines bright red. If you go to a beach toward the end of summer, the glowing cores of these Pokemon look like the stars in the sky.
In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Staryu apparently communicates with the stars in the night sky by flashing the red core at the center of its body. If parts of its body are torn, this Pokemon simply regenerates the missing pieces and limbs. In Emerald, it gathers with others in the night and makes its red core glow on and off with the twinkling stars. It can regenerate limbs if they are severed from its body. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, if its body is torn, it can grow back if the red core remains. The core flashes at midnight. In Black 2 and White 2, as long as its red core remains, it can regenerate its body instantly, even if it's torn apart. In Sun, large numbers of these Pokemon make their home at the seaside. At night, a strange red glow radiates from the center of their bodies. In Moon, this Pokemon gets nibbled on by Lumineon and others. Thanks to its red core, it regenerates fast, so it's unconcerned by their sneak attacks. In Ultra Sun, in many places, there are folk tales of Stardust falling into the ocean and becoming Staryu. In Ultra Moon, no number of injuries can bother Staryu. Its amazing regenerative powers return it to the previous state in half a day. In Sword, if you visit a beach at the end of summer, you'll see a group of Staryu lighting up in a steady rhythm. In Shield, fish Pokemon nibble at it, but Staryu isn't bothered. Its body regenerates quickly, even if part of it is completely torn off. Starmie. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, this Pokemon has a geometric body. Because of its body, the locals suspect that it is an alien creature. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, its central core glows with the 7 colors of the rainbow. Some people value the core as a gem. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, the center section is named the core. People think it's communicating when it glows in 7 colors. In Stadium, when away from human eyes, its core is said to glow mysteriously in 7 colors. This Pokemon may have come from outer space. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, the middle section of its body is called the core. It glows in a different color each time it is seen. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, regardless of the environment it lives in, its body grows to form a symmetrical geometric shape. In Crystal, it is said that it uses the 7-colored core of its body to send electric waves into outer space. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Starmie's center section, the core, glows brightly in 7 colors. Because of its luminous nature, this Pokemon has been given the nickname the Gem of the Sea. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Starmie swims through water by spinning its star-shaped body as if it were a propeller on a ship. The core at the center of this Pokemon's body glows in 7 colors. In Emerald, people in ancient times imagined that Starmie were transformed from the reflections of stars that twinkled on gentle waves at night. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legend ZA, at the center of its body is a red core, which sends mysterious radio signals into the night sky. In Black 2 and White 2, its core shines in many colors and sends radio signals into space to communicate with something. In Sun, its shining core is thought to receive and transmit enigmatic signals. It has been known to cause headaches in those who approach it. In Moon, its unusual body shape, reminiscent of abstract art, led local people to spread rumors that this Pokemon may be an invader from outer space. In Ultra Sun, its sparkling core is called the Gem of the Sea. This core can be made into high-priced accessories that are traded in secret. In Ultramoon, it rotates its geometrically shaped body to swim through the water. It always seems to be sending out mysterious radio waves. In Sword, this Pokemon has an organ known as its core. The organ glows in 7 colors when Starmie is unleashing its potent psychic powers. In Shield, Starmie swims by spinning its body at high speeds. As this Pokemon cruises through the ocean, it absorbs tiny plankton. Mega Starmie. In Legend ZA, its movements have become more human-like. Whether it's simply trying to communicate or wants to supplant humanity is unclear. Mr. Mime. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it is adept at conning people. It is said to be able to create walls out of thin air by miming. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, if interrupted while it is miming, it will suddenly double slap the offender with its broad hands. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, always practicing its pantomime act, it makes enemies believe something exists that really doesn't. In Stadium, it is an expert at miming and loves to perform. It is said to slap around anyone who disturbs it with its broad hands. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, a skilled mime from birth, it gains the ability to create invisible objects as it matures. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, its fingertips emit a peculiar force field that hardens air to create an actual wall. In Crystal, it uses the mysterious power it has in its fingers to solidify air into an invisible wall. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Mr. Mime is a master of pantomime. Its gestures and motions convince watchers that something unseeable actually exists. Once the watchers are convinced, the unseeable thing exists as if it were real. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it is a pantomime expert that can create invisible but solid walls using miming gestures. In Pearl, X, Shining Pearl, and Legend ZA, emanations from its fingertips solidify the air into invisible walls that repel even harsh attacks. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, it shapes an invisible wall in mid-air by minutely vibrating its fingertips to stop molecules in the air. In Ultra Sun, its pantomime skills are wonderful. You may become enraptured while watching it, but next thing you know, Mr. Mime has made a real wall. In Ultra Moon, it creates invisible walls while it's pantomiming. If you don't act impressed, it will attack you with a double slap. In Sword, the broadness of its hands may be no coincidence. Many scientists believe its palms became enlarged specifically for pantomiming. In Shield, it's known for its top-notch pantomime skills. It protects itself from all sorts of attacks by emitting auras from its fingers to create walls. In Legends Arceus, the behavior of this clown-like Pokemon reminds us of pantomime. It creates invisible walls using a force emanated from its fingertips. Galarian Mr. Mime. In Sword, its talent is tap dancing. It can also manipulate temperatures to create a floor of ice, which this Pokemon can kick up to use as a barrier. In Shield, it can radiate chillness from the bottom of its feet. It'll spend the whole day tap dancing on a frozen floor. In Legends EA, it uses its tap dancing steps to rapidly chill the surrounding area and form a splendid stage made of ice. Scyther. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Legends EA, it tears and shreds prey with its wickedly sharp scythes. It very rarely spreads its wings to fly. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, with ninja-like agility and speed, it can create the illusion that there is more than one of itself. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee leaps out of tall grass and slices prey with its scythes. The movement looks like that of a ninja. In Stadium, moves incredibly quickly and shreds its enemies with its razor-sharp scythes. On rare occasions, it flies with its wings. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Y, and Scarlet, it slashes through grass with its sharp scythes, moving too fast for the human eye to track. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, when it moves, it leaves only a blur. If it hides in grass, its protective coloration makes it invisible. In Crystal, it's very proud of its speed. It moves so fast that its opponents do not even know what it knocked down. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Scyther is blindingly fast. Its blazing speed enhances the effectiveness of the twin scythes on its forearms. The Pokemon scythes are so effective they can slice through thick logs in one wicked stroke. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is nearly impossible to parry its attacking scythes. Its movements are like a ninja's. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Violet, and Pocopia, the sharp scythes on its forearms become increasingly sharp by cutting through hard objects. In Sun, it confuses its prey with its quick, ninja-like movements, then in an instant it cleaves them with its scythes. In Moon, while young, they live together deep in the mountains, training themselves in how to fight with their scythes and move at high speeds. In Ultra Sun, its two sharp scythes are more than just weapons. It uses them with dexterity to dress its prey before eating. In Ultra Moon, some call it a ninja. Its movements, impredictably quick, are sufficient to cleave the air in two. It's very popular in Alola. In Sword, as Scyther fights more and more battles, its scythes become sharper and sharper. With a single slice, Scyther can fell a massive tree. In Shield, if you come across an area in a forest where a lot of the trees have been cut down, what you found is a Scyther's territory. In Legends Arceus, the large, wickedly sharp scythe on its forearms are truly fearsome weapons. Prey's attempts to flee are unfailingly thwarted by the Pokemon's nimble motions. Jinx. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it speaks using a language that sounds human. Research is underway to determine what is being said. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, it seductively wiggles its hips as it walks. It can cause people to dance in unison with it. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee appears to move to a rhythm of its own, as if it were dancing. It wiggles its hips as it walks. In Stadium, talks in a strange, incomprehensible language. It is known for its weird wiggling that causes people to dance. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it rocks its body rhythmically. It appears to alter the rhythm depending on how it is feeling. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, it speaks a language similar to that of humans. However, it seems to use dancing to communicate. In Crystal, it has several different cry patterns, each of which seems to have its own meaning. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Jinx walks rhythmically, swaying and shaking its hips as if it were dancing. Its motions are so bouncingly alluring, people seeing it are compelled to shake their hips without giving any thought to what they are doing. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, its cries sound like human speech. However, it is impossible to tell what it is trying to say. In Ultra Sun, it sways its hips to a rhythm all its own. The precise movements of Jinx living in Alola are truly wonderful. In Ultra Moon, its strange cries sound like human language. There are some musicians who compose songs for Jinx to sing. In Sword, in certain parts of Galar, Jinx was once feared and worshipped as the Queen of Ice. In Shield, the Jinx of Galar often have beautiful and delicate voices. Some of these Pokemon have even gathered a fan base. Electabuzz. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, it loves to feed on strong electricity. It occasionally appears around large power plants and so on. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, normally found near power plants, they can wander away and cause major blackouts in cities. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, if a major power outage occurs, it is certain that this Pokemon has eaten electricity at a power plant. In Stadium, appear in power plants in search of electricity. They are said to cause major blackouts if they disappear. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and X, electricity runs across the surface of its body. In Darkness, its entire body glows a whitish blue. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Scarlet, and Pocopia, its body constantly discharges electricity. Getting close to it will make your hair stand on end. In Crystal, when two Electabuzz touch, they control the electric currents to communicate their feelings. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, when a storm arrives, gangs of this Pokemon compete with each other to scale heights that are likely to be stricken by lightning bolts. Some towns use Electabuzz in place of lightning rods. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, half of all blackouts occur when this Pokemon appears at power plants and eats electricity. In Platinum, Black, and White, it windmills its arms to slightly boost its punches. Foes have been known to escape in the meantime. In Black 2, White 2, and Violet, research is progressing on storing lightning in Electabuzz so this energy can be used at any time. In Sun, half of all sudden blackouts are caused by Electabuzz gathering at electric power plants and gobbling up electricity. In Moon, electricity leaks from it in amounts far greater than the amount of electricity it eats. In Ultra Sun, electricity permeates its body. It swings its arms round and round to charge up electricity before unleashing a punch. In Ultramoon, while it's often blamed for power outages, the truth is the cause of the outage is more often an error on the part of the electric company. In Sword, many power plants keep ground-type Pokemon around as a defense against Electabuzz that comes seeking electricity. In Shield, with the coming of a storm, many of these Pokemon will gather under tall trees and sit there waiting for lightning to strike. In Legends Arceus, feeds on electrical energy during sudden showers beneath looming thunderclouds. One can observe Electabuzz scaling tall trees, where the Pokemon will then wait for the lightning to strike. Magmar. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Scarlet, and Pocopia, found near the mouth of a volcano. The fire breather's body temperature is nearly 2,200 degrees Fahrenheit. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its body always burns with an orange glow that enables it to hide perfectly amidst flames. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, born in an active volcano. Its body is always cloaked in flame, so it looks like a big ball of fire. In Stadium, with a body temperature of close to 2,200 degrees, its body is always burning with orange flames, lives near volcanoes. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, it dislikes cold places, so it blows scorching flames to make the environment suitable for itself. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, the fiery surface of its body gives off a wavering, rippling glare that is similar to the sun. In Crystal, it moves more frequently in hot areas. It can heal itself by dipping its wound into lava. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, in battle, Magmar blows out intensely hot flames all over its body to intimidate its opponent. This Pokemon's fiery bursts create heat waves that ignite grass and trees in its surroundings. In Diamond, Pearl, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, born in the spout of a volcano, its body is covered by flames that shimmer like the sun. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, when it breathes deeply, heat waves form around its body, making it hard to see clearly. In Sun, when it's tired, it leaps into the mouth of a volcano and soaks its body in magma to ease its weariness. Its body burns at 2,192 degrees Fahrenheit. In Moon, when angered, it spouts brilliant fire from all over its body. It doesn't calm down until its opponent has burned to ash. In Ultra Sun, its entire body is burning. When it breathes, the temperature rises. When it sneezes, flames shoot out. In Ultra Moon, the hotter the place, the better they feel. Magmar and Alola are said to be hardier than those in other areas. In Sword, Magmar dispatches its prey with fire, but it regrets this habit once it realizes that it has burned its intended prey to a charred crisp. In Shield, these Pokemon's bodies are constantly burning. Magmar are feared as one of the causes behind fires. In Legends Arceus, legend has it that this Pokemon was born from the crater of a volcano. When wounded, it bathes in lava to heal its body, much as one would soak in a hot spring. In Violet, wavering flames similar to those of the sun appear on the surface of this Pokemon's body. Pinsir, in Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, its two long pincer horns are powerful. Once they grip an enemy, they won't release until the foe is torn. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, if it fails to crush the foe in its pincers, it will swing around and toss the opponent. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee grips its prey in its pincers and squeezes hard. It can't move if it's cold out, so it lives in warm places. In Stadium, grips and tears at its enemy with the two pincers on its head. Enemies with hard bodies are gripped and tossed. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, with its pincer horns, it digs burrows to sleep in at night. In the morning, damp soil clings to its body. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Y, Legend ZA, and Pokopia, it swings its long pincer horns wildly to attack. During cold periods, it hides deep in forest. In Crystal, when the temperature drops at night, it sleeps on treetops or among roots where it is well hidden. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Pinsir is astoundingly strong. It can grip a foe weighing twice its weight in its horns and easily lift it. This Pokemon's movements turn sluggish in cold places. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Pinsir has a pair of massive horns. Protruding from the surface of these horns are thorns. These thorns are driven deeply into the foe's body when the pincers close, making it tough for the foe to escape. In Emerald, the pincers are strong enough to shatter thick logs. Because they dislike cold, Pinsir burrow and sleep under the ground on chilly nights. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it grips prey with its pincers until the prey is torn in half. What it can't tear, it tosses far. In Black 2 and White 2, it grips prey with its powerful pincers and will not let go until the prey is torn in half. In Sun, it grips its prey in its pincers and splits them apart. Although it is a powerful Pokemon, it can't deal with the cold. In Moon, one solid blow from its horns is enough to split apart a large tree. Its greatest rival in Alola is Vikavolt. In Ultra Sun, it gets into territorial disputes with Vikavolt. For some reason, it apparently gets along well with Heracross in Alola. In Ultra Moon, although it's tough, it can't handle cold well. When night falls, it buries itself in leafage and sleeps. In Sword, these Pokemon judge one another based on pincers. Thicker, more impressive pincers make for more popularity with the opposite gender. In Shield, this Pokemon clamps its pincers down on its prey and then either splits the prey in half or flings it away. Mega Pinsir. In Sun, the influence of Mega Evolution leaves it in a state of constant excitement. It pierces enemies with its two large horns before shredding them. In Moon, bathed in the energy of Mega Evolution, its wings become unusually developed. It flies at speeds of approximately 30 miles per hour. In Ultra Sun and Legend ZA, after Mega Evolution, it becomes able to fly. Perhaps because it's so happy, it rarely touches the ground. In Ultra Moon, it zips around at blistering speed, looking for an opening to skewer its opponent on its giant pincers. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, with its vaunted horns, it can lift an opponent 10 times heavier than itself and fly about with ease. Tauros. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, when it is about to tackle, it whips its body repeatedly with its three long tails. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Scarlet, when it targets an enemy, it charges furiously while whipping its body with its long tail. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a rowdy Pokemon with a lot of stamina. Once running, it won't stop until it hits something. In Stadium, charges while whipping its hefty body with its tails. Although powerful, it can charge only in a straight line. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, they fight each other by locking horns. The Hertz Protector takes pride in its battle-scarred horns. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and X, after heightening its will to fight by whipping itself with its three tails, it charges at full speed. In Crystal, these violent Pokemon fight with other members of their herd in order to prove their strength. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, this Pokemon is not satisfied unless it is rampaging at all times. If there is no opponent for Tauros to battle, it will charge at thick trees and knock them down to calm itself. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, once it takes aim at its foe, it makes a headlong charge. It is famous for its violent nature. In Sun, historically, people in areas all over the world have ridden Tauros, but the practice is said to have started in Alola. In Moon, although it's known to be a fierce Pokemon, Tauros in the Alola region are said to possess a measure of calmness. In Ultra Sun, they live in groups. The one with the longest, thickest, and most scarred horns is the boss of the herd. In Ultra Moon, the climate seems to be related to the reasons Tauros and Alola are a little calmer than those in other regions. In Sword, when Tauros begins whipping itself with its tails, it's a warning that the Pokemon is about to charge with outstanding speed. In Shield, the Tauros of Galar are volatile in nature, and they won't allow people to ride on their backs. Paldean Tauros combat breed. In Scarlet, this Pokemon has a muscular body and excels at close quarters combat. It uses its short horns to strike the opponent's weak spots. In Violet, this kind of Tauros, known as the combat breed, is distinguished by its thick, powerful muscles and its fierce disposition. Paldean Tauros Blaze breed. In Scarlet, when heated by fiery energy, its horns can get hotter than 1800 degrees Fahrenheit. Those gored by them will suffer both wounds and burns. In Violet, people call this kind of Tauros the Blaze breed due to the hot air it snorts from its nostrils. Its three tails are intertwined. Paldean Tauros Aqua breed. In Scarlet, this Pokemon blasts water from holes on the tips of its horns. The high-pressure jets pierce right through Tauros' enemies. In Violet, it swims by jetting water from its horns. The most notable characteristics of the Aqua breed is its high body fat, which allows it to float easily. Magikarp. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, Sword, and Legends EA, it is virtually worthless in terms of both power and speed. It is the most weak and pathetic Pokemon in the world. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Y, and Violet, in the distant past, it was somewhat stronger than the horribly weak descendants that exist today. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, famous for being very unreliable. It can be found swimming in seas, lakes, rivers, and shallow puddles. In Stadium, whoever its opponent, and however horrible the attack it receives, all it does is splash around. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2 if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Scarlet, and Pocopia, an underpowered, pathetic Pokemon. It may jump high on rare occasions, but usually not more than 7 feet. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, for no reason it jumps and splashes about, making it easy for predators like Pidgeotto to catch it mid-jump. In Crystal and Shield, this weak and pathetic Pokemon gets easily pushed along rivers when there are strong currents. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, Magikarp is a pathetic excuse for a Pokemon that is only capable of flopping and splashing. This behavior prompted scientists to undertake research into it. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, Magikarp is virtually useless in battle as it can only splash around. As a result, it is considered to be weak. However, it is actually a very hardy Pokemon that can survive in any body of water no matter how polluted it is. In Emerald, its swimming muscles are weak, so it easily washed away by currents. In places where water pools, you can see many Magikarp deposited there by the flow. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, it is said to be the world's weakest Pokemon. No one knows why it has managed to survive. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it is unable to swim against even slow-moving currents. It always splashes about for some reason. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, a Magikarp living for many years can leap a mountain using Splash. The move remains useless, though. In Sun, although weak and helpless, this Pokemon is incredibly fertile. They exist in such multitudes, you'll soon grow tired of seeing them. In Moon, its reckless leaps make it easy pickings for predators. On the bright side, many Pokemon enjoy longer lifespans thanks to Magikarp. In Ultra Sun, in the distant past they were fairly strong, but they have become gradually weaker over time. In Ultra Moon, thanks to their strong hold on life, dirty water doesn't bother them at all. They live in waters all over the world. In Legends Arceus, a feeble, pitiful imbecile of a Pokemon that is nonetheless very hardy. Unperturbed by turbid water, it can be found living in all sorts of places. Gyarados. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Sword, it has an extremely aggressive nature. The Hyper Beam it shoots from its mouth totally incinerates all targets. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, rarely seen in the wild, huge and vicious, it is capable of destroying entire cities in a rage. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, brutally vicious and enormously destructive, known for totally destroying cities in ancient times. In Stadium, extremely vicious and horribly brutal, has enough destructive power to totally annihilate even a major city. In gold, heart gold, and stadium 2 if red, silver, or crystal is inserted. They say that during past strife, Gyarados would appear and leave blazing ruins in its wake. In silver, soul silver, stadium 2 if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted. Scarlet, and Pocopia. Once it appears, it goes on a rampage. It remains enraged until it demolishes everything around it. In crystal and violet, it appears whenever there is world conflict, burning down any place it travels through. In Ruby and Omega Ruby, when Magikarp evolves into Gyarados, its brain cells undergo a structural transformation. It is said that this transformation is to blame for this Pokemon's wildly violent nature. In Sapphire and Alpha Sapphire, once Gyarados goes on a rampage, its ferociously violent blood doesn't calm until it has burned everything down. There are records of this Pokemon's rampages lasting a whole month. In Emerald, it is an extremely vicious and violent Pokemon. When humans begin to fight, it will appear and burn everything to the ground with intensely hot flames. In Diamond and Brilliant Diamond, once it appears, its rage never settles until it has razed the fields and mountains around it. In Pearl, X, Shining Pearl, and Legend ZA, in ancient literature, there was a record of a Gyarados that razed a village when violence flared. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, and Shield, once it begins to rampage, a Gyarados will burn everything down, even in a harsh storm. In Sun, a tale is told of a town that angered Gyarados. Before the sun rose the next day, flames utterly consumed the town, leaving not a trace behind. In Moon, there are people who swear that any place Gyarados appear is fated for destruction. In Ultra Sun, it fires hyper beams in all directions, burning the surrounding area to ash. There are some regions where it's called the Deity of Destruction. In Ultramoon, the energy from evolution stimulated its brain cells strongly, causing it to become very ferocious. In Legends Arceus, I suspect this Pokemon to be the true identity of a dragon written in ancient text, which claimed that it raised an entire village with white hot beams from its maw. Mega Gyarados. In Sun, Mega Evolution also affects its brain, leaving no further function except its destructive instinct to burn everything to cinders. In Moon and Legend ZA, it jets water from the orifices on its side, streaking above the water surfaces at supersonic speed. In Ultra Sun, Mega Evolution places a burden on its body. The stress causes it to become all the more ferocious. In Ultramoon, it zooms out of the water at Mach speeds. Even large ships caught in its path are split cleanly in two. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, although it obeys its instinctive drive to destroy everything within its reach, it will respond to orders from a trainer it truly trusts. Lapras. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, its high intelligence enables it to understand human speech. It likes to ferry people on its back. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, a Pokemon that has been overhunted almost to extinction, it can ferry people on its back. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a gentle soul that can understand human speech. It can ferry people across the sea on its back. In Stadium, capable of understanding the language of humans, it enjoys ferrying people on its back. It is on the verge of extinction. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2 if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and X, they have gentle hearts. Because they rarely fight, many have been caught. Their numbers have dwindled. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2 if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, it ferries people across the sea on its back. It may sing an enchanting cry if it's in a good mood. In Crystal, this gentle Pokemon loves to give people rides and provides a very comfortable way to get around. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, people have driven Lapras almost to the point of extinction. In the evenings, this Pokemon is said to sing plaintively, as it seeks what few others of its kind still remain. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it loves crossing the sea with people and Pokemon on its back. It understands human speech. In Black 2, White 2, and Violet, able to understand human speech and very intelligent, it loves to swim in the sea with people on its back. In Sun, its high intelligence enables it to comprehend human speech. When it is in good mood, it sings in its beautiful voice. In Moon, these Pokemon were once near extinction due to poaching. Following protective regulations, there is now an overabundance of them. In Ultra Sun, it likes swimming around with people on its back. In the Alola region, it's an important means of transportation over water. In Ultramoon, they've been so cherished that there's now an overabundance. The fish Pokemon population has declined in waters with too many Lapras. In Sword and Pocopia, a smart and kind-hearted Pokemon. It glides across the surface of the sea while its beautiful song echoes around it. In Shield, crossing icy seas is no issue for this cold-resistant Pokemon. Its smooth skin is a little cool to the touch. Gigantamax Lapras. In Sword, over 5,000 people can ride on its shell at once, and is a very comfortable ride, without the slightest shaking or swaying. In Shield, it surrounds itself with a huge ring of gathered ice particles. It uses this ring to smash any iceberg that might impede its graceful swimming. Ditto. In Japanese red, green, fire red, white, and violet, it can freely recombine its own cellular structure to transform into other life forms. In English red, blue, and leaf green, capable of copying an opponent's genetic code to instantly transform itself into a duplicate of the enemy. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, when it spots an enemy, its body transfigures into an almost perfect copy of its opponent. In Stadium, capable of reorganizing its cells to transform into an exact duplicate of its enemy, it's usually a shapeless blob. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it can transform into anything. When it sleeps, it changes into a stone to avoid being attacked. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Scarlet, its transformation ability is perfect. However, if made to laugh, it can't maintain its disguise. In Crystal and Shield, when it encounters another Ditto, it will move faster than normal to duplicate that opponent exactly. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Ditto rearranges its cell structure to transform itself into other shapes. However, if it tries to transform itself into something by relying on its memory, this Pokemon manages to get details wrong. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has the ability to reconstitute its entire cellular structure to transform into whatever it sees. In Black 2, White 2, and Sword, it can reconstitute its entire cellular structure to change into what it sees, but it returns to normal when it relaxes. In Sun and Pokopia, it can reorganize its cells to make itself into a duplicate of anything it sees. The quality of the duplicate depends on the individual. In Moon, with its astonishing capacity of metamorphosis, it can get along with anything. It does not get along well with its fellow Ditto. In Ultra Sun, while it can transform into anything, each Ditto apparently has its own strengths and weaknesses when it comes to transformations. In Ultra Moon, it transforms into whatever it sees. If the thing it's transforming into isn't right in front of it, Ditto relies on its memory, so sometimes it fails. Eevee, in Japanese red, green, and fire red, an extremely rare Pokemon that may evolve in a number of different ways depending on stimuli. In English red, blue, leaf green, and violet, its genetic code is irregular. It may mutate if it is exposed to radiation from element stones. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it can evolve into a variety of forms. Eevee's genes are the key to solving the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. In Stadium, its genetic code is irregular. It evolves into 3 kinds of Pokemon when exposed to the radiation of elemental stones. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Sword, it has the ability to alter the composition of its body to suit its surrounding environment. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, its irregularly configured DNA is affected by its surroundings. It evolves if its environment changes. In Crystal, Scarlet, and Pokopia, its ability to evolve into many forms allows it to adapt smoothly and perfectly to any environment. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Eevee has an unstable genetic makeup that suddenly mutates due to the environment in which it lives. Radiation from various stones causes this Pokemon to evolve. In Diamond, Pearl, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a rare Pokemon that adapts to harsh environments by taking on different evolutionary forms. In Platinum, Black, and White, because its genetic makeup is irregular, it quickly changes its form due to a variety of causes. In Black 2, White 2, Y, Shield, and Legends EA, thanks to its unstable genetic makeup, this special Pokemon conceals many different possible evolutions. In Sun, possessing an unbalanced and unstable genetic makeup, it conceals many possible evolutions. In Moon, current studies show it can evolve into an incredible 8 different species of Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, the question of why only Eevee has such unstable genes has still not been solved. In Ultra Moon, its genes are easily influenced by its surroundings. Even its face starts to look like that of its trainer. In Legends Arceus, harbors the potential to evolve into manifold forms. Within Eevee lies the key to the mysteries of Pokemon evolution. I'm certain of it. Gigantamax Eevee. In Sword, Gigantamax energy upped the fluffiness of the fur around Eevee's neck. The fur will envelop a foe, capturing its body and captivating its mind. In Shield, having gotten even friendlier and more innocent, Eevee tries to play with anyone around, only to end up crushing them with its immense body. Vaporeon. In Japanese red, green, fire red, and shield, its body's cellular structure is similar to the molecule composition of water. It can melt invisibly in water. In English red, blue, leaf green, and scarlet, it lives close to water. Its long tail is rigid with a fin, which is often mistaken for a mermaid's. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its cell structure is similar to water molecules. It melts into the water and becomes invisible. In Stadium, found quietly resting by lake shores, its cell structure is similar to water, so it can invisibly melt into water. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Sword, when Vaporeon's fins begin to vibrate, it is a sign that rain will come within a few hours. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, X, and Pocopia, it prefers beautiful shores. With cells similar to water molecules, it could melt in water. In Crystal, as it uses the fins on the tip of its tail to swim, it blends with the water perfectly. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Vaporeon underwent a spontaneous mutation and grew fins and gills that allow it to live underwater. This Pokemon has the ability to freely control water. In Diamond, Pearl, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends EA, it has evolved to be suitable for an aquatic life. It can invisibly melt away into water. In Platinum, Black, and White, its cell composition is similar to water molecules. As a result, it can melt away into water. In Black 2, White 2, and Violet, its cell composition is similar to water molecules. As a result, it can't be seen when it melts into water. In Sun, its cells are composed of units much like water molecules. It lives close to water and is often mistaken for a mermaid. In Moon, blending in with water and erasing all signs of its presence, it patiently waits for its prey, fish Pokemon. In Ultra Sun, clean, clear waters are its usual habitat. When it's about to be attacked by an invading enemy, it dives into the water to hide. In Ultra Moon, it detects nearby moisture with its fin. When its fins begin trembling rapidly, that means rain will fall in a few hours. In Legends Arceus, tests show that its cells closely resemble water molecules, which perhaps explains its ability to conceal its form while submerged. I believe the origins of mermaid folklore lie with this Pokemon. Jolteon. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Sword, if it is angered or startled, the fur all over its body bristles like sharp needles that pierce foes. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, Y, Shield, and Legends EA, it accumulates negative ions in the atmosphere to blast out 10,000-volt lightning bolts. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pocopia, a sensitive Pokemon that easily becomes sad or angry. Every time its mood changes, it charges power. In Stadium, its weapons are its 10,000-volt electric attacks and its spiky fur. Its sharp hair can pierce enemies when it bristles. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Scarlet, it concentrates the weak electric charges emitted by its cells and launches wicked lightning bolts. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and X, every hair in its body starts to stand sharply on end if it becomes charged with electricity. In Crystal, the negatively charged ions generated in its fur create a constant sparking noise. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Jolteon's cells generate a low level of electricity. This power is amplified by the static electricity of its fur, enabling the Pokemon to drop thunderbolts. The bristling fur is made of electrically charged needles. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it controls 10,000-volt power. When the fur covering its body stands on end, the fur is hard and sharp like needles. In Platinum, Black, White, and Violet, if agitated, it uses electricity to straighten out its fur and launch it in small bunches. In Black 2 and White 2, by storing electricity in its body, it can shoot its bristle-like fur like a barrage of missiles. In Sun, they send out electrical charges of about 10,000 volts. Because they are high-strung, it can be difficult to grow close to them. In Moon, when its fur stands on end, it's a sign it's about to give off a jolt of electricity. Take care, as sometimes lightning strikes next to it. In Ultra Sun, its lungs contain an organ that creates electricity. The crackling sound of electricity can be heard when it exhales. In Ultra Moon, its fur stands on end, becoming like needles it fires at enemies. Once they're weakened, it finishes them off with a 10,000-volt shock. In Legends Arceus, bristles its fur into sharp, needle-like points when enraged. One can hear electricity crackle in its breath when it exhales. Flareon. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, Y, and Legends EA, it has a flame bag inside its body. After inhaling deeply, it blows out flames of nearly 3,100 degrees Fahrenheit. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, when storing thermal energy in its body, its temperature can soar to over 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, it has a flame chamber inside its body. It inhales, then breathes out fire that is over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In Stadium, its fiery breath reaches close to 3,000 degrees. Its body temperature exceeds 1,650 degrees when storing fire inside. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and Shield, it stores some of the air it inhales in its internal flame pouch, which heats it to over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Violet, it fluffs out its fur collar to cool down its body temperature, which can reach 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. In Crystal and Sword, once it has stored up enough heat, this Pokemon's body temperature can reach up to 1,700 degrees. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Flareon's fluffy hair has a functional purpose. It releases heat into the air so that its body does not get excessively hot. This Pokemon's body temperature can rise to a maximum of 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. In Diamond, Pearl, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it has a flame sac in its body. Its body temperature tops 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit before battle. In Platinum, Black, and White, inhaled air is heated in the flame sac in its body to an intense fire over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In Black 2, White 2, Scarlet, and Pocopia, inhaled air is carried to its flame sac, heated and exhaled as fire that reaches over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In Sun, when it catches prey or finds berries, it breathes fire on them until they're well done, and then it gobbles them up. In Moon, its average body temperature is between 1,300 and 1,500 degrees Fahrenheit. In its internal flame sac, temperatures reach 3,000 degrees. In Ultra Sun, if it inhales deeply, that's a sign it's about to attack. Prepare to be hit by flames of over 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. In Ultra Moon, the flame chamber inside its body ignites when Flareon gets agitated, reaching temperatures of up to 1,650 degrees Fahrenheit. In Legends Arceus, the flames burn within a sac-like organ inside this Pokemon. When Flareon inhales, these flames grow intensely, reaching a mighty 3,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Porygon. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, using the most advanced technologies, scientists finally succeeded in making the first artificial Pokemon. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, White, and Violet, a Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code. It is capable of moving freely in cyberspace. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the only Pokemon that people anticipate can fly into space. None has managed the feat yet, however. In Stadium, a man-made Pokemon that consists entirely of programming code. It is capable of moving freely in cyberspace. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, Scarlet, and Pocopia, it is a man-made Pokemon. Since it doesn't breathe, people are eager to try it in any environment. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, X, and Legends EA, a man-made Pokemon that came about as a result of research. It is programmed with only basic motions. In Crystal, an artificial Pokemon created due to extensive research. It can perform only what is in its program. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Porygon is capable of reverting itself entirely back to program data and entering cyberspace. This Pokemon is copy protected, so it cannot be duplicated by copying. In Diamond, Pearl, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, the world's first artificially created Pokemon, it can travel through electronic space. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, a man-made Pokemon created using advanced scientific means. It can move freely in cyberspace. In Sun, roughly 20 years ago, it was artificially created, utilizing the latest technology of the time. In Moon, it can convert its body into digital data, which enables it to enter cyberspace. In Ultra Sun, this Pokemon was created using the cutting-edge science of 20 years ago, so many parts of it have since become obsolete. In Ultra Moon, it was built 20 years ago by scientists who dreamed of exploring space. Their dreams have yet to come true. In Sword, state-of-the-art technology was used to create Porygon. It was the first artificial Pokemon to be created via computer programming. In Shield, in recent years, the species has been very helpful in cyberspace. These Pokemon will go around checking to make sure no suspicious data exist. In Legends Arceus, it has no discernible heartbeat and does not seem to draw breath, and yet it appears to function without issue. I cannot even begin to explain this utterly bizarre anomaly. Ammonite. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, a prehistoric Pokemon that lived in the primordial sea. It swims by twisting its 10 tentacles about. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, although long extinct, in rare cases, it can be genetically regenerated from fossils. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, an ancient Pokemon that was recovered from a fossil. It swam by cleverly twisting its 10 tentacles about. In Stadium, a prehistoric and long extinct Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil, swims by twisting its 10 tentacles about. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Y, revived from an ancient fossil. This Pokemon uses air stored in its shell to sink and rise in water. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, this Pokemon from ancient times is said to have navigated the sea by adeptly twisting its 10 tentacles. In Crystal, in prehistoric times, it swam on the sea floor eating plankton. Its fossils are sometimes found. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Ammonite is one of the ancient and long since extinct Pokemon that have been regenerated from fossils by people. If attacked by an enemy, it withdraws itself inside its hard shell. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil using modern science. It swam in ancient seas. In Ultra Sun, Ammonite lived in the seas of antiquity. Its fossils have been found bearing bite marks from Archaeops, so apparently Archaeops preyed on it. In Ultramoon, it was restored from an ancient fossil. Those helix fossils are excavated from areas that were once oceans long, long ago. In Sword, because some Ammonite managed to escape after being restored or are released into the wild by people, this species is becoming a problem. In Shield, this Pokemon is a member of an ancient extinct species. Ammonite paddles through water with its 10 tentacles, looking like it's just drifting alone. Omastar. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and X, its tentacles are highly developed as if they are hands and feet. As soon as it ensnares prey, it bites. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, despite having strong fangs and tentacles, it went extinct when its heavy shell made it unable to catch prey. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, its sharp beak rings its mouth. Its shell was too big for it to move freely, so it became extinct. In Stadium, attacks by ensnaring its enemy with its tentacles and biting with sharp fangs. Its overly large shell makes it sluggish. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, apparently it cracked Shelter's shell with its sharp fangs and sucked out the insides. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, once wrapped around its prey, it never lets go. It eats the prey by tearing at it with sharp fangs. In Crystal, its heavy shell allowed it to reach only nearby food. This could be the reason it is extinct. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Omastar uses its tentacles to capture its prey. It is believed to have become extinct because its shell grew too large and heavy, causing its movements to become too slow and ponderous. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is thought that this Pokemon became extinct because its spiral shell grew too large. In Ultra Sun, its heavy shell is thought to be the reason this ancient Pokemon died out. It's apparently a distant ancestor of Octillery. In Ultramoon, it wraps its prey in its tentacles to immobilize them and then finishes them off with its sharp fangs. In Sword, weighed down by a large and heavy shell, Omastar couldn't move very fast. Some say it went extinct because it was unable to catch food. In Shield, Omastar's sharp fangs could crush rock, but the Pokemon can attack only the prey that come within reach of its tentacles. Kabuto. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, and Y, this Pokemon was regenerated from the fossil of an ancient creature. It protects itself with a hard shell. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, a Pokemon that was regenerated from a fossil found in what was once the ocean floor long ago. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a Pokemon that was recovered from a fossil. It used the eyes on its back while hiding on the sea floor. In Stadium, a Pokemon that was resurrected from a fossil found in an ancient seabed, unable to right itself if it is flipped over. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, on rare occasions, some have been found as fossils, which they became while hiding on the ocean floor. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, this Pokemon lived in ancient times. On rare occasions, it has been discovered as a living fossil. In Crystal, 300 million years ago, it hid on the sea floor. It also has eyes on its back that glow. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Kabuto is a Pokemon that has been regenerated from a fossil. However, in extremely rare cases, living examples have been discovered. This Pokemon has not changed at all for 300 million years. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is thought to have inhabited beaches 300 million years ago. It is protected by a stiff shell. In Ultra Sun, this Pokemon thrived 300 million years ago. It's said that living specimens can still be seen in a certain region, a rare sight. In Ultramoon, this Pokemon became extinct everywhere, except in a few areas. It protects itself with its hard shell. In Sword, this species is almost entirely extinct. Kabuto molt every 3 days, making their shells harder and harder. In Shield, while some say the species has gone extinct, Kabuto sightings are apparently fairly common in some places. Kabutops. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it swims freely through water. It catches prey with its scythe-like arms and drains the victim's fluids. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, its sleek shape is perfect for swimming. It slashes prey with its claws and drains their fluids. In yellow, Y, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a slim and fast swimmer. It sliced its prey with its sharp sickles and drank the body fluids. In Stadium, swims very quickly. It tears at its foe with sickle-like forelegs and drains the foe's body fluids entirely. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, and X, in the water, it tucks in its limbs to become more compact. Then it wiggles its shell to swim fast. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, with sharp claws, this ferocious ancient Pokemon rips apart prey and sucks their body fluids. In Crystal, it was able to swim quickly through the water by compactly folding up its razor-sharp sickles. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Kabutops swam underwater to hunt for its prey in ancient times. The Pokemon was apparently evolving from being a water dweller to living on land, as evident from the beginnings of change in its gills and legs. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, it is thought that this Pokemon came onto land because its prey adapted to life on land. In Ultra Sun, its body had begun to change so it could function on land, but it didn't adapt in time and went extinct. In Ultramoon, it swims at speeds of roughly 29 knots, quickly closing in on its prey and slashing into them with its scythes to finish them off. In Sword, Kabutops slices its prey apart and sucks out the fluids. The discarded body parts become food for other Pokemon. In Shield, the cause behind the extinction of this species is unknown. Kabutops were aggressive Pokemon that inhabited warm seas. Aerodactyl. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Legend ZA, it was regenerated from a pterosaur's genetic matter that was found in amber. It flies with high-pitched cries. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, a ferocious prehistoric Pokemon that goes for the enemy's throat with its serrated, saw-like fangs. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, a savage Pokemon that died out in ancient times. It was resurrected using DNA taken from amber. In Stadium, a Pokemon that was resurrected from the genes of an ancient dinosaur. With sharp fangs, it is very vicious. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, a vicious Pokemon from the distant past. It appears to have flown by spreading its wings and gliding. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, and Y, this vicious Pokemon is said to have flown in ancient skies while shrieking high-pitched cries. In Crystal, in prehistoric times, this Pokemon flew freely and fearlessly through the skies. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Aerodactyl is a Pokemon from the age of dinosaurs. It was regenerated from genetic material extracted from amber. It is imagined to have been the king of the skies in ancient times. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon that roamed the skies in the dinosaur era. Its teeth are like saw blades. In Sun, a Pokemon from the age of dinosaurs. It used its saw-like fangs to shred its prey before eating them. In Moon, in ancient times, it ruled the skies. A widely accepted theory is that it went extinct due to a large meteor impact. In Ultra Sun, restored from DNA found in amber, this Pokemon exhibited ferocity that was greater than expected. Some casualties resulted. In Ultra Moon and Pocopia, it flew through the open skies over the ancient continent as if they were its own. When it touched ground, its walk was weak and slow. In Sword, this is a ferocious Pokemon from ancient times. Apparently, even modern technology is incapable of producing a perfectly restored specimen. In Shield, Aerodactyl's saw-like fangs can shred skin to tatters, even the skin of Steel-type Pokemon. Mega Aerodactyl. In Sun and Legend ZA, part of its body has become stone. Some scholars claim that this is Aerodactyl's true appearance. In Moon, when it Mega Evolves, it becomes more vicious than ever before. Some say that's because its excess of power is causing it pain. In Ultra Sun, it will attack anything that moves. Mega Evolution is a burden on its body, so it's incredibly irritated. In Ultramoon, Mega Evolution awakened some dormant genes, bringing back the sharp rocks that once covered Aerodactyl's entire body. In Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, the power of Mega Evolution has completely restored its genes. The rocks on its body are harder than diamond. Snorlax. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Sword, it is not satisfied unless it eats over 880 pounds of food every day. When it is done eating, it goes promptly to sleep. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, very lazy, just eats and sleeps. As its rotund bulk builds, it becomes steadily more slothful. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee will eat anything, even if the food happens to be a little moldy. It never gets an upset stomach. In Stadium, a lazy Pokemon that gets continually fatter by sticking to a cycle of eating and sleeping, awake only when it eats. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, what sounds like its cry may actually be its snores or the rumblings of its hungry belly. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2 if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, its stomach's digestive juices can dissolve any kind of poison. It can even eat things off the ground. In Crystal and Shield, this Pokemon's stomach is so strong, even eating moldy or rotten food will not affect it. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Snorlax's typical day consists of nothing more than eating and sleeping. It is such a docile Pokemon that there are children who use its expansive belly as a place to play. In Diamond, Y, and Brilliant Diamond, its stomach can digest any kind of food, even if it happens to be moldy or rotten. In Pearl and Shining Pearl, it stops eating only to sleep. It doesn't feel full unless it eats nearly 900 pounds a day. In Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, and White 2, when its belly is full, it becomes too lethargic to even lift a finger, so it is safe to bounce on its belly. In Sun, its stomach is said to be incomparably strong. Even Muck's poison is nothing more than a hint of spice on Snorlax's tongue. In Moon, it eats nearly 900 pounds of food every day. It starts nodding off while eating, and continues to eat even while it's asleep. In Ultra Sun and Pocopia, it doesn't do anything other than eat and sleep. When prompted to make a serious effort, though, it apparently displays awesome power. In Ultra Moon, it has no interest in anything other than eating. Even if you climb up on its stomach while it's napping, it doesn't seem to mind at all. In Legends Arceus, this glutton appears in villages without warning and devours the entirety of their rice granaries. Such occurrences have long been counted among the gravest of disasters. In Scarlet, this gluttonous Pokemon eats constantly, apart from when it's asleep. It devours nearly 900 pounds of food per day. In Violet, its stomach's digestive juices can dissolve any kind of poison. Eating things off the ground doesn't bother it at all. Gigantamax Snorlax. In Sword, Gigantamax energy has affected stray seeds and even pebbles that got stuck to Snorlax, making them grow to a huge size. In Shield, terrifyingly strong, this Pokemon is the size of a mountain and moves about as much as one as well. Mossy Snorlax. In Pocopia, this Pokemon tried to sleep off its bad mood after it lost a fight, but it slept so long that dirt piled up around it, leaving it buried. During its long slumber, it forgot all about the Pokemon it lost to. Articuno. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. With its long tail trailing behind, its flying form is magnificent. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and Y, a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear to doomed people who are lost in icy mountains. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pocopia, a legendary bird Pokemon. It freezes water that is contained in winter air and makes it snow. In Stadium, a legendary bird Pokemon with long and distinctive tail feathers, said to appear if you are freezing on a snowy mountain. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, the magnificent, seemingly translucent wings of this legendary bird Pokemon are said to be made of ice. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, one of the legendary bird Pokemon, it chills moisture in the atmosphere to create snow while flying. In Crystal, legendary bird Pokemon, as it flies through the sky, it cools the air, causing snow to fall. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Articuno is a legendary bird Pokemon that can control ice. The flapping of its wings chills the air. As a result, it is said that when this Pokemon flies, snow will fall. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a legendary bird Pokemon, it can create blizzards by freezing moisture in the air. In Sword, it's said that this Pokemon's beautiful blue wings are made of ice. Articuno flies over snowy mountains, its long tail fluttering along behind it. In Shield, this Pokemon can control ice at will. Articuno is said to live in snowy mountains riddled with permafrost. Galarian Articuno. In Sword, its feather-like blades are composed of psychic energy and can shear through thick iron sheets as if they were paper. In Shield, known as Articuno, this Pokemon fires beams that can immobilize opponents as if they had been frozen solid. Zapdos. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. While it is flying, it makes crackling and snapping sounds. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to appear from clouds while dropping enormous lightning bolts. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, this legendary bird Pokemon is said to appear when the sky turns dark and lightning showers down. In Stadium, a legendary bird Pokemon that appears with a gigantic thunderstorm. It flies with the buzz and crack of electricity. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, this legendary bird Pokemon causes savage thunderstorms by flapping its glittering wings. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, this legendary bird Pokemon is said to appear only when a thundercloud parts into two halves. In Crystal, legendary bird Pokemon, they say lightning caused by the flapping of its wings cause summer storms. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon that has the ability to control electricity. It usually lives in thunderclouds. The Pokemon gains power if it is stricken by lightning bolts. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a legendary bird Pokemon that is said to live in thunderclouds, it freely controls lightning bolts. In Sword and Pokopia, this Pokemon has complete control over electricity. There are tales of Zapdos nesting in the depths of pitch-black thunderclouds. In Shield, Zapdos is a legendary bird Pokemon. It's said that when Zapdos rubs its feathers together, lightning will fall immediately after. Galarian Zapdos. In Sword, when its feathers rub together, they produce a crackling sound like the zapping of electricity. That's why this Pokemon is called Zapdos. In Shield, one kick from its powerful leg will pulverize a dump truck. Supposedly, this Pokemon runs through the mountains at over 180 miles per hour. Moltres. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, one of the legendary bird Pokemon. Those seeing it are overwhelmed by its orange wings that seem to be on fire. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, and X, it is said to be the legendary bird Pokemon of fire. Every flap of its wings creates a dazzling flare of flames. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pokopia, a legendary bird Pokemon. As it flaps its flaming wings, even the night sky will turn red. In Stadium, a legendary bird Pokemon known as the Firebird. Every time it flaps, its wings flare and burn brightly. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, this legendary Pokemon scatters embers with every flap of its wings. It is a thrilling sight to behold. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, this legendary bird Pokemon is said to bring early spring to the wintry lands it visits. In Crystal, legendary bird Pokemon, it is said to migrate from the south along with the spring. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Moltres is a legendary bird Pokemon that has the ability to control fire. If this Pokemon is injured, it is said to dip its body in the molten magma of a volcano to burn and heal itself. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, one of the legendary bird Pokemon, it is said that its appearance indicates the coming of spring. In Sword, it's one of the legendary bird Pokemon. When Moltres flaps its flaming wings, they glimmer with a dazzling red glow. In Shield, there are stories of this Pokemon using its radiant flame-cloaked wings to light up paths for those lost in the mountains. Galarian Moltres. In Sword, this Pokemon's sinister, flame-like aura will consume the spirit of any creature it hits. Victims become burned-out shadows of themselves. In Shield, the sinister aura that blazes like molten fire around this Pokemon is what inspired the name Moltres. Dratini. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, even the young can extend 6.5 feet in length. It grows larger by repeatedly shedding skin. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, long considered a mythical Pokemon until recently, when a small colony was found living underwater. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, long thought to be a myth, this Pokemon's existence was only recently confirmed by a fisherman who caught one. In Stadium, even the young are known to exceed 6 feet 6 inches. It is rare and was long considered to exist only in myth. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, and Violet, it is born large to start with. It repeatedly sheds its skin as it steadily grows longer. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, Y, and Legends EA, this Pokemon is full of life energy. It continually sheds its skin and grows steadily larger. In Crystal and Scarlet, it sheds many layers of skin as it grows larger. During this process, it is protected by a rapid waterfall. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Dratini continually molts and sloughs off its old skin. It does so because the life energy within its body steadily builds to reach uncontrollable levels. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Pokopia, it is called the Mirage Pokemon because so few have seen it. Its shed skin has been found. In Sun, it grows by molting repeatedly. Boots made from the tanned, cast-off skin are a super luxury item. In Moon, after a 10-hour struggle, a fisherman was able to pull one up and confirm its existence. In Ultra Sun, it's still weak, so it lurks on the floor of bodies of waters, eating whatever food sinks down and living a quiet life. In Ultra Moon, it sheds its skin almost on a daily basis and grows larger. Its skin is soft just after it's been shed. In Sword, Dratini dwells near bodies of rapidly flowing water, such as the plunge pools of waterfalls. As it grows, Dratini will shed its skin many times. In Shield, this Pokemon was long considered to be no more than a myth. The small lump on a Dratini's forehead is actually a horn that's still coming in. Dragonair. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, it is said to live in seas and lakes. Even though it has no wings, it has been seen flying occasionally.
In English red, blue, leaf green, and Y, a mystical Pokemon that exudes a gentle aura. It is said to have the ability to change the weather. In yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, according to a witness, its body was surrounded by a strange aura that gave it a mystical look. In Stadium, lives in large bodies of water like the sea and lakes. It is said to have the power to change the weather and fly. In Gold, Heart Gold, Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, Scarlet, and Pocopia, they say that it emits an aura from its whole body. The weather will begin to change instantly. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, X, and Legends EA, its crystalline orbs appear to give this Pokemon the power to freely control the weather. In Crystal and Violet, it is called the Divine Pokemon. When its entire body brightens slightly, the weather changes. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Dragonair stores an enormous amount of energy inside its body. It is said to alter weather conditions in its vicinity by discharging energy from the crystals on its neck and tail. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, if its body takes on an aura, the weather changes instantly. It is said to live in seas and lakes. In Sun, it has long been thought that its crystalline orbs are imbued with the power to control the weather. In Moon, from time immemorial, it has been venerated by agricultural peoples as an entity able to control the weather. In Ultra Sun, lakes where Dragonair live are filled with offerings from people because they believe this Pokemon is able to control the weather. In Ultra Moon, some say if you see it at the start of the year flying through the sky and twisting its body, you'll be healthy all year long. In Sword, this Pokemon lives in pristine oceans and lakes. It can control the weather, and it uses this power to fly into the sky, riding on the wind. In Shield, this Pokemon gathers power in the orbs on its tail and controls the weather. When enshrouded by an aura, Dragonair has a mystical appearance. Dragonite. In Japanese Red, Green, Fire Red, X, and Pocopia, it can fly in spite of its big and bulky physique. It circles the globe in just 16 hours. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, only a very few people ever see this Pokemon. Its intelligence is said to match that of humans. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu and Let's Go Eevee, it is said that this Pokemon lives somewhere in the sea and that it flies. However, these are only rumors. In Stadium, has intelligence on par with people. This Sea Guardian is said to be capable of flying around the globe in about 16 hours. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, it is said that this Pokemon constantly flies over the immense seas and rescues drowning people. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, this marine Pokemon has an impressive build that lets it freely fly over raging seas without trouble. In Crystal and Scarlet, it is said that somewhere in the ocean lies an island where these gather, only they live there. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Dragonite is capable of circling the globe in just 16 hours. It is a kind-hearted Pokemon that leads lost and foundering ships in a storm to the safety of land. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, Shining Pearl, and Legends EA, it is said to make its home somewhere in the sea, guides crews of shipwrecks to shore. In Sun, this Pokemon saved a shipwrecked man, taking him to a remote island, a paradise occupied solely by Dragonite. In Moon, incur the wrath of this normally calm Pokemon at your peril, because it will smash everything to smithereens before it's satisfied. In Ultra Sun, it flies over raging seas as if they were nothing. Observing this, a ship's captain dubbed this Pokemon the Sea Incarnate. In Ultra Moon, you'll often hear tales of this kind-hearted Pokemon rescuing people or Pokemon that are drowning. In Sword, it is a kind-hearted Pokemon. If it spots a drowning person or Pokemon, Dragonite simply must help them. In Shield, this Pokemon is known as the Sea Incarnate. Figureheads that resemble Dragonite decorate the bows of many ships. Mega Dragonite. In Legends EA, Mega Evolution has excessively powered up this Pokemon's feelings of kindness. It finishes off its opponents with mercy in its heart. Mewtwo. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, a Pokemon whose genetic code was repeatedly recombined for research. It turned vicious as a result. In English Red, Blue, Leaf Green, X, and Legends EA, it was created by a scientist after years of horrific gene splicing and DNA engineering experiments. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Pocopia, its DNA is almost the same as Mew's. However, its size and disposition are vastly different. In Stadium, a vicious psychic Pokemon created by genetic engineering. Its cold, glowing eyes strike fear into its enemy. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if red, silver, or crystal is inserted, because its battle abilities were raised to the ultimate level, it thinks only of defeating its foes. In Silver, Soul Silver, and Stadium 2, if blue, gold, or yellow is inserted, it usually remains motionless to conserve energy, so that it may unleash its full power in battle. In Crystal, said to rest quietly in an undiscovered cave, this Pokemon was created solely for battling.
In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Mewtwo is a Pokemon that was created by genetic manipulation. However, even though the scientific power of humans created this Pokemon's body, they failed to endow Mewtwo with a compassionate heart. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, Y, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, a Pokemon created by recombining Mew's genes, it's said to have the most savage heart among Pokemon. In Sword, created from the DNA of Mew, this Pokemon is a dangerous combination of overwhelming power and a savage heart. In Shield, the research efforts of a certain scientist ultimately resulted in this Pokemon. Its powers are dedicated to battling. Mega Mewtwo X. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, psychic power has augmented its muscles. It has a grip strength of 1 ton and can sprint 100 meters in 2 seconds flat. Mega Mewtwo Y. In Let's Go Pikachu, Let's Go Eevee, and Legends EA, despite its diminished size, its mental power has grown phenomenally. With a mere thought, it can smash a skyscraper to smithereens. Mew. In Japanese Red, Green, and Fire Red, a Pokemon of South America that was thought to have been extinct. It is very intelligent and learns any move. In English Red, Blue, and Leaf Green, so rare that it is still said to be a mirage by many experts. Only a few people have seen it worldwide. In Yellow, Let's Go Pikachu, and Let's Go Eevee, when viewed through a microscope, this Pokemon's short, fine, delicate hair can be seen. In Stadium, a mythical Pokemon of South America, which had been thought extinct, a growing number of people have seen it recently. In Gold, Heart Gold, and Stadium 2, if Red, Silver, or Crystal is inserted, apparently it appears only to those people who are pure of heart and have a strong desire to see it. In Silver, Soul Silver, Stadium 2, if Blue, Gold, or Yellow is inserted, and Y, its DNA is said to contain the genetic codes of all Pokemon, so it can use all kinds of techniques. In Crystal, because it can learn any move, some people began research to see if it is the ancestor of all Pokemon. In Ruby, Sapphire, Emerald, Omega Ruby, and Alpha Sapphire, Mew is said to possess the genetic composition of all Pokemon. It is capable of making itself invisible as well, so it entirely avoids notice even if it approaches people. In Diamond, Pearl, Platinum, Black, White, Black 2, White 2, X, Brilliant Diamond, and Shining Pearl, because it can use all kinds of moves, many scientists believe Mew to be the ancestor of Pokemon. In Sword and Pokopia, it's very intelligent and can use an incredible variety of moves. Many people believe that all other Pokemon are descendants of this one. In Shield, this mythical Pokemon is said to be extinct, but sightings of it are still being reported to this day. That is every single Pokedex entry for every single Gen 1 Pokemon in all their special forms. I really hope you guys enjoyed this video. It did take a while for me to make it, so if you could like the video, subscribe, comment down below. Just engage with this video if you do want to see Gen 2. Like I said, since this took a while to make, I do need to see people actually enjoying it and wanting to see Gen 2 before I devote a lot of time into making it. But like I said, I really hope you guys enjoyed this. Comment down below your favorite Pokedex entry or one that just surprised you the most. And thank you so much for watching again, and as always, keep gaming.